taken will be given immediately within 12 to 24 hours after the results are there. If you see 2019, Bharatiya Janata Party was with the maximum seat, but they were not able to form the government. And you rightly say that it depend upon the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray ji and Congress and NCP had supported them and he become the chief minister. People of Maharashtra had seen how they have destabilized the government of Maharashtra and the power craving Bharatiya Janata Party had divided the Shiv Sena and NCP, and we have seen what happened in Maharashtra. People have given their verdict in during the Lok Sabha election, but still these people are not able to understand, and they just want to blame Congress and their alliances for such things. But people of Maharashtra have realized that who can give them the real stabilized government. Now, I would like to say about what you said about Uddhav Thackeray ji. Still is a perception that is being built by Bharatiya Janata Party that there is some controversy in it, but we are all together and definitely once the results and verdicts are declared, we'll be able to form the government with the best chief minister to the state of Maharashtra along with the best government that we'll be able to give to the Maharashtra.
थे निकुल जी, आप जब बोलते हैं ना बहुत अच्छा बोलते हैं और सही बोलते हैं और संभल के बोलते हैं तो अच्छा भी लगता है सुनने में, लेकिन कुछ कुछ चीज़ें यू ऑल्सो हैव टू एक्सेप्ट that those who live in glass houses cannot throw stones at the others. The first person to come out and say कि कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में सीएम का फेस होगा, सरकार बनेगी, was नाना पटोले. That was not somebody from Mahayuti who said कि चीफ मिनिस्टर हमारा होगा. Secondly, the Congress is actually fighting 102 seats, and the pollsters, some of the bigger pollsters, are not even giving you a 35% strike rate.
See, last time if you see, yeah.
जी.
Complete your question.
No, it's okay. Please go ahead.
See, last time if you see, Congress had 44 seats on records, and then we have seen how the entire seats were come out in the Maharashtra election. Ultimately, the Congress and NCP played a role along with the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray ji to form the government. Right now, it's too early to say about it. We are definitely doubling the number of what we have again last time. And if you have seen Lok Sabha polls, definitely out of all people who have won their seat, we are the maximum number with 30 out of total tally on
Nikul Patel, one, that the pollsters are not giving you the numbers that you got even as the last party or the number 3 party in the opposition, that is 44 seats in 2019. The other thing is that if you say that you are going to double your number, that means you are going to go, coming to Shehzad, you are going to get 88 seats, and Kailash Adhikari and Rashid Kittu are coming. You are going to get 88 seats. That means you are saying you are going to have more than a 55% strike rate against the BJP in 75 seats where you are head to head. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, definitely. If you see the vote share percentage of Lok Sabha, if you see from 2019, our vote share of our alliance had improved by
see the vote
10%.
share percentage in the areas where you did well between Lok Sabha and this time Vidhan Sabha. That should ring some alarm bells for you. That's what I am trying to say. Okay, let Shehzad come in. Yes, Shehzad. ये तो कह रहे हैं विदर्भ महाराष्ट्र, ये विदर्भ और मराठवाड़ा यही जीत रहे हैं वापस. 75 में से कम 50 सीट जीतेंगे तभी 88 आएगा इनका.
देखिए आनंद जी, वो तो हरियाणा के चुनाव में क्या जीत रहे थे, कितना जीत रहे थे, वो जलेबी बांटने लग गए थे मिस्टर पवन खेड़ा, फिर वो जलेबी हम लोगों को खानी पड़ी. तो एनीवेज उनको ख्याली पुलाव जो है पकाने दीजिए, कोई उस पर वो नहीं है, रोक नहीं है. पर देखिए, एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ ओपिनियन और एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ भावना इज अलाउड इन पॉलिटिक्स. एवरीवन हैज एम्बिशन. सो एकनाथ शिंदे जी, पीपल विल से एकनाथ जी मस्ट बिकम द सीएम अगेन, and we respect that. Somebody may say Ajit Dada must become the CM, we respect that. Somebody may say Fadnavis ji may become CM, we respect that. But the decision of the alliance as a whole, articulated by all the top leaders, is only one that we will decide once the seats are there, and we are very confident we are winning. But
purely on kiski kitni sankhya bhari,
and of Anand.
जी.
And it is very clear. But in the case of Sanjay Raut and Uddhav Thackeray's chief spokesperson Anand Dubey, I am showing the statement. महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार आने के बाद उद्धव ठाकरे ही सीएम बनेंगे. दिस मीन्स देयर इज नो स्कोप फॉर डिस्कशन. दे आर टेलिंग कांग्रेस, तुम्हारी जितनी सीट आई आने दो, हम ही बनेंगे। वैसे तो गांव बसा नहीं, लुटेरे पहले आ गए, बट दिस इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन आर अलायंस एंड देयर अलायंस। आर अलायंस इज सेइंग वी हैव अ मिशन एंड विजन फॉर द स्टेट, हुएवर बिकम्स सीएम। दे आर सेइंग नो मिशन नो विजन, अपना एम्बिशन है, एम्बिशन पूरा नहीं हुआ
Here
तो
is what my
डिवीजन है।
concern is. Here is what my concern is, Kailash Adhikari. When all this posturing is happening, and Rashid Kidwai, please, after Kailash Adhikari, that there is going to be one more Pala Badlo. Okay, you know, that is what. If the results are somewhere around 155 seats, 160 seats, one way or the other, then there will be a lot of Pala Badlo based on कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री और किसको मिलेगी कुर्सी. Kailash Adhikari. Do you believe that is a possibility?
You know, Anand, in Indian politics, that can be a possibility anytime. But firstly, if you look at the numbers here and what the exit polls are predicting, and not just one, there are various which are being broadcasted on your screen right now, clearly shows a majority to the NDA Sarkar and to the Mahayuti. In that, as Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla also said, that, you know, in politics, when you have, and now Maharashtra is facing a six-party fight. Earlier, it was not so. So for the first time, it's a six-party fight, three on one side, three on one side. And there are people, there are karyakartas, they have their own morals, they have their own thinking, and you can't stop each and every one of them by speaking if they feel that this should be the CM or that should be the CM. But at the end of the when the numbers come out, when the Janta Janardhan, the spirit of our democracy votes in, and the numbers come out as that is what truly, it decides. And the true alliance is that, like Mr. Poonawalla said, that when the entire alliance partners sit together and decide on a united face coming together. Now, coming to what Mr. Patel said in the beginning, that, you know, the mandate was in 2019 where the Congress and the, at that time, the NCP and the Shiv Sena, the mandate was not for them. The mandate was for the Bharatiya Janata Party around 104, 105 seats, plus the Shiv Sena, I think around 63 or 64 seats, if I'm not mistaken, approximately. But then it was a certain ambition of the Shiv Sena at that particular, the then Shiv Sena at that particular point of time, where they actually backstabbed the people of Maharashtra, and they went to the other side, leaving behind and butchering the entire philosophy of Shiv Sena for so many years, which was set up by Hindu Hriday Samrat Shri Balasaheb Thackeray ji. So people know that, you know, what has particularly happened. And I believe that the voter of this state, and not only of this state, but the entire nation, is a very informed voter. He votes looking at the various agendas, and we have seen
But
after
what is the point? What is the point? As a former Mumbaikar, this I echo this sentiment of a lot of Mumbaikars and lot of people who live in Maharashtra. अरे वोट देके क्या फायदा? उसका रिजल्ट आने के बाद कौन किधर जाएगा हमारे कंट्रोल में थोड़ी है. The point is there. This is the pet peeve of the people of Maharashtra. I have voted for this candidate thinking that they are part of this grouping, and come the result is
also increased, Anand. So we can't take Maharashtrians and the people living in Maharashtra, and I refer to Maharashtrians as those people living in Maharashtra. I'm a proud Mumbaikar myself. I'm born and brought up in Mumbai. So it's not that. Like I have seen people voting, and I myself in the early wee hours of morning I have voted. So this time the polling percentage has also increased by 5%.
Correct, I agree. I'm not saying that people are not voting. What I am trying to say is the sentiment is मैं वोट तो करूँगा, लेकिन जिसको वोट करूँगा वो किसके पाले में जाके चुनाव के रिजल्ट डे के बाद बैठेगा. I have no control over that. I voted for somebody and a particular combination in 2019 and see what happened. That's one point. But Rashid Kidwai, look at what's happening with the Congress party. The weakest link or the poorest party in terms of strike rate in 2019. The strongest party, or perhaps no longer a kamzor kadi, many called it the resurgence. I remember Ritesh Deshmukh coming out and saying, oh, finally the Congress has come back. What a comeback for it. He's campaigned for his brothers this time around. And there was a sentiment among a lot of Congresses that happened with June 2024 Maharashtra result. And look at November. All the pollsters are saying the weakest link in the Mahavikas Aghadi is the Congress. Whether the Congress forms, whether the Mahavikas Aghadi forms the government or gets the numbers or not, the prediction largely is the Congress is the weakest link.
Anand, we'll get to see that. But the most important point is that the Congress, lacks a face in Maharashtra. So if you look at, all other 5 political parties, they have many chief ministerial aspirants and contender. If I ask you who's a Congress, chief ministerial, candidate or a face, you will perhaps struggle. I mean,
you are trolling Nana Patole. आप तो खुले आप नाना पटोले को ट्रोल कर रहे हो आप.
Yeah, No, it is a fact of the matter. In fact, Rahul Gandhi, in the internal meetings of the Congress party, has told them in so many words, make sacrifices. He knows that the only reason why Uddhav Thackeray, ditched BJP was the office of chief minister.
Right.
So Uddhav Thackeray would want the office of chief minister. Otherwise, if he wants to become deputy CM, Mr. Shehzad Poonawala's party would perhaps oblige him if he, even joins tomorrow. So that possibility is there. So there are few characters like Ajit Pawar, who has been, deputy chief minister in all three regimes. Now he wants to be the chief minister. So and Mr. Eknath Shinde, there are some contenders, very strong contenders. The Congress does not have a
So
strong
what
contender.
about Supriya Sule and Mr. Sharad Pawar? Mr. Sharad Pawar, before he retires from active politics, because he is very keen to do that, his age and his health do not permit him beyond what he is actually pulled off this time around. And let's just hope that he lives long and he continues to be there in the backside, advising and being a margdarshak. But he would want to see Supriya Sule there. And if the NCP comes out with a strike rate far better than the Congress party, look at the projections. The numbers are being put. The NCP is expected to get up to 38 seats out of the 80 odd that they are contesting, compared to the maximum of 32 seats that the Congress is predicted by some of the parties out of 102 they are contesting. So Sharad Pawar ji will turn around and say Supriya Sule ko banao. So I am asking you, if tomorrow Mahayuti has 160 seats and Ajit Dada Pawar has 20 seats, is Mahavikas Agadi forming the government then?
I would like to say that we will cross the numbers. It's no matter of 160 of Maha Yuti and then 20 seats of Ajit Dada Pawar. We are saying that we are going to cross that mark along with our Maha Vikas Agadi. If you see,
let me ask you the same question. If Maha Vikas Agadi tomorrow has 160 seats and Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena has 25 seats, कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री?
we can repeat 2019, no issues. It's a matter of discussion, and we can form a government. But you can see how Bharatiya Janata Party works, and that is the mindset of Bharatiya Janata Party. And people have given the thought process of that verdict in 2024 Lok Sabha election. If you see, Congress was with the maximum seats. Now, if you see Narendra Modi ji during Madhya Pradesh election said that there are Brashtacharis and with the names on the public platform, and after that you are making someone as a deputy chief minister. This is what people have eradicated.
I think all that is water under the bridge with this election. This election is going to decide. See, I'll tell you. And
Just
you,
one line.
there is a lot at stake. On a serious note,
Just one line.
Yes, Shehzad, one line and then yeah.
See, Nikul ji, as much as I think he's a very good analyst and spokesperson for his cause, he has said that we can repeat 2019, but Rashid Kidwai covers the official Congress party, and Rashid Kidwai will tell you that this is not the official line of the Congress, that we are already okay for deciding the 2019 pattern. If it is, then Rashid ji, who has covered and he covers Congress extensively, he must clarify that is this the official Congress line.
Sir, no, the official Congress voice is very clear. He just said Nana Patole is not a chief ministerial face and Supriya Sule is for the center. Then who's left? So Nikul Patel and Rashid Kidwai are actually aligned. They are sitting diagonally on the screen, but they are quite aligned. They are quite aligned in their thought process. They are quite aligned. So this is how they are. Diagonally, they are quite aligned.
Don't mess up everything. I have already said that definitely after the numbers, all will sit together.
No, but the thought process,
But over here, it was the opinion asked by.
It's the same. It's the same as batoge to katoge and ek hai to safe hai. Both mean the same thing. One sounds better than the other and more plausible and less bhayanak. That's how it is. That's exactly what the two of them have said and done today. But Kailash Adhikari, my question to you is, this is, and on a serious note also, this is a matter of relevance because of the key fights. One, BJP versus Congress, 75 seats. Who gets the bragging rights ahead of the winter session of Parliament? Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray. 51 seats. Who gets the bragging rights? Legacy fight. 40 odd seats, if my memory serves me right, between NCP Sharad Pawar and NCP Ajit Pawar. Again, who gets the bragging rights in terms of conversion there? Obviously, then legacy matters will be settled. Relevance matters will be settled. leadership and future will be settled. So there is a lot riding on this, and whoever has the best strike rate will want to claim a larger share of the pie. Kailash Adhikari.
You're
Final word.
absolutely
Ji.
right, Anand. You know, this Maharashtra elections, and I believe that all my co-panelists will certainly believe that this is a very momentous Maharashtra state elections, because as I said in the beginning also, it is not just, earlier it was always a four-party fight, two in alliance, BJP, Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Congress, what we have seen historically, but this time it is a six-party fight. You know, even the voters, and it was also the same during the Lok Sabha. So in Vidhan Sabha, naturally, the issues are slightly different, where people vote for the Vidhan Sabha. And we have seen historically also in various other states that sometimes the results of Lok Sabha are different from Vidhan Sabha, because in India, Indian voters are very informed voters. When they vote, they know what issues they are actually voting for. So apart from a lot of issues that the voter might face on the ground, apart from the fact that there could be emotional voters, apart from the fact that there could be some legacy issues or legacy voters
Right.
believe in a particular ideology that they may be voting for. But yes, come what may, come what the result may be tomorrow, Anand, this Maharashtra election, Maharashtra 2024 election, is a very important election going forward for a lot of leaders, for a lot of I would
Yes.
say for a lot of ideologies, and and it will decide naturally the fate for a lot of people who are involved in a state which actually contributes 15% of the GDP of this nation.
Well, that's the bigger point. The contribution to Bharat's growth, one of the biggest growth engines is Maharashtra. The state that is touted to touch and become a 1 trillion economy on its own is Maharashtra. And for that to happen, you need to have a steady boat. You need to have a clear vision, and you need to have those who are not going to be constantly checking कि भाई मेरी कुर्सी की टांग कोई नीचे से खींच के तो नहीं लेके गया, मैं कितने दिन इधर टिकूंगा या टिकूंगी. So that part is very, very critical, and let's just hope that the voter has given a clear mandate. The 9.7 crore voter base, of which about 6.5 crore have gone to the polls, they have cast a mandate which gives absolute clarity and no room for aji-baji and resort politics and chartered flights. Let's just hope that. And there is no betrayal of the voters' mandate once the dust settles on counting day.
In Jharkhand, you have so many districts, and in Jharkhand, all the counting for assembly elections, they normally happen at the district headquarters. That's why.
So that means 309 counting centers, and we are going to have people. And how are they going to send you the information and take us through that?
So this is a very simple and robust system, and it got developed in the last 2 decades after several experiments. So this is our live result hub, a special software. Look at our IT supervisor. He is constantly monitoring the entire system, and this is the hotline we have from each and every assembly constituency counting center. Our own representative, whenever he gets an update about every round, he just informs through this hotline, and we capture the same in our system, and this same got reflected in the entire network.
So how do you capture? Let's say
For example, if you look at the Nagar, then if we have a trend from that particular center, then we can select the particular assembly constituency. Then you have all the candidates. Just look at the names of all the candidates you have. If, for example, one particular candidate is leading, so we have to just click this his name, and then you have to put in the margin. Exactly.
And then those become leads. If he is leading, then the candidate is leading, he or she is leading, then it becomes a lead submission, or it becomes a win submission once the final counting is over. But how is it that sometimes we are faster than the EC?
Because, in election commission, there is a formal way of communicating. For example, if counting of a particular round, if it got completed, then it has to be signed by several officials. Then it has to be communicated to the election commission at Delhi. But in our case, our representative, whenever he gets the information about the completion of a round, he simply informs us. So we are much faster than the election commission.
So much faster than the election commission. So ladies and gentlemen, on result day, what's going to happen is every other channel is going to inflate here, deflate there, inflate here, deflate there. Eventually, they're going to come and settle on the News 18 numbers. The News 18 network numbers are the ones that you should trust. So why go anywhere else? Settle with us. Enjoy counting day right here on News 18. Go. It's result day and preparations are in full swing. I thought let's just take a look around and walk about at perhaps the place which is buzzing with activity on counting day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm right at the heart of the News 18 live result hub. That's the Jharkhand part of it, the Jharkhand hub, and where I am is the Maharashtra hub. And there is going to be a hectic activity right through counting. But one aspect which is important, and also the Election Commission talked about it, and that was about the authenticity of numbers and news networks. All right, the big question is, of course, the voter turnout. Remember, it's 66%, which is 5% more than what we saw in 2019. Let's take a look at the seats that are above 70%. That's 4% or more than what the state average is. The constituencies that are more than 70%, you can see a whole bunch here in Vidarbha, which is important. These are agrarian seats. These are seats that have been distressed by farmer anger, if you will, whether it's on soybean crop, whether it's on cotton crop. So this is the bunch of seats here in the agrarian distress belt in Vidarbha. Then you have this whole bunch of seats in Marathwada, which are again hugely important because of the agitation around Manoj Jarangi Patil, the Maratha reservation agitation that's happening in places like Latur, Beed, Nanded, etc. But what is interesting is this time around, if you focus on this area, which is Western Maharashtra, which has always been sort of the backyard, the gud of Sharad Pawar, the sugarcane belt, this belt is suddenly seeing a huge increase in voter turnout. Kolhapur, for example, here is Kolhapur, which is an urban, very rich, sort of middle-class constituencies, but they are suddenly seeing a spike. Kolhapur has the biggest turnout across the state of Maharashtra. Kolhapur, Satara, Sangli, the Western Maharashtra belt, which is a bit odd. Now, the only plausible explanation is that in Western Maharashtra, it's a fight for identity. Both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar are fighting for who will control the legacy of the NCP. And that's why voters from both sides of the aisle, from the Sharad Pawar faction and from the Ajit Pawar faction, have turned up in large numbers. That's why in an odd sort of development, you have in Western Maharashtra a large number of people turning up. Now, the other interesting factor, of course, is women voters. Women voters, because Ladli Behna, which is, or Ladki Behna, which is the Maharashtra Mukhyamantri Yojana, where 1,500 rupees is paid to women. 5 installments have been meted out, 7,500 rupees. If you look at this belt, which is the Konkan belt, Raigad, Sindhudurg, the outskirts of Mumbai, sort of the coastal belt of Western Maharashtra, that entire belt is, of course, important as far as Ladki Behna is concerned. This has always been a Shiv Sena belt. Now, whether or not paying 1,500 rupees to women will actually flip them from Shiv Sena to Shinde Sena, that is going to be interesting. The other area where you've seen an impact of Ladki Behna, and we go back to the more women voters, is in Vidarbha. Again, you've seen large number of women, anecdotally speaking, large number of women coming out in areas around Vidarbha, Akola, Gadchiroli, all of these places where you can see the difference. 24 seats to the BJP last time, 15 seats to the Congress, a difference of almost 8% between the two major formations. And again, you're seeing this in the Vidarbha region where more women are turning out than men. But the most critical factor, and I think this really explains the voter turnout versus where this voter turnout is actually turning out. If you look at the NCP versus NCP Sharad Pawar fights, interestingly in Maharashtra this time, it's not in Vidarbha, it's not in Marathwada, it's actually in Western Maharashtra where you're seeing the highest voter turnout. So there are 38 constituencies where it's NCP Sharad Pawar versus NCP Ajit Pawar, of which 18 constituencies, more than half of it, is actually seeing the highest voter turnout. So whether it is Baramati, where Ajit Pawar is taking on Yugendra Pawar, whether it is the neighbouring constituency of Indrapur, whether it is Phaltan, whether it is the constituency of Madha, all of these places in Western Maharashtra, you are seeing, because it's NCP versus NCP, a higher voter turnout. Voter turnout 5% more than the state average. So 18 out of the 38 seats where NCP Sharad Pawar and NCP Ajit Pawar are fighting it out, you are seeing higher voter turnout. The other big factor, and this is important to remember, because if you look at where the ministers are contesting, there are about 30 odd ministers. We've managed to block 28 out of 288. That's 10% of the strength of the assembly. BJP won 19, Congress won 9 last time around. There are some seats in Western Maharashtra, a couple of seats in Mumbai, a lot of seats in Northern Maharashtra here, and again, a few seats here in Vidarbha. A large number of these seats were won by NCP, the United NCP last time around. If you look at the BJP's sort of split, there were 10 seats to the BJP, 9 seats to the Shiv Sena. Again, a mix of Konkan, Western Maharashtra, Vidarbha, etc. Now, the point is that whether this will actually play out the way the BJP and the Shinde Sena want. If they really want to make a difference, they have to make a difference in these seats, these 28 seats where ministers are contesting, where we have seen significantly higher voter turnout. Whether that is anti-incumbency, whether that is the turnout of ministers to establish the legacy of the real Sena, that we'll know only on Saturday morning when the counting happens.
Whenever he gets an update about every round, he just informs through this hotline, and we capture the same in our system, and this same got reflected in the entire network.
So how do you capture? Let's say
For example, if you look at the Ahilanagar, then if we have a trend from that particular center, then we can select the particular assembly constituency. Then you have all the candidates. Just look at the names of all the candidates you have. If, for example, one particular candidate is leading, so we have to just click this his name, and then you have to put in the margin. Margin he exactly.
And then those become leads. If he is leading, then the candidate is leading, he or she is leading, then it becomes a lead submission, or it becomes a win submission once the final counting is over. But how is it that sometimes we are faster than the EC?
Because, you know, in election commission, there is a formal way of communicating. For example, if counting of a particular round, if it got completed, then it has to be signed by several officials. Then it has to be communicated to the election commission at Delhi. But in our case, our representative, whenever he gets the information about the completion of a round, he simply informs us. Yeah, so we are much faster than the election commission.
So much faster than the election commission. So ladies and gentlemen, on result day, what's going to happen is every other channel is going to inflate here, deflate there, inflate here, deflate there. Eventually, they're going to come and settle on the News 18 numbers. The News 18 network numbers are the ones that you should trust. So why go anywhere else? Settle with us. Enjoy counting day right here on News 18. All right, the big question is, of course, the voter turnout. Remember, it's 66%, which is 5% more than what we saw in 2019. Let's take a look at the seats that are above 70%. That's 4% or more than what the state average is. The constituencies that are more than 70%, you can see a whole bunch here in Vidarbha, which is important. These are agrarian seats. These are seats that have been distressed by farmer anger, if you will, whether it's on soybean crop, whether it's on cotton crop. So this is the bunch of seats here in the agrarian distress belt in Vidarbha. Then you have this whole bunch of seats in Marathwada, which are again hugely important because of the agitation around Manoj Jarangi Patil, the Maratha reservation agitation that's happening in places like Latur, Beed, Nanded, etc. But what is interesting is this time around, if you focus on this area, which is Western Maharashtra, which has always been sort of the backyard, the gud of Sharad Pawar, the sugarcane belt, this belt is suddenly seeing a huge increase in voter turnout. Kolhapur, for example, here is Kolhapur, which is an urban, very rich, sort of middle class constituencies, but they are suddenly seeing a spike. Kolhapur has the biggest turnout across the state of Maharashtra. Kolhapur, Satara, Sangli, the Western Maharashtra belt, which is a bit odd. Now, the only plausible explanation is
that in Western Maharashtra, it's a fight for identity. Both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar are fighting for who will control the legacy of the NCP. And that's why voters from both sides of the aisle, from the Sharad Pawar faction and from the Ajit Pawar faction, have turned up in large numbers. That's why
Viewers, for days we've been building up to this moment. In a few hours, one of the most consequential election results will be announced. For the NDA, it is an opportunity to build on the momentum it had gained after a rather shock Lok Sabha result. The NDA, as the governing alliance, needs to project conviction, which comes from a sense of confidence that the public believes in its message and its leadership. A victory, therefore, in the second largest electoral battlefield and in the Hindi heartland will give the NDA added conviction to push through with some critical political and economic reforms that can spur Bharat onto greater things. The legislative agenda for the upcoming winter session, as you all know, is heavy and potentially transformative. But the result, to be honest, will hold the most consequence. And take it from me, viewers, in writing, for the India Bloc. In Maharashtra, since the last 2 days, the MVA has begun to temper its expectations. The reason is an unexpected turnout twist that many pollsters and analysts feel had given the NDA an edge. The debate is now only about how much of an edge. Here are some numbers, viewers, and these numbers are astounding in themselves. More male voters have turned out by almost, viewers, 4%. That's a huge jump. Female voters, an even bigger jump, almost 6%, viewers. In Vidarbha, where the election went against the BJP and the NDA in the Lok Sabha, there has been a jump of almost 4%, viewers, a little more than 4%. In Marathwada, another area where the BJP and the NDA underperformed in the Lok Sabha elections, in just 5 months, there has been almost a 5% bump. In Turnout, we are talking Turnout, viewers, here. In Konkan, very significant belt. 63% back then, 67%, 67.5% almost in this election, assembly election. We're comparing assembly to assembly in any case, viewers. In Thane 2019, in the Mumbai-Thane belt, another 30-odd seats, 63%. And this, viewers, is the only place where the numbers have actually come down. But not in some VIP constituencies. And that's where we're going to focus also now. Worli, for example, Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora versus Sandeep Deshpande, perhaps the definitive battle of this election. Even here, viewers, even here in Worli, in Mumbai proper, the jump is almost 8%, viewers, in turnout from last time. Baramati sees Ajit Pawar versus Yogendra Pawar, the clash of the Pawars, viewers. Here also a bump up. Vandre East, Zishan Siddiqui in the news because of his father's assassination. And Varun Sardesai. Here also, viewers, a jump. Nagpur Southwest, Devendra Fadnavis against Praful Godhade. Again, a jump of almost 4.5%. Many other constituencies, Eknath Shinde's constituency has seen a jump of 10% almost. Viewers, those are the numbers. Sakoli, Nana Patole, who is the Congress's helmsman in the state. Even here, there's been a little bit of an increase. What we're trying to get at, viewers, is that people, decrease rather, which could mean many things. But viewers, when an election is showing this larger gain, then viewers, you have to ask yourself that maybe something has changed. And perhaps realizing that the turnout bump might in fact mean that the NDA voter that didn't come out during the Lok Sabha election has decided to be counted, the India Bloc has begun to book resorts. Yes, book resorts and hold meetings with independents. Both show signs that it might not be doing as well as it expected to do. After all, viewers, if you're winning, your MLAs are not foolish enough to cross over, are they? and jeopardize their chances of being in power. That's what it really comes down to for these politicians. So if you're booking resorts, that means you're going to be a bit shy, you're open to poaching, maybe the election outcome is a bit open, and therefore you're not sensing at least your own victory. A poor showing by the India Bloc could in fact put a question mark over its survival. After all, this would be the fourth of 5 elections, beginning with the Lok Sabha, where it has failed to defeat the BJP, the NDA. Losses in Maharashtra and a poor showing in Jharkhand will raise some questions. And these are, viewers, and they're on your screens. Can India hold together if 4 of its key constituents suffer setbacks? Does the Congress have the most staked on the outcome? Will India allies seek to decouple from the Congress if it ends up on the losing side? They might see it as a liability. In Haryana, it certainly was. In Jammu, the National Conference doesn't want to share power with their ally now. Can Rahul rally opposition effectively as LOP when acceptability of his own message is in question? Will India concede that its constitution is in danger? Theme has been rejected if it fares poorly. And will the losses in states weaken India's authority to oppose key reforms? These are the fundamental questions, viewers. Forget about all these petty, who's going to be chief minister. Let the others talk about that. So the latest exit poll predictions that seem to put the NDA or the Mahayuti ahead in Maharashtra are from Lok Niti CSDS and of course Access My India. But why should we believe these exit polls? What have pollsters seen that's convinced them to back the Mahayuti? Let's ask the pollsters themselves, but before that, a quick sense of their projections. Let's look at CSDS Lok Niti projections. Once again, the MVA 39%, they're only projecting vote share, not seat share, viewers. Mahayuti, they put at a whopping 4% ahead of the MVA. The others get a substantial 18%. The margin of error plus minus 2.6%. So traditionally, many people sort of use the 3% barometer, but here 2.6%. The other significant number, viewers, but the gap between the NDA and the India alliance is 4%. Remember, in the last election, in the Lok Sabha election in Maharashtra, when you project the numbers onto an assembly map, the vote share was only 1%. And with just that 1%, we saw that the Maha Aghadi actually got a larger number of seats. Now, let's quickly go across to the two pollsters and get a sense really of where they stand, why they're projecting these numbers, how confident they are. Pradeep Gupta, Access My India. A lot of Indians know you. You've been seen many times on camera crying tears of joy when you've got it right, and sometimes tears of anguish when you haven't quite got it right. One of the instances, of course, was famously the Lok Sabha elections, and then obviously the last election that took place in Haryana, where everyone sort of copped out. Now, Mr. Gupta, your numbers are quite astounding. You seem to be giving a clean sweep, and the numbers are on our screens, a clean sweep to the NDA, 178 to 200 seats. And that's a hell of a number, because that seems to suggest that they will do the best that they ever have done. I mean, when the BJP was with the United Shiv Sena, they never got these numbers. So where are all these projections coming from, and why should we believe you?
So I'll answer your last question first. Why people should believe us the Access My India? One should see the track record of any product and services. So mine is also a market research services, and we try and predict. So our track record till today says that we have predicted about 77 elections in last 11 years, and we could call correctly 71 out of 77, and 6 occasions you can say we were unsuccessful to call the result right. I mean, so this is something viewer has to decide what to consume, how much to believe, how much not to. I mean, beyond this, I can't say anything. But as far as Access My India, rigorous process is there. It is Harvard Business School case study, and our methodology, we go to each and every constituency of the state, and we have done in this Maharashtra election, about 35,000 interviews spread across 1,700 village and cities. And so this is something very robust exercise we try and do. And yeah, so this is what we do, and our monitoring and systems and processes are all in place for us to come out with this number. So whatever numbers is coming, we don't see it, and we try and do the analysis, the deep analysis, and based on whatever come, we put forward the numbers.
In some of these regions, there's been a complete reversal. In Vidarbha, for example, from the Lok Sabha result, you seem to give the NDA almost the numbers that the MVA had got.
Yes.
This is a huge reversal. What is it that who rather has voted en bloc really for the NDA in Vidarbha?
Vidarbha particular, if you are talking about, there are about substantial 17% Dalit population clubbed with around about 13% Kunbi, and Adivasis about 11%, so all put together 11% swing in favor of Mahayuti from Mahagadi among the Dalits, and about 15% swing in favor of Mahayuti from Agadi across the state I am talking about. And you will see that not only in Vidarbha, except Western Maharashtra, in all other regions, the lead is around 2/3, 1/3 kind of a thing. Only in Western Maharashtra, out of 58 seats, we are giving 36 to Mahayuti and 21 to Agadi, meaning about 60-40% ratio difference.
So look, Western Maharashtra is obviously the place where the two Senas, the two NCPs really are going at each other. So are you projecting which of these NCPs is going to do better? Sharad Pawar, you think, is ahead, or is it Ajit Pawar?
So see, for this question, it's a very tricky kind of a question. There are two aspects to it. One is where NCP versus NCP direct fights are there, which are about 41 seats, straight fight. NCP Ajit Pawar likely to win 22 seats, and NCP Sharad Pawar likely to win 14 seats. This is one data point. 22 to Ajit Pawar, 14 to Sharad Pawar, and BJP is also there, about 3. Friendly fight is also there. Okay, so this is the about 40. But when we ask people whom you have voted in last assembly election when the NCP was united, and also the Shiv Sena, and whom you are likely to vote this time, what is the answer across the state? I am revealing now. 43 for Ajit Pawar. Those 100% voted for united NCP, 43 gone to Ajit Pawar, and 49 gone to Sharad Pawar, and about 8% to others. So these are the numbers. To answer this.
So the two Pawar factions will continue to fight it out to establish their dominance. That's an amazing number. Well, Pradeep Gupta, let's hope that you get it right, at least for your sake. Are you at all now seeing this really as a make or break election for your own credibility?
I do understand this is not make or break, but twice consecutively, you can say Lok Sabha also, and now to Haryana election, we couldn't call it correctly. So this is something very important for us. But in between, just on the 5th November, on a lighter note, we could call US election spot on correctly, though everybody was saying tough fight and Kamala Harris is ahead. But we clearly said it was broadcast and published in all US media. Access My America predicting clear win for the Trump, and which is the case. So anyway, so every election is important, like a sports, or like a match, or like an exam. Sometime we success, sometime otherwise. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, let me also bring in a fellow pollster, Sanjay Kumar, Lokniti CSDS. Now, you haven't projected seats, Mr. Kumar. You've only projected vote shares. You say that the conversion always is quite tricky. Now, are these vote shares, again, I mean, those are big numbers, 4% difference between the India and the NDA, again, leaning towards the NDA. Will these numbers hold up? Will they hold on, the vote share, till tomorrow?
Rahul, I'm not saying that I'm absolutely confident that the vote share which we have projected would hold on. There is always a margin of error which we have calculated. Look, for Maharashtra, we have projected that Mahavikas Aghadi is likely to get 39% vote and Mahayuti is likely to get 43% vote, and the others are getting 18% vote. And there is a margin of error of 2.6%. It could well be within the margin of error. There is also a possibility, who knows, that our margin of error is much beyond what we have calculated. There is a possibility, but I am confident at this moment, at least, because I have looked at the profile of the sample which we have collected. We have done it very, very systematically. But yes, there is no guarantee. I can't say that I can be 100% sure that our estimates of vote share is going to be absolutely correct.
So you're hedging your bets. Pradeep Gupta is saying, look, I've done my homework. I'm going to go ahead and say that, yes, I've got it right. But look, I mean, these are all different perspectives. And I believe that these two pollsters have actually put their heads down this time because they have set themselves higher standards. So let's hope that they get it right. But one final question, I want to bring back Sanjay Kumar ji. Now, regions and demographics, is the spread even for the MVA or for the Mahayuti, or are there big variations as we go from region to region? Pradeep Gupta is erring pretty much in every region towards the Mahayuti. What about you?
No, it's not even. Yes, there are regions where, like Mahayuti is ahead of Mahavikas Aghadi. It's like in Marathwada region, it is the, say, Mahavikas Aghadi which has a slight lead. But there are regions where Mahayuti is ahead of Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. If you look at the caste communities, among the Marathas, there is a shift tilt in favor of Mahayuti. But if you look at the Kunbi vote, which seems to be more or less equally divided between the two communities, more or less on the lines which we expect. The upper caste vote is tilted in favor of the Mahayuti, and if you look at the Muslims, the tribals, it is tilted in favor of the Mahavikas Aghadi. So yes, there are some patterns which is emerging from the poll which we have conducted at this moment.
Okay, so two divergent, at least when the demographics are concerned. You're saying the tribals are going towards the Mahavikas Aghadi, and at least what we heard Mr. Gupta say, that he believes that the consolidation is happening towards the Mahayuti. So two differences, very interesting. Mr. Gupta, what is the number that you're going to be looking at tomorrow to convince yourself that this is going according to your projection? What is the thing? The conversion, what is it?
Minimum 178 for Mahayuti, minimum. That is something our range starts. So at least 178 Mahayuti should get. That's the number we will be looking in case of Maharashtra. And in Jharkhand, our range start for India Alliance 49 to 59. So 49 seats out of 81 seats I will be looking forward to get in Jharkhand.
Okay, well, tomorrow's verdict will also be a verdict on these two gentlemen. So thank you very much for joining me, viewers. I'll tell you, this is a very important election, and that's why we can't discount anything. Even the fact that the exit polls have got it wrong is not something we're going to discount, because as someone was saying yesterday, the law of averages can sometimes kick in, and who knows, it might just be their lucky day. I leave it at this, viewers.
Vidarbha, which is important. These are agrarian seats. These are seats that have been distressed by farmer anger, if you will, whether it's on soybean crop, whether it's on cotton crop. So this is the bunch of seats here in the agrarian distress belt in Vidarbha. Then you have this whole bunch of seats in Marathwada, which are again hugely important because of the agitation around Manoj Jarangi Patil, the Maratha reservation agitation that's happening in places like Latur, Beed, Nanded, etc. But what is interesting is, this time around, if you focus on this area, which is Western Maharashtra, which has always been sort of the backyard, the gud of Sharad Pawar, the sugarcane belt, this belt is suddenly seeing huge increase in voter turnout. Kolhapur, for example, here is Kolhapur, which is an urban, very rich, sort of middle class constituencies, but they are suddenly seeing a spike. Kolhapur has the biggest turnout across the state of Maharashtra, Kolhapur, Satara, Sangli, the Western Maharashtra belt, which is a bit odd. Now, the only plausible explanation is that in Western Maharashtra, it's a fight for identity. Both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar are fighting for who will control the legacy of the NCP. And that's why voters from both sides of the aisle, from the Sharad Pawar faction and from the Ajit Pawar faction, have turned up in large numbers. That's why in an odd sort of development, you have in Western Maharashtra a large number of people turning up. Now, the other interesting factor, of course, is women voters. Women voters, because Ladli Behna, which is, or Ladki Behna, which is the Maharashtra Mukhyamantri Yojana, where 1,500 rupees is paid to women. 5 installments have been meted out, 7,500 rupees. If you look at this belt, which is the Konkan belt, Raigad, Sindhudurg, the outskirts of Mumbai, sort of the coastal belt of Western Maharashtra, that entire belt is, of course, important as far as Ladki Behna is concerned. This has always been a Shiv Sena belt. Now, whether or not paying 1,500 rupees to women will actually flip them from Shiv Sena to Shinde Sena, that is going to be interesting. The other area where you've seen an impact of Ladki Behna, and we go back to the more women voters, is in Vidarbha. Again, you've seen large number of women, anecdotally speaking, large number of women coming out in areas around Vidarbha, Akola, Gadchiroli, all of these places where you can see the difference. 24 seats to the BJP last time, 15 seats to the Congress, a difference of almost 8% between the two major formations. And again, you're seeing this in the Vidarbha region where more women are turning out than men. But the most critical factor, and I think this really explains the voter turnout versus where this voter turnout is actually turning out. If you look at the NCP versus NCP Sharad Pawar fights, interestingly in Maharashtra this time, it's not in Vidarbha, it's not in Marathwada, it's actually in Western Maharashtra where you're seeing the highest voter turnout. So there are 38 constituencies where it's NCP Sharad Pawar versus NCP Ajit Pawar, of which 18 constituencies, more than half of it, is actually seeing the highest voter turnout. So whether it is Baramati, where Ajit Pawar is taking on Yugendra Pawar, whether it is the neighboring constituency of Indrapur, whether it is Faltan, whether it is the constituency of Madha, all of these places in Western Maharashtra, you are seeing, because it's NCP versus NCP, a higher voter turnout. Voter turnout 5% more than the state average. So 18 out of the 38 seats where NCP Sharad Pawar and NCP Ajit Pawar are fighting it out, you are seeing higher voter turnout. The other big factor, and this is important to remember, because if you look at where the ministers are contesting, there are about 30 odd ministers. We've managed to plot 28 out of 288. That's 10% of the strength of the assembly. BJP won 19, Congress won 9 last time around. There are some seats in Western Maharashtra, a couple of seats in Mumbai, a lot of seats in Northern Maharashtra here, and again, a few seats here in Vidarbha. A large number of these seats were won by NCP, the United NCP last time around. If you look at the BJP's sort of split, there were 10 seats to the BJP, 9 seats to the Shiv Sena. Again, a mix of Konkan, Western Maharashtra, Vidarbha, etc. Now, the point is that whether this will actually play out the way the BJP and the Shinde Sena want. If they really want to make a difference, they have to make a difference in these seats, these 28 seats where ministers are contesting, where we have seen significantly higher voter turnout. Whether that is anti-incumbency, whether that is the turnout of ministers to establish the legacy of the real Sena.
It's result day and preparations are in full swing. I thought let's just take a look around and walk about at perhaps the place which is buzzing with activity on counting day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm right at the heart of the News 18 live result hub. That's the Jharkhand part of it, the Jharkhand hub, and where I am is the Maharashtra hub. And there is going to be a hectic activity right through counting. But one aspect which is important, and also the Election Commission talked about it, and that was about the authenticity of numbers and news networks artificially jumping the numbers or pushing the numbers up just to try and create a frenzy, whereas it's not actual numbers that is reflecting. So where I am is the live result hub, and there's a reason why you need to trust the numbers on our election grids. With me is the News 18 Convergence editor, Brajesh Kumar Singh, who's also overseeing the functioning of this live result hub. Brajesh ji, taiyariyan puri ho gayi hain. What is the viewer going to expect on counting day this time, that they should trust the numbers on the
आपको याद रखना है, एक है तो सेफ है।
भारत का जो सच्चा मुसलमान है वो भी औरंगजेब को अपना हीरो नहीं मानता।
It's majority for the Mahayuti or the NDA. The mega poll of polls brings it very close, makes it a dead heat because of the Axis My India numbers. Otherwise, the NDA confident.
What is very crucial is Maharashtra has stayed together and staying with the MV.
कटोगे तो कटोगे।
बांटने वाले भी आप ही है, काटने वाले आप ही है।
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers are all 0-0 left and right as we say good morning to you on Result Day Live, Saturday the 23rd of November, with the assurance that the leads that you see here are the leads that you will have to trust, the leads that you can trust, the leads that you must trust. The only destination for you on Result Day Live is here, CNN News 18. It's D-Day for Maharashtra with a highly anticipated counting of votes taking place. Maharashtra is witnessing a tough battle between the ruling Mahayuti and the opposition, that is the Mahavikas Aghadi. While the BJP-led Mahayuti is vying for another term in power, the MVA is looking to oust the Mahayuti amid the anti-incumbency claims. And with big pollsters predicting an NDA edge in Maharashtra, all eyes are on that result today. Will it be a dead heat? Will it be a clear mandate and overwhelming voter turnout? Is it pro-incumbency or anti-incumbency? The MVA, however, hopes to prove the exit poll projections all wrong, just like what happened in Haryana. It's the finale. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on that Jharkhand number 2. Right here, the Jharkhand number as the leads start trickling in about 60-65 minutes from now. That will be critical. Will the JMM Congress hold on? Or will the NDA march through and pinch that state also away from the opposition or from the India alliance? Let's look at what's at stake for everyone before we go across to my colleagues here in the studio and also to our guests across as we get you the Result Day live coverage. Now, let's signpost some of the important aspects of this election, ladies and gentlemen. NDA and the INDIA, this battle in Maharashtra and Jharkhand will also have bragging rights at stake. Winter session of Parliament is coming up. Who walks in with their head held high, the collars up, and of course, with the bragging rights. Exit polls project Maha-NDA victory. The INDIA Bloc hopes to trump the pollsters and buck the trend, the directions like in Haryana. There is a silent Mahila voter that's active not just in Maharashtra, but a similar scheme in Jharkhand which could help the JMM and Congress, some pollsters say. Maharashtra has also broken a 30-year turnout record. Will freebies, reservation, this chorus echo? Revdi's pe charcha is something that Arvind Kejriwal has already started ahead of the Delhi elections. So is it so important, this Revdi and this close contest in Jharkhand? Will both turn to be dead heats or not? We have to wait and watch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get across to our friends in the studio. Zaka Jacob, managing editor, CNN News 18, and also the man on the magic wall. Clarity or confusion, Zaka? As I say good morning to Rahul Shivshankar, our consulting editor too. First, Zaka, your thoughts, and then Rahul.
Well, I think it'll be a clear mandate. I think it'll be a clear mandate in both states. If you look at historically elections in the last 10 years, 15 years, very few instances where you've actually seen a hung assembly. Look at Haryana, what happened last time. It was a very clear mandate. Even the Lok Sabha election, very clear mandate despite the reduced majority for the NDA. Even Maharashtra last time was a clear mandate, just to remind everybody here. It was a very, very definitive mandate for the BJP and the United Shiv Sena. Of course, what happened post that, that was not in the control of the voters. So again, today, we can only tell you what will happen between 8 o'clock and noon. I think by 11 o'clock or so, we'll get a fair result, and it will be a clear mandate, I think. I don't think it's going to be stuck.
What will happen post the elections? Nobody knows.
I don't think any of us can say what will happen post the elections.
Rahul Babu, you got a lot of papers there. Wahan clarity hai, number hai koi?
देखो भाई, I was speaking to a couple of people within the BJP. They themselves don't have much clarity. Let me be honest. I mean, Zach has sort of said it's going to be a clear mandate. There are a couple of general secretaries who look at things very closely, and they are sort of saying that maximum we might get 150. So, all those exit polls that sort of lent towards 200, one of them also zipped up to 200. And I was speaking to Pradeep Gupta of Axis last night and asking him, how did you come to this number? So there's that. In Maharashtra, it's looking like a tough, tight contest. 6 regions, 6 very different characteristics. And I think today, Zach will be focusing completely on 2 areas, Marathwada and Vidarbha. If there you see a little bit of sprinkling of saffron coming through, and the BJP sort of clicks ahead with 54-55% conversion rate, they're in the game. If it's not going to go there, as we saw in the Lok Sabha election, we were looking at that conversion factor and we were saying, oh, BJP is like converting 1:3 right now, and that looks like a problem. Jharkhand, no one knows. Even the BJP is not. Look, the BJP hasn't done very well in North Jharkhand, where the tribal state, tribal region is really 2 seats maximum. That's got about 3 dozen seats. So that's not an easy contest by any standards. So this is a tight fight. I don't know, 12 o'clock clarity, who's going to have clarity, I don't know.
Right.
But this is going to be a long weekend.
Let's bring in Pallavi and Aman also on that note. If it is 150 seats for the Mahayuti, that means that Ajit Pawar will have 15 or 20 seats. That means post-poll, there could be some more drama. Jharkhand also, if it is dead heat, Aman and Pallavi, then again we'll have post-poll drama. Possibility.
Well, Anand, I think we need to keep a close eye, I think, on the higher voting percentages in Maharashtra. I think it is very, very vital. 5% higher voting in Maharashtra, 6% higher voting for women voters. For the first time, we have such a close gap between the male and the female voters. BJP is very enthused by the fact, because BJP feels in the Lok Sabha, maybe its voters did not come out in such large numbers due to complacency, due to various issues. But this time the RSS, the BJP cadre has really worked on the ground to get out the voter to the polling booth, and especially if there's 6% higher women voting, BJP feels it is in its favor because of its very popular Ladki Behan Yojana, under which money has been given and more money has been promised at a higher rate if the BJP comes back to power. Second, I would say the 2 regions which hold the key to power, Vidarbha in Maharashtra, 62 seats, and Santhal Pargana in Jharkhand with 18 seats. Whichever party wins these regions has a better chance to coming to power. If Vidarbha, BJP is able to make good gains, that would show that BJP's outreach to the farmers, the soybean farmers, the cotton farmers seems to have worked. The Ambedkarite Dalit population, the Mahar population, 11% of the population seems to have returned to the BJP. If that doesn't happen, BJP will find it tough. Similarly, in Santhal Pargana, if the BJP is able to make a foray into these tribal regions, it could not win any of the 5 ST in marked seats in the Lok Sabha, 18 seats. If BJP succeeds in infiltrating in a way into the Santhal Pargana and win those seats, then maybe the tribal population is back in some chunk.
Ifs that you're putting there, but this Ladki Behan Yojana, Pallavi, is also active in as Maya Yojana in Jharkhand. Its Maya there is actually Behan. And that's why one of the pollsters in Pradeep Gupta gave advantage to the JMM, just as he gave the advantage to the BJP in Maharashtra. So is it a close fight? Is it clarity, as Zaka says?
So women, I would go with Zaka, because I think every time we talk about counting day, we talk about a hung assembly. I mean, I may be wrong, because but I get the sense is that people are pretty much clear on what they have. I haven't gone to Jharkhand, so my rider is there. I'm not going to talk about an area I didn't visit at all. But Maharashtra, 2-3 very quick points. The women voters were very much out and about, and they're increasingly aggressive. They're very aggressive voters. They speak. I found it easier to speak to women, and not just because I'm a woman, but otherwise they're very vocal. They know what they want. I saw a lot of that. The BJP's campaign on the ground, and this is where they did that one-on-one campaign effectively, is to make this point into the minds of women and also the men in their family, that agar we lose elections, जो आपके आने वाला पैसा है वो बंद हो जाएगा, and the MBA will stop it. And Rahul Gandhi stops everything, which is why when this whole issue started about toilet tax Himachal, and many of us were wondering, what has Himachal got to do with Maharashtra? It does, because it pushes forward the narrative by the BJP. Look at Himachal, look at Karnataka, look at Telangana. They make those pre-poll promises. Rahul Gandhi nahi pura karwa sakta, Kharge ji pura nahi karwa sakta. That narrative really clicked on the ground. So I think these are the very two important factors. And lastly, I went to Jalna area. I'm going to watch the Manoj Jarange Patil factor. I think he's not going to be that lucky this time around as he was in Lok Sabha, and I don't think we should give all the credit to him. And the desperation in him and his supporters was so clear, because I was there, you know, the doctors are there, they're taking out blood, he's on drip, and he wants that to be distributed in the WhatsApp. It's also a huge prestige thing for him. His politics will be over, which is why he did not contest. So, yeah.
Yeah, but also in Maharashtra, they've given a 10% reservation already to the Marathas out of the 16%. So there is some assuaging of that entire sentiment. Jharkhand, very interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, we had somebody from the News 18 Bihar Jharkhand team. A lot of the youngsters who've been watching these polls very closely, and one or two of the ladies came across. I was having a chat with them, and they said, sir, this Maya Yojana, not everybody has received it. Contrary to what's happening in Maharashtra, where a lot of the beneficiaries have received it in retrospective, and says that could be a factor. And there is a number which is about 43, 44, just 2 or 3 clear of the halfway mark in Jharkhand, that they believe the NDA will be able to pull through. How it pans out, we'll wait and watch. But let's get back to Maharashtra, and as Vidarbha, Marathwada, 75 straight fights, Zaka, head-to-head fights between these 6 parties, BJP, Congress, Shiv Sena, NCP, and that perhaps could decide the mandate.
Vidarbha is the biggest region, it's 62 seats, and frankly it decides which way Maharashtra goes. It happened in 2019, out of those 62, the BJP and United Shiv Sena got 33 of those 62 seats, at 40% vote share. The Congress NCP only 22 seats. If you look at this in the Lok Sabha 2024, and I'm just going to run that filter of the Congress leads in this, take a look at that. The Congress's number would have gone up from 22 to 29. And in a close contest where margins are really important, going from 22 to 29 also means that the BJP would have come down from 33 down about 6 seats. So I think it's critical to understand why Vidarbha is important. I also want to point out again the straight fights that Anand was talking about. The maximum number of straight fights are happening in Vidarbha, and the straight fights are between Congress and BJP. Let's look at the Congress versus BJP straight fights here in Vidarbha. 35, I think, 35 or 36 of, 35 out of the 62 seats. More than half are direct fights between Congress and BJP. And there too, last time the BJP had a significant edge. It had 19 seats. The Congress had only 12. But look at the vote share. It's just about 2%. It's just a little over 2%. So that's the narrow gap there.
That number in Vidarbha, if you looked at the Lok Sabha election projected onto an assembly map, was 2042 in favor of the MVA. So that was a clear sweep really of that region. So this is a very important area. Okay. And then of course Marathwada.
Let's look at Marathwada,
yeah. All right, let's look at Marathwada. Again, what Pallavi was talking about. It's not a big region, it's just 46 seats. I think it's the 4th biggest region. It's smaller than the greater Mumbai region, but it's important for the Jarange Patil factor, this whole Maratha reservation. Jalna is bang in the middle of this region, so Bid, Latur. So this OBC versus Maratha will be decided in this 46 seats. The BJP swept last time around. BJP and Shiv Sena had 29 out of these 46 seats. The Congress NCP only 17 at 42% vote share. Again, a significant 6% vote share.
But here also in 2024, the leads.
Yeah.
If you look at those leads, 12 for the Mahayuti, 32 for the MVA. So this is really where the gap opened and they surged ahead.
BJP lost the Lok Sabha election in Vidarbha and Marathwada. There are 19 Lok Sabha seats together.
Yes.
The BJP could just win 3. And in fact, in Marathwada, the BJP could not win anything. It was only Shiv Sena, Shinde faction with Jodhpur Aurangabad seat. So clearly, if BJP has to win Maharashtra, Marathwada and Vidarbha have to flip in the favor of the BJP. So that is the really where
this is where that entire vote jihad logic of Devendra Fadnavis came through, and everybody has said this, although not terming it vote jihad. What they said is, out of 5 assembly constituencies, 1 assembly constituency voted en masse against the NDA in favor of the INDA alliance, and that's what swung the result.
Anand,
so they say when you break it down, and Nistula was also saying the same thing as you were making the point that day, Rahul, that when you break it down to the assembly constituencies, it's all concentrated in 1 assembly constituency. So the other 4
That's right.
then will go back and go back towards the NDA. That's their logic, that they should come back and do better.
But people vote differently for assembly and Lok Sabha. I mean, I saw it in Baramati. I mean, Supriya Sule was powerful for Lok Sabha, but on the ground, I seem to be seeing that Ajit Pawar factor working more.
Yeah, and the other thing is that you were on ground. I don't know if you guys felt it. Both of you were on ground. Eknath Shinde has built himself as a brand. You know, there was a time when, and there is this whole movie that's a biopic of Eknath Shinde, and that line is what rankled him, that people were asking, who is Eknath Shinde? And he said, but now, there is nobody across the country today, perhaps everybody knows who is Eknath Shinde. So that's the transition that's happened between perhaps March, April 2024
That's a good point, because I was reading
till
an
about
Express
November
report,
2024. You know?
by somebody who's not really given to, try to trump up the circumstances of the Mahayuti, and even they were saying that wherever they were traveling, the pictures, as you say, the branding, it was visible that Eknath Shinde, people were talking about him. He was the conversation.
See, Thane, Konkan, these 2 regions, and also especially in those 51 seats where the Shiv Sena and Shiv Sena are fighting, on ground, he's got the common man who became a big man. A man who's still on the ground worker, and in fact, he's going, he claims his legacy from Balasaheb Thackeray and Anand Dige. And Anand Dige's kin only is fighting against him in his seat. That is, Kedar Dige is fighting against him. So it's a big story. And these legacy
the big
fights,
question is also, will he continue to be chief minister if the Mahayuti wins big?
Actually,
that of course.
Actually, Anand, the big reason also I feel is that because of the women's scheme, I think whoever woman I spoke to, in the regions I went to, women see Eknath Shinde as the architect of that scheme.
Yes.
He's given the credit for this scheme. The BJP claims that Devendra
Fadnavis
is also an architect.
It is called the Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana.
Exactly.
So let me say, 5 chief ministers in tight contest, whether they were women or men, if the women vote for you, generally speaking, they have managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
Even at the, Lok Sabha level, it is anecdotally said that the women do come out and vote more for the BJP under Modi, and that has helped. So the women vote is a very significant one, and look at the bump up, in the women voting percentage.
Let's talk about the voter turnout now. Let's just first quickly, if we can, bring out the poll of polls. These are what the pollsters had to say, and then look at some of the vote shares that the pollsters have predicted. 2 people have looked at about 42% vote share for the NDA. 2 entities like Matriz and also Access My India have said about 48% vote share for the NDA. Although the MVA has been seen to have about 42-43%, but Access My India has come out and said it will slip to about 37%. So that means about 3% erosion, and 2 or 3% can make a lot of difference in Maharashtra. So let's look at the poll of polls. Here it is, the numbers. Overall, it looks at 158 for the NDA, and that number was about 154. It got bumped up purely because of the Access My India and also Chanakya revising it upward. Everybody now largely has said that the NDA should get between 165 to 190 seats. That's where the range is now, the higher range if you were to look at overall the poll of polls. Now, how is this happening? It's because of the voter turnout. Let's try and go back to Zaka on the magic wall and understand the voter turnout by region, the difference between June 2024 and of course now, as the exit pollsters are predicting, and also how we've seen a historic voter turnout, a 30-year high. That's what we are seeing. From 1992 onwards, it's a 30-year high. Yeah.
Yeah, so the last time you had a 70% or close to 70% voter turnout was way back in 1995. If you look at the filter of which are the constituencies where the 2024 turnout has been more than 70%, the state average is 66, more than 70%, so 4% more than that, a large chunk of Vidarbha, a large part of Marathwada as well, but Western Maharashtra, and this was a point that Rohit Chandavarkar was making a couple of nights ago, that Western Maharashtra, which is slightly more rich, it's the sugar belt, you don't see such high turnout. In fact, the district which has the highest turnout, 76%, was Kolhapur. And Kolhapur is not a traditional place where you see such high turnout. You see turnout in, you know, the slightly more backward, slightly more impoverished parts of Vidarbha, etc. But Kolhapur had the highest, in terms of districts, the highest voter turnout was in Kolhapur. So watch out for these three regions. And I keep saying this again and again. Vidarbha, Marathwada and Western Maharashtra, between them is 160 seats. Whoever wins a bulk of these three regions, at least 2 out of these 3 regions, will eventually go on to win the state. What about Mumbai, you might ask? Let's look at the lowest voter turnout, or the turnout which is less than 60%. That's 6% less than state average. Look at the Mumbai constituencies. Out of 36, 33 had less than 60%. Only 3 seats had more than 60% turnout. So that's why I think Mumbai doesn't play as much of a role. Maybe the Mumbai voter is urban, rich, is not connected with the politician, doesn't really need the politician for, you know, daily necessities and so on and so forth. Therefore, if you look at the Mumbai seats, 33 out of 36 seats had less than 60% voter turnout. Only 3 seats had more than 60%.
Arrogance of access is what I call it. I wrote a piece. I said when you have the main people on your cell phone,
speed dial,
you don't need to press the button to get their attention in the polling booth. So, you know, that's really
how many of them are actually paying all the taxes commensurate to their earning, and how many of them are dependent on the benefits or the welfare that comes from the government or from the state? That is also a big thing.
Of course.
But this is a lot that is the first to crib. So next time the Mumbaikars are coming out on the street, the first thing that needs to be asked of them is कि vote किया कि नहीं किया, and prove करो कि तुम्हारा constituency कौन सा है, voting booth कौन सा था. You have to ask 3 questions. By the time you get to the 3rd question, you know if that person is fibbing or not.
If anyone that needed to do vote jihad, it was them. They should have actually been there and done that.
But still it is better than last time. Still it is better than last time, and I think the main thing that worked, EC's thing that, you know, they set up 700 polling booths in societies. So I think except Kolaba, which is I think 45-46%, most other Mumbai seats have touched 50% or more. So that is also a big improvement.
It's true of Delhi also. I mean, New Delhi and some of the other, you know, South Delhi, they tend to have.
January, February में दिल्ली का भी टेस्ट होगा, देखेंगे दिल्ली और मुंबई में कौन कितना वोट कर रहा है. Okay, we've got to take a short break. Oh, it's only this wheel. It's 7:20. It's 7:20 a.m. By in about 45 minutes, you should have the leads trickling in, and we'll tell you why you have to trust News 18. The live result hub, we'll give you a quick tour and a quick dip in on the live result hub. But before that, as we come back, Payal Mehta, Yesha Kotak, Mayuresh are all ready to talk to us and take us through the morning of Result Day Live. Stay with us.
Kolhapur has the biggest turnout across the state of Maharashtra. Kolhapur, Satara, Sangli, the Western Maharashtra belt, which is a bit odd. Now, the only plausible explanation is that in Western Maharashtra, it's a fight for identity. Both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar are fighting for who will control the legacy of the NCP. And that's why voters from both sides...
देखिए, सरकार को लेकर के हम अस्वस्थ हैं कि चुनाव के बाद हम सब लोगों ने बूथ स्तर के कार्यकर्ताओं से जो फीडबैक हम लोगों ने लिया है, मैं उस आधार पर कह सकता हूं झारखंड में इस बार 51+ सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को आएगी और सरकार एनडीए गठबंधन की यहां बनेगी। देखिए, सरकार को लेकर के हम अस्वस्थ हैं कि चुनाव के बाद हम सब लोगों ने बूथ स्तर के कार्यकर्ताओं से जो फीडबैक हम लोगों ने लिया है, मैं उस आधार पर कह सकता हूं झारखंड में इस बार 51+ सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को आएगी और सरकार एनडीए गठबंधन की यहां बनेगी।
क्या कुछ ऐसे निर्णायक फैक्टर्स रहे जो कारगर साबित हुए आप लोगों के लिए?
तो ये निर्णायक फैक्टर तो कई थे, उसमें से एक तो जैसे हमने कहा कि करप्शन ऊपर से लेकर के नीचे तक, वे आम लोग उससे परेशान थे, तबाह थे, कानून व्यवस्था भी बिगड़ा हुआ था, डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं हो रहा था। और फिर बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठी है, क्योंकि हेमंत सरकार उनको यहाँ बसा रहे थे, उनका राशन कार्ड बनाना, उनका आधार कार्ड बनाना, उनको वोटर से जोड़ना, उनके नाम से जमीन जायदाद करना, तो स्वाभाविक है कि वो सारे लोग पब्लिक नाराज थे उससे, और उसके कारण से
इन सब में कितने सीट पाने को
नहीं, मैं इस प्रकार के डिवीजन नहीं करता हूँ कि जो कि हर प्रमंडल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को वोट भी मिला है और जीत भी रहे हैं।
तो क्या ये मान लिया जाए कि हम लोग आगामी मुख्यमंत्री से बातचीत कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मैंने कहा बार बार कि भाई आप और इंतजार करिए, आज शाम तक सारे रिजल्ट आ जाएंगे और विधायक दल बैठेगी और इसके बाद अपने नेता का चयन करेंगे और आप सब लोगों को बुला करके हम बता देंगे।
शुरुआती रुझान आना शुरू होंगे, पोस्टल बैलेट्स की गिनती होगी और सही मायने में मैं मानती हूं कि पिक्चर 11-12 बजे के आसपास करीब होगी। पर यह बहुत स्पष्ट है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता महाविकास अघाड़ी को विजयी बनाएगी और हमें एक सिंपल मेजॉरिटी से हमें सरकार बनाने का फिर से मौका मिलेगा। जिस तरीके से 2.5 साल में महाराष्ट्र ने भ्रष्टाचार देखा, महाराष्ट्र ने लूट देखी, महाराष्ट्र ने महिलाओं पे बढ़ता जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन है उसको देखा, किसानों को त्रस्त होते हुए देखा, युवाओं को बेरोजगार देखा, इंडस्ट्रीज को महाराष्ट्र से बाहर जाते हुए देखा, और जिस तरीके से दिल्ली सरकार पूरे महाराष्ट्र सरकार को चलाने की कोशिश कर रही थी, वो भी महाराष्ट्र ने देखा है। तो जीत हमारी होगी और मैं मानती हूं कि जैसे जैसे चुनावी नतीजे सामने आएंगे हम सब सेलिब्रेट करेंगे।
अभी क्या चल रहा है, सिचुएशन क्या चल रही है आपने देखा होगा?
देखिए, जो भी है, जैसे मैंने कहा शुरुआती रुझान है, अभी काउंटिंग शुरू हुई है, तो मैं अभी से ही कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूंगी, पर विश्वास है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता हमें विजयी बनाएगी।
सिद्धिविनायकाच्या दर्शनासाठी आलेला काय मागणं केलं, विजयाची खात्री आहे का, काय नेमकं काय सांगाल?
बघा, गेल्या 20 वर्षापासून मी अंधेरी पूर्व विधानसभेत काम करत असताना
मैं उनके जो नेतृत्व में पूरा यह बीजेपी के वह प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भी रहे और पूरा उन्होंने चुनावी कैंपेन को अंजाम दिया। हम उनसे बात करते हैं। मरांडे जी, क्लोज फाइट एग्जिट पोल ने प्रेडिक्ट किया है, आप पूरे कैंपेन के दौरान इन्वॉल्व थे, क्या देखा आपने?
देखिए, पहली बात तो एग्जिट पोल के बारे में मुझे कुछ भी नहीं कहना है, उनका अपना तंत्र है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बल पर हम चुनाव लड़ते हैं और हमारे कार्यकर्ता पोलिंग बूथ तक है। उन कार्यकर्ताओं से जो हम लोगों ने फीडबैक लिया है, उस आधार पर हम ये कह सकते हैं कि झारखंड में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को भारी बहुमत से चुनाव जीत रहे हैं। हमने उसको आंकड़े में भी मैंने कहा है कि 51+ सीटें हमें इस बार मिलने जा रही है।
मरांडे जी, आपके जो धड़े में हैं 4 पूर्व सीएम हैं, एक पूर्व सीएम, मतलब 5 पूर्व सीएम के परिवार से लोग ताल्लुक रखते हैं, आप अपने आप को दावेदार मानते हैं अगर रिजल्ट फेवरेबल है?
नहीं, मैंने बार बार कहा है कि भाई विधायक चुने जाएंगे, उसके बाद दल के नेता का चुनाव करेंगे। हमारे यहाँ कोई मुख्यमंत्री की कोई क्राइसिस नहीं है, जैसे अभी आपने कहा ना कि हमारे यहाँ कितना पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है।
क्राइसिस नहीं है, लेकिन आपके पास तो उस वक्त चुनाव प्रचार अभियान के दौरान कल्पना सोरेन जैसी महिला नेता का अभाव
back live, and in about 32 minutes, the counting gets underway. The counting centers will open. The numbers here on your screen are not going to be running away, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers here are going to follow the leads as they come from our counting centers. 310 counting centers, 310 reporters. It's the live result hub. We'll take you there. We'll take you there and we'll tell you why to trust the numbers here on CNN News 18. But first, let's go to our reporters on ground who've been tirelessly covering the elections. They've traversed the length and breadth of Maharashtra. Payal Mehta is live from the BJP office in Mumbai. Yesha Kotak is live from Thane, and also Mayuresh Ganpate live outside Matoshri, the Thakre residence. We should have Arun also live, joining us live in a bit. But Payal, let's start with you. What are the rumblings? What are the conversations as the dust settles on 66% plus voter turnout?
Well, of course, it's an early start at the BJP headquarters, unlike the headquarters in Delhi, where it's already buzzing with activity over here. The leaders over here are going to be following the result pretty much from their home before they come to the party office at around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning is what we were given to understand. But Devendra Fadnavis, the key man as far as the BJP's fortunes are concerned, Anand, is currently in his official residence in Mumbai. He'll only go to his constituency in Nagpur in the evening to collect his certificate, because there is no doubt in anybody's mind that he's going to emerge victorious. But the BJP is extremely hopeful that the extra percentage in terms of the voting percentages come from the women is going to come for them. That's what at least what the Mahayuth is certainly hoping. They've said that they've done their hard work. They've tried to kill all the narrative that the opposition was falsely trying to peddle amongst people as well. And they're extremely confident. So I was speaking to people and I just heard, you guys discuss this in the studio. Yeah. But the biggest confidence the BJP has is probably to revive their fortunes in Vidarbha. And they're extremely sure that they'll come back to the result that they got in 2014, where they got about 44 seats out of 62 seats as well. Too early in the day, we'll keep you updated, but let's wait and watch. There's a lot to lose as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, as far as Devendra Fadnavis and of course Ajit Pawar is concerned. So let's wait and see how the day really pans out, but it's early scenes over here at the BJP headquarters.
Okay, let me quickly ask you before we bring in Yesha and Mayuresh, is the BJP confidence that BJP plus Eknath Shinde will be 145 plus? If they get 44 in Vidarbha, Payal.
BJP, we speak about the numbers. Anand, I've been speaking not just to the BJP leaders, but also to the booth karyakartas, also to the workers who are working behind the scenes. They are at least all saying that we're going to get 170 plus. We don't know whether the numbers will really hold true, but their numbers came in even before the Axis, my India poll we saw, and we saw similar numbers as well. They're extremely confident. They feel that the work that has required to be done has been done. The narrative that was supposed to be, dispelled has been dispelled, and of course, a good governance, a focus on development, taking Maharashtra and Mumbai forward, the double engine growth. These are some of the issues that have actually worked for them as well. In a bit from now, we'll be able to even tell our viewers what really works for them, what really doesn't work for them. अभी तो फिलहाल आनंद यहाँ पे हेडक्वार्टर्स के बाहर झाड़ू लग रही है. देखते हैं कि किसके अरमानों पे झाड़ू लगती है.
That was a good one, Payal. Punchline आज Payal का आ गया सुबह. But Yesha Kotak 95, 55, 25. That was Rohit Chandravarkar said that this is the Eknath Shinde calculation, or even before Axis My India put out the numbers. It was live here on our on News 18 that it happened. But if it is 55 for Eknath Shinde, then Thane does not even become the new center. It means that Eknath Shinde has established that hard work has paid off and the Shiv Sena legacy firmly sits with him then. There's a lot at stake.
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, on having spoken to us before the elections, Chief Minister was very confident about how there's no match. In fact, also during the election day, when we were speaking to several voters, you also heard them saying that Eknath Shinde has done good work, particularly with the Lathi Bhain that was standing in the queue. So here, of course, I mean, when you speak of 95, as of now, several BJP leaders whom we spoke on, they are confident of 120 plus, and which is where then 144 is not a difficult number for the Mahayuti for that matter. But yes, when you speak of the whole Maratha votes, in fact, even before this, the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction has said that in the Lok Sabha elections, of course, that was the first time we saw the undivided, that we saw the Shiv Sena being divided, and which is where at that time the Shiv Sena has claimed that they got that Maratha vote. It was they had a voter share margin bigger than that of the Shiv Sena UBT. In fact, when you speak of the 6 seats of Mumbai, of course, it was Shiv Sena UBT which got 3 seats and only 1 seat went to the Eknath Shinde faction, that too with a small margin of 47 votes at last minute. But when you speak of Eknath Shinde, he's always been confident saying that it is not a big deal for him to get that kind of get that kind of a support from people, because he believes that the Maratha voters are still with him. And of course, him being a Maratha face, he went and we've also seen about how he went and spoke to the Maratha agitators and promised them, and also got the whole Maratha bill presented in the Vidhan Sabha.
First big Vidhan Sabha election that you have covered quite a lot. You've travelled. Maza aaya ki nahi aaya?
Oh, Anand, it's been one amazing experience going the lengths and breadths of the state. Of course, meeting a lot of people and meeting a lot of these leaders. All of them have had that confidence. If you speak right from Mahavikas Aghadi leaders to the Mahayuti leaders, all of them had that confidence. But you know what, in fact, took me by surprise was that last confidence by Ajit Pawar just 3 or 4 days before Maharashtra could go in for polls, saying that it will be Latki Bahin which will be the game changer. A person who has had 35 plus years of experience only at Baramati, exuding that kind of a confidence, in fact speaks something because of the travel that he did across the entire state in that last 15 days.
Right. So
yes,
if somebody who understands Maharashtra has told you that, then you have to take that seriously. Mumbai, Thane, Matoshri. Arun Dhanta के यहाँ कुछ बन रहा है, उसकी नज़र कहीं पे है, मैं बताता हूँ क्या बन रहा है. But first we'll speak to Mayuresh. Mayuresh, Matoshri, a lot is going to happen here. There are talks that Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray or that Uddhav Thackeray is ready to walk out of MVA and go back into NDA if the results are not good. If the legacy battle is lost, there is a lot at stake, because then they cease to be relevant at all in Maharashtra. It could be a big setback. There's a lot at stake for Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. The Worli fight with Milind Deora on the one hand, notwithstanding.
Absolutely, Anand, and it is a battle of prestige for Uddhav Thackeray, because, as you said, yes, it's a battle of prestige. It's a matter of issue. It's a matter of prestige for them also, because this particular election will decide that which Shiv Sena is a real Shiv Sena in terms of people's support. Because forget about the code battle, forget about the symbol, forget about everything. But whom people really support, that this particular election will decide. And that's why if you see that after the Lok Sabha election, Uddhav Thackeray had continuously done the tour of Maharashtra. He was reaching out to the people, and even on the day of a polling also we saw that he was going to each and every shakha in every ward, and he was getting the inputs directly from the shakha pramukhs that what is happening in their ward and what is the situation there. So, but having said this, I just want to show our viewers that what is the scenario outside Matoshri. We are standing outside Matoshri. You can see that the security has been already beefed up. You can see the security personnel, the Mumbai police personnel are already here in this area, because they are anticipating once the result starts coming, once the Shiv Sena candidates whoever will win from Mumbai, they will start coming over here to meet Uddhav Thackeray. And also we have been given to understand by the Shiv Sena sources that if the numbers are really good or in favor of Mahavikas Aghadi, then certainly the hectic parleys will start today itself. The Congress leaders are already in Mumbai. They will start coming to meet Uddhav Thackeray, and the hectic parleys will start. So certainly it would be interesting to see
but
that
what 10 साल में बहुत बदल गया ना मातोश्री
if you remember,
10 साल में बहुत बदल गया. 10 साल पहले मातोश्री में यहाँ पे भीड़ होती थी, 7 बजे से भीड़ होती थी, आपको खड़े होने की जगह नहीं होती थी, पुलिस का बंदोबस्त और स्ट्रांग होता था. आज वो सब नहीं दिख रहा है.
Exactly what you're saying. It's exactly because the way things have gone or the things have happened in last 2.5 years. But Anand, I was telling that yes, the Congress leaders are in Mumbai, and there are chances that because the Mahavikas Aghadi is of the opinion that they will get somewhere around 160 to 170 seats. Okay. And I don't know from where they are getting this kind of confidence when the exit polls are basically showing some different numbers, and Mahavikas Aghadi is completely denying the exit polls. But yes, if they are true, if they are confident, then certainly the hectic parleys will start after 11:30 when the initial
who has the critical numbers that will make or break the Sarkar. If Ajit Pawar has got those 25 seats that will make or break Mahayuti, and if Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray's Shiv Sena has got those 20-25 seats that will make or break the Mahavikas Aghadi, that's when the whole fun will start. As far as resort politics, chartered planes, and everybody going here and there, and parleys that begin, and suddenly the narrative would also perhaps shift. But we'll have to wait and watch, because even reporters, seasoned journalists, are not trying to give the MVA the kind of numbers that they are hoping to get. But quickly from Mumbai going to Delhi, Arun Dhanta, खुशबू अच्छी आ रही है, क्या बन रहा है वहाँ?
Well, that's right, Anand. There is a change in the menu this time around at BJP office early in the morning. Last time, of course, during the Haryana elections, we saw that how jalebi has become a topic of huge discussion. It was Congress party first who ordered that jalebi in the Congress office. Then later on, when victory was actually on the sides of BJP, then they ordered that 100 kg of jalebi for everybody in the BJP office. But today, you see, early in the morning, these people are preparing jalebis here, and this has been a change. This has been a change because I have never seen jalebis being prepared early in the morning at BJP headquarters. So I think they are sending out a message through this jalebi once again that when we are preparing jalebi early in the morning, it will not be like as it happened in the case of Congress party during the. You can see these jalebis are being prepared here at BJP office at this moment. And
Saturday morning jalebi with some hot chai and fafda will be very nice in this slightly wintry mornings here in Delhi, the AQI notwithstanding. But Arun Dhata, hope the BJP realizes last time jalebi kisne banai aur kisne khai in Haryana.
So, small point, very quick.
On jalebi?
No, on Akhilesh Yadav. Okay. Akhilesh Yadav has tweeted this morning, and he's saying that, look, everyone be fully alert. Okay, any things that you think, rules, and if you feel that there is any irregularity or suspicion, blow the whistle. I'm going to be there, and we are going to go and inform the Election Commission immediately. You know, we forget that there are 36 assembly, elections spread across the country. 9 itself are in
48, total.
Okay, 48.
46, I think.
So there are all of these, and there are of course 9 in Uttar Pradesh itself. I'm looking very closely at the Uttar Pradesh.
6 Bengal mein bhi hai.
6 Bengal mein hai, but who knows which way that will go, because the BJP said those are already, everyone has their grouse against the EVM and the EC, depending on which side of the fence they are in. But very importantly, look, yes, there are 2 states, and I really do feel that we should pay a little more attention to Jharkhand in our broadcast also. I know sometimes that, we sort of discount it for a variety of reasons, but I think from the point of consolidation in the Hindi belt, and in the point that you also made some days back that, that's a swath of territory then that the BJP will acquire over the last 8-10 months, which they didn't really have under their belt. It's very important that the Hindi belt remains consolidated with the BJP as they go forward, if they are to continue to dictate terms nationally and narrative-wise. So that is a very crucial state for them.
I wouldn't be surprised, Rahul, if today the results fall in favor of the NDA, that is both Jharkhand and also Maharashtra, that someone somewhere will turn around and say, Desh ke dil mein Modi hai.
You see,
that is something which they will want to build up ahead of the winter session of Parliament.
You see, more than that, it's very important, this point that you're making. More than that, Anand, it's also about getting the right pitch. You see, if you go into a election cycle, you want to come out victorious, especially if you're the ruling government. Why? Because it gives you a certain amount of conviction. Conviction comes from winnability, comes from a feeling of being a little invincible, in sync with what the voters' aspirations are. Now, the Prime Minister has sort of recalibrated the slogan. Aman will tell you, it used to be, hum sab saath hai, vikas ho raha hai, all of this, to a certainly different kind of connotation, know.
Sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka prayas has now become ek hai to safe hai.
So there's this little bit of a fear factor that if we don't stick together, something, that we don't want will happen to us. So there is this undertone which is slightly more negative than the positive.
But thing is, nothing works like fear.
That's
like
a
reality.
It's unfortunate.
Just quickly going across to the Congress office. Sharon is joining us. I'm going to request the team to see if we can get someone from News 18 Bihar, Jharkhand or News 18 India from Jharkhand and see what's the situation in the Congress and Jharkhand offices and BJP offices in Jharkhand. We'll try and get that done. But Sharon, what's happening behind you at the AICC? Last time around there was dhol for Haryana and a lot of people around. Festivities had begun. This time what's happening?
It's dust.
Good morning, Anand. There is complete silence. Like you mentioned, during the Haryana Assembly election, there were, of course, a lot of celebration outside as well as inside the Congress headquarters. But it seems that the leadership has told the Congress worker, Jagdish Sharma, who usually brings in a lot of crowd with banners and always blames the EVM, and then, he distributes sweets, and then he runs off when Congress party loses a certain state. So this time, it seems a message has been sent that there should not
not be any sort of pre-celebration. But of course, there is a lot of pressure on Congress. Last evening, there was a very senior leader who was present here. He said there was, of course, a lot of negotiation that happened when the seat sharing was being discussed. And the larger chunk has gone to the Congress party, around more than 100. So there is, of course, a lot of pressure for them to prove that they are going to bring the seats. Apart from that, they also, the senior leader also said that we do understand that the statement by Mallikarjun Kharge saying that the poll promises are not being met in certain states has actually done a lot of damage. The BJP has picked up this narrative. They have been saying that the poll promises, of course, being made by the Congress party. There is a counter for the Ladki Behan Yojana, but how much will actually be done on ground? That narrative by the BJP is going to damage somewhere the Congress party. But there is, of course, a lot of confidence also. At the same time, there is observers. 3 each observers have in fact been appointed for Jharkhand as well as Maharashtra.
Right.
And immediately they come into effect the moment the numbers come in. They will, of course, see what can be done, because right now they are in talks, in Maharashtra specifically, are in talks with the smaller parties and independent candidates.
So will they have to cobble up those numbers to try and make the numbers? Everybody is preparing for all eventualities. देखिए हमारे जासूस सब जगह फैले, in the sense reporters. That's what we're saying. Not just the 310 counting centers, but this is Arunima joining us live from Ranchi. So let's try and ask her, what's the mood in Ranchi in Jharkhand? Because some koi bole Jharkhand is retaining, there is pro-incumbency there. Somebody is saying no, the BJP will rest it or the NDA will rest it. There is anti-incumbency there. The morning of counting day, just about 15 minutes before counting gets underway, what's the situation? What's the pulse, Arunima? Good morning.
Morning. So we're coming to you live from the Pandra Counting Center, and you can hear announcements behind me where the tables are being set up, and all the workers from the JMM, from the BJP, from the other parties, it's being announced that they should take their position so that the counting process can begin. In some seats, there are about 13 rounds of counting. Some have 27. So it could be a long drawn day as well. But just to give you some perspective of history, while both sides, both JMM and the Bharatiya Janata Party are claiming that they will be 50 plus in this particular Vidhan Sabha, history seems to suggest that no political party in this state, ever since it was created, has managed to cross the halfway mark on its own. The highest was for the Bharatiya Janata Party when Raghuvar Das became the chief minister. That's when they got 37, but even then they had to come into an alliance to form the government. Also, another interesting anecdote from history is that no chief minister has managed to complete the full term. Hemant Soren, his alliance managed, but he had to, because he was jailed, he had to resign, and Champai Soren was brought in. So it's a very interesting history that Jharkhand has. Today they are hoping, both sides are hoping, that history will be rewritten. The Maiya Samman Yojana for the JMM and Kalpana Soren's campaign, these two are their trump cards. So the 4% extra women voters who have come out, JMM-led alliance feels that those votes are for them and their women-centric policies. Bharatiya Janata Party say women have always been pro Prime Minister's image. So if they have come out and voted in large number, it just shows that Bharatiya Janata Party-led alliance's narrative about Bangladeshi immigrants, Roti, Beti, Mati, that narrative has stuck. In about 10 minutes, counting begins. We'll know which narrative finally found resonance with the voters.
सुबह की चाय पे क्या चर्चा थी? What was the chatter among the people, the common folk, those people who may have voted, may not have voted in Jharkhand? Jharkhand has seen unprecedented voter turnout also, very high record numbers, which Hemant Soren was very happy about.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Jharkhand voting turnout has been huge, especially rural Jharkhand has broken all records this time around. Here in Ranchi, urban apathy is something I think election commissioners have spoken about. In Ranchi, Jamshedpur, Dhanbad, the urban belts have seen the voters turnout relatively less than rural Jharkhand. Again, to give you the perspective from the two sides, supporters of the Bharatiya Janata Party outside the party office in Hurmu, they were all sitting at a tea stall and they declared that at worst their party will get 43 seats. Similarly, outside Hemant Soren's residence, there was a group whom he encountered who said that he was wrongly targeted because he was a tribal chief minister. And especially there's a lot of curiosity around Kalpana Soren. She is a woman leader of Jharkhand. Jharkhand has not really seen a woman politician hit the street since its inception. So Kalpana Soren's foray has created created a lot of curiosity. Whether that translates into votes and seats, one will have to wait and see what the counting centre declares.
Well, thanks to that, Arunima, the Adivasi Asmita, will that come into play is a big question. BJP ने आदिवासी चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बनाया और जब आदिवासी सीएम बनाया तो उसको जेल में डाल दिया. So, but despite Babulal Marandi being the Pradesh Adhyaksh for the BJP, soon after the assembly results that happened, he's been there at the helm. But will that come into play? Some pollsters believed, who have given a runaway victory for the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha and Congress, Axis My India, the outlier in this case in Jharkhand, has said that this is what will work, the Maya Yojana and Adivasi Asmita. We'll see how it plays out. It's just about 15 minutes left, less than 15 minutes actually. So let's take you straight to the live result hub. Avantika, good morning. Why the live result hub? Why should we trust the numbers here at CNN News 18? Why should our viewers stay only here and trust only these numbers?
Because this is the most unique place to be, and this is the only place amongst all the channels where we have a team of experts and data analysts who are going to be processing data in real time. A very good morning to you, Anand. This has been such a wonderful election that we have seen, a very, very fierce contest and a very complex one, a very cluttered one given the recent power alignment. And as you can see there, everyone is gearing up now to get those numbers. All of our reporters that are the counting centers will be getting those numbers, just to get our viewers the most accurate, the most authentic numbers for everyone to see. And most importantly, you know, we've been seeing how every political leader has fought a very bitter fight for power, for prestige, for loyalty, for legacy. It's been a maha battle for political supremacy, not just in Maharashtra, but also in Jharkhand as well. And very quickly, as they say, you know, I've just learned this in Marathi, Konachi Shakti Disel, which means kiska dam dikhega, wo to yahi hi pata lagega in the most accurate and the most authentic way, Anand.
True, absolutely. Let's see, 310 counting centers between Maharashtra and Jharkhand, because Nanded has 3 counting centers together bunched into one. Brajesh Kumar Singh should be joining us in a bit, and we'll try and get to understand why these numbers should be trusted, because our reporters are present at all these counting centers. Once the first rounds are over, once those numbers are over, only and the postal ballots finished, counting has finished, the leads will come in, they'll be clocked and they'll be entered. And as they are entered, that's when you will see it across the screens on the News 18 network. So it's a common number feed across our network channels, and that's why these are the numbers that are most authentic and genuine. Zaka, so this time trust these numbers.
Oh,
in
absolutely.
Maharashtra. Yeah.
I think Haryana itself, the picture became clear only by 10:30 or so. Maharashtra is a bigger state. It's 3 times bigger. So I suspect post 11 is when you'll get a clear picture. And of course, because of the multiplicity of parties, there are 6 parties. So if it's going to be a close contest, then the channels that put out numbers at 8:01, I think the Chief Election Commissioner made a mention of that in his press conference. How can you get numbers at 8:01? You won't get numbers here on the News 18 network at 8:01 because it takes time to process these numbers. Then our reporters call up the live result hub, and when they call, that's when we clock in. The other one that's happening is, as you say, it's Farjiwada. What do you say?
Farjiwada.
Yeah, Farjiwada.
So there's no Farjiwada here. Nalin Mehta, Managing Editor, Money Control, is here with us. Money kiske control mein hoga? In Maharashtra and Jharkhand.
Well, you saw what happened to the stock market yesterday.
Yeah.
They were on fire. And that's partly because the markets were already factoring in a particular result in Maharashtra. So there's a lot riding on the Maharashtra result. And that's more than just the local politics of this. There is the national politics impact of this because if the BJP pulls it through, then it would have reversed pretty much all the reverses it had in 2024, just 3 months ago after Haryana. So there's a lot hanging on that. There's a lot hanging on what this means for brand Rahul Gandhi, for example.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot riding on what it means for brand Yogi. Not just for the 9 by-elections in UP, but also because he campaigned a lot in Maharashtra. Now, and the slogan that he gave, which was about Batoge to Katoge, and a sanitized version of that was adopted by the Prime Minister thereafter, if I can put it that way.
Ek hai to safe hai.
Right? So I think for the future of Maharashtra, this election is also very critical for both the NCP and the Shiv Sena, because historically I think this is where a turning point. See, up till 2014, the BJP had never become the single largest party in Maharashtra. That's the first time it became, right? So last 10 years you've seen 2 elections with the BJP the single largest party, but short of the majority mark. So if it continues that, then you are seeing a tectonic shift, because always Shiv Sena is the biggest party. So for the future of Sharad Pawar, for the future of Uddhav Thackeray, this election is important on all those counts.
No,
if Uddhav Thackeray loses today's election, he loses his party. That's the end of that.
Yes,
he loses the legacy.
But you know, from a national perspective, just like to add to that, because we got into that conversation last night, I think this is replete with implications for the India bloc. If both these states go towards the NDA, and even Uttar Pradesh, in those 9 seats, there is a bit of a leg up, then 4 constituents of the India bloc would have had their noses slightly cut down to size.
And they'll blame Congress.
And they will, exactly, and they will blame Congress. Now just imagine Rahul Gandhi standing up as LOP, knowing that his narrative hasn't been able to win over the public. I don't know, the dynamics will change remarkably. Many people have said, is the NDA durable? I think the India bloc might just have a lot of questions that it might need to answer.
Now, what if, let's say, two narratives. Let's just talk about this a bit in detail. 2 narratives. One, the BJP was able to defend its turf, Haryana, Maharashtra. The other one, the BJP was able to wrest a turf which was with the India Alliance, that's Jharkhand. Now, what if one of these, or if it's split 1-1, let's say the MBA pulls out a surprise rabbit out of the hat and wins Maharashtra, whereas the NDA wins Jharkhand, or vice versa. What happens then?
See, I think for the Congress, if I'm going to talk only about the Congress, for the Congress, a win in Maharashtra is much more important for them than in Jharkhand, because they won, their organization is much stronger in Maharashtra, that's one. They've invested a lot. And you know, we are all talking about Rahul Gandhi. I would also look at the Congress president, because in stark contrast to Rahul Gandhi, Kharge's campaigns were much more aggressive. It became Kharge versus Yogi Adityanath. Kharge speaks Marathi, right? So he's been in charge of Maharashtra. I think that was a conscious strategy. So will the Congress start blaming Kharge? Will they shield Rahul Gandhi by saying he hardly went there? All that is going to happen as a post-mortem later. But for the Congress party, a win in Maharashtra is even more critical than a win in Jharkhand. So even if they win Jharkhand and they lose in Maharashtra, I don't think they're going to be that kicked about it.
And similarly, for the BJP, if I see, Maharashtra is critical, but I think Jharkhand is even more critical, because to win in Jharkhand, what is at stake for the BJP is to assert that no, it is the party for tribals. You know, there parties in power in Chhattisgarh, parties in power in Odisha, where it has reposed faith in tribal chief ministers. Same has not happened in Jharkhand, which is in a way the tribal capital of India. So here, if the BJP is not able to win Jharkhand, BJP leaders, Anand, do feel that Jharkhand is going to be very tight. So if Jharkhand is going to be tight and BJP is not able to make it, that would show that maybe in the tribal population still there are inroads to make, and especially this campaign, which, you know, the entire campaign was built on that we want to protect the tribals from the infiltrators. If that doesn't happen, I think there'll be a lot of question marks in the BJP that why, despite so much focus on tribal, especially in adjoining states which we have won, why are we not able to win Jharkhand?
Well, as the results will settle, we'll also try and plot the India map. There's a map that we always put out here at CNN News 18, which plots from 2014 the growth rise of NDA under PM Modi and where they are today. And that's when this will then perhaps become very critical, because if you were to look from the west to the east, ladies and gentlemen, look at, so you'll have Haryana, Gujarat, Maharashtra. Then there is Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, and then also Andhra Pradesh. Now this whole heart of Bharat, it's about 70% of the country's population plus 70% plus, and also bulk of the states. So you would have perhaps an unprecedented strength of the NDA if you were to add the seats in Northeast and also put it all together. They will turn around and say 2024 is an aberration. This is what the reality is. And how critical will that be, Zaka, when it go into winter session of Parliament?
I think that will be the message that the BJP will go with. If they win Maharashtra, they will say that, look, Haryana reimposed faith again in the Prime Minister. Maharashtra has reimposed faith in the Prime Minister. So the general election where the BJP lost seats, it came down from 303 to 240, was an aberration, because, you know, the opposition went on this negative campaign and all of these lies about reservation being taken away, Samvidhan khatre mein hai, and all that was an aberration. That India continues to repose faith in Modi. If on the other side, if the MVA, contrary to what the exit polls have predicted, manages to win Maharashtra, I think it will be hugely important. And in my mind, I'm very clear. Maharashtra is the big prize. Whoever wins Maharashtra will have bragging rights today. Jharkhand, with all respect and love for my friends in Jharkhand, Maharashtra is 3 times bigger. It's the richest state in the country. It's the second biggest state in terms of Lok Sabha MPs. The stakes there are much, much higher. And also, may I say, if the Mahayuti wins, then this whole project of this India alliance might actually start unraveling. It's already unraveled in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee doesn't believe in the India alliance. I mean, she didn't give any seats to the Congress. Even in Uttar Pradesh, it'll be on tenterhooks if, let's say, BJP gets 6 out of 9. Akhilesh will suddenly start asking, you know, why should I ally with the Congress? But it's really in Maharashtra. These are unlikely parties. The Shiv Sena, the NCP, the Congress coming together. They've been at loggerheads for the last 30, 40 years. It's only an experiment that happened in the last 2.5 years that has brought these parties together. So if the MVA loses, then this whole experiment of the India alliance will start coming off the
See,
seats.
RJD rumblings are already there. Aam Aadmi Party is already out of it as far as Delhi is concerned. Then there will be serious rethink which will happen. Like you say, that the entire India alliance will come undone. And what does that imply in parliament then?
Exactly. And also Jharkhand will be seen more as a JMM victory.
Yeah.
You see, and we haven't seen in the Hindi heartland, and correct me if I'm right here, Nalin, the Congress has not been able to win back-to-back state elections in the Hindi heartland, which
That's
is
true.
also something that is a factor that will weigh in.
So it's not just the Hindi heartland. I think historically, states where the Congress doesn't come back to power for 2 or 3 times, it's never come back, right? So and you can map that across the map. You can plot that across the map of India. Secondly, in the Hindi heartland, see, the Congress revival eventually cannot happen until it revives in at least 1 or 2 big Hindi heartland states. Because even in the past, in the old UPA days, it had Karnataka, it had Andhra, it had Telangana, those regions. So it's lost many of those, right? So and then it had some hold in the north. So while the Lok Sabha election, you know, it was the beginning of a Congress revival, for it to sustain. And the problem with Congress is that, you know, anti-incumbency is unable to get around that, whereas the BJP has been getting over anti-incumbency much more regularly.
Absolutely. As the Prime Minister says, Congress जब हारती है तो कभी वापस नहीं आती है इसी statement. That has been the Prime Minister's pitch also many times.
And there's an important point in this, because fundamentally the Indian voter today is very demanding and is rewarding what it sees as good governance.
But you know, on that point, good governance, you know, this Revdi business, look, it's not as if the BJP is steering very clear of Revdis either. And
Ladki Behna is a Revdi.
Exactly. In fact, if you really look at the numbers, and we've done the math, of course it's approximate and I don't want to sort of put out those numbers, but while there is a few thousand crores separating both of them, the cost to the Maharashtra exchequer of all these schemes is going to be just as heavy. In fact, the MVA is slightly outperforming the Mahayuti on it, but that's only because they've upped the stakes on every.
But the critical fact is that how are you able to generate the revenues to pay for these Revdis? You are not running the state bankrupt, and that is something which perhaps the Congress-led governments have not been able to show. Well, it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and counting gets underway, ladies and gentlemen. The counting centers will start opening now. 8 a.m. is when the counting centers open. There will be time before the ballot boxes, the postal ballots, all of that come in and the early leads come in. If any of the screens across any of the news networks is already showing you numbers, then you know what it is. It is Farjiwala. We are not doing that here. We are respecting the requests of the Election Commission and also the point that they made, and we are working with them very closely. Also at the counting centers, 310 counting centers, 285 in Maharashtra, 30 in Jharkhand. Overall, about 310 reporters. There are 29 actually in Jharkhand, so 309 counting centers, but 310 reporters. That's what we have. And they will be directly calling the hotlines from the counting centers as and when the leads come in. And that's why we'll be able to report it slightly faster than the Election Commission, because they have to go through the ratification, formalization process, etc. We don't need to do that. So you will see the numbers. And mark my words and mark our words here, the numbers on all channels will eventually settle to the numbers that we first show here on the News 18 network. So trust these numbers. Counting has gotten underway. The counting centers will open. Avantika is joining us from the live result hub. So now it's buzz of activity. I hope you've got your shoes and you're kicking your heels off ready to run around that live result hub, Avantika.
Oh, well, Anand, I'm all geared up with the heels as well. This is going to be so exciting. And you're right, there are no fuzzy numbers here, genuine, authentic, reliable numbers, because we have a team of experts, data analysts who are going to be sitting here processing all the data in real time. Just take a look at all these experts here. They're going to be, as you rightly said, reporters are all over at the counting centers, and any first lead, first trend will be immediately reported here. I have Brajesh Ji with me, 285 reporters, that many people we have across the state of Maharashtra and Jharkhand as well. Brajesh Ji, why don't you just tell us a little bit more about, you know, the uniqueness of the live result hub?
Look, this is our 2 decades long legacy, and it is time tested. If you look at the last assembly elections of Haryana, we were the only network who were absolutely perfect. Even at this time also, if you look at our own system, this is the live result hub, a special software. Just look at the screen. There is no number because counting has not started as yet. No figure we have. In fact, all other channels who are showing the numbers, it's absolutely fake, fraud, fuzzy, kite flying. We have the system. If you look at the Election Commission website also,
yes,
there is no trend.
Yes.
So if anyone is showing any data, any lead, any trend, just believe it is absolutely fake. For our case, in our case, if you look at our system, this is the number of 285 correspondents at each and every counting center we have in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, you have 288 assembly seats, but counting centers are only 285. So we have that absolute deployment to cover each and every center. Same way in Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, we have 24 districts. At each center, we have a district representative. And if any tally, if any round of count, everything will be here.
All those calls will come right here, Anand, because, you know, when it comes to counting and when it comes to getting those numbers right, one can only count on us. Isn't that right, Anand?
Yes, right next to where Brajesh is sitting, right next to the entire team that is sitting. There are 6 groups, 6 hubs for the Maharashtra hub. That's 6 rows of the Maharashtra hub, 2 rows or 3 rows of the Jharkhand hub. That's where the numbers will start coming in, ladies and gentlemen. There is a hotline right next. That's where the report will happen. The moment that is reported, the constituency, the candidate and the lead will be clicked in, and that's when you will start seeing it appear on our screens. Any of the News 18 networks, you will see it's all 00 right now. The numbers should come in a short while from now, but the numbers are increasing in our studio. Ms. Sulha Hebar joins us, Rohit Chandravarkar joins us. Let's keep the conversation around Maharashtra and Jharkhand even as we wait for the live result hub verified number to come on our screens before we talk about leads. Because as those leads come in here, they will start getting plotted even on Zaka Jacobs' magic wall, which is not colored right now. In about 2.5 hours from now, this will be a different plot. And the plot here on this magic wall, Zaka, will perhaps determine kursi kiski hai in Maharashtra.
Absolutely. Will it be a saffron wave? Will it be a blue wave? We don't know. But like I said, to my mind, Maharashtra is the big prize. Whoever wins Maharashtra will have bragging rights. It will set the tone really for the parliament session starting Monday.
Rohit is here. You want to ask him a few questions on Maharashtra? Who's taking that? Number kiske aa raha hai?
Rohit said last time that he was briefed live almost.
Yeah, he was here with us,
he was
wasn't
here.
it? From the Shinde camp.
From the Shinde. So, aap bataiye, are those numbers holding?
We'll find out in a while, but I think Mahayuti is looking very confident. And I think the reason they are looking confident is because of the direct benefit schemes that they came out with and the increased voting that has happened in Maharashtra, Rahul. So they think that women came out in large numbers, especially in Vidarbha region, Marathwada region, which is economically backward region. And they think that this direct benefit transfer has kind of worked for them in terms of direct, increase in votes. The farmer community, which is facing a lot of distress, perhaps came out too. But for them also, there have been many schemes. So let's see.
I have to ask you this question because yesterday when we were talking to 2 pollsters, and one was Sanjay Kumar of Lokniti, and on the other side was the famous, infamous, what do you want to call him, Access My India, Mr. Gupta. And both had a very different take on Vidarbha. So both projected that the NDA is going to do fantastically well in Vidarbha for different reasons. One said there's going to be complete Dalit and, consolidation against the Maratha. And the other one said, no, it's not going to be that. The Marathas are going to come back and vote for the NDA. So what is going on in Vidarbha? It's very confusing.
I'm not sure Marathas are going to come out and vote for the NDA because Manoj Jarange Patil has been very vocal and he's traveling from town to town, speaking against the BJP.
But they're saying that this time, at least one of them said this time is not a factor.
Okay, we'll find out in a while whether,
Pallavi, you wanted to share something?
I would say it's not a factor, but he
why?
also
Tell him why. You were telling us the anecdote, what happened.
No. So Rohit, it was really amazing, because I went to interview him and I saw him, doctors and he on a drip. And, people were taking pictures. And I am telling them, this looks little tacky. No, madam ji, lene do. Then I realized that it was just going viral on WhatsApp. So he just going to his, and then there was this huge crowd. All their sympathy. So somewhere thoda sa wo bhi janta hai na, unnerving moment hai because he knows this is a prestige thing for him. But, people are also in harsh tones were talking about the fact that, we don't know which way he is. He's not even, he's taking money from so-and-so, he's taking money from everyone, he's nobody's person. Now, if that is word of mouth, I mean, Antarwali Sarathi is the village he belongs to. And, if that is what starts getting traction, then I don't know whether he's going to emerge as that powerful a factor as he was for.
Well, he may not emerge as a powerful factor, but remember there's going to be very small margin. I don't know. I'm not claiming anything right now. Maybe situation keeps changing all the time. But the situation is that Maratha vote may not get split the way it would have got split if Jarange Patil was in the fray, which he has kind of withdrawn from. That is one factor. The other thing, of course, is the women coming out in large numbers, like I said earlier, is a big factor in favor of NDA. Shinde's team, what Rahul was talking about some time back, Shinde's team is very confident that they're going to reach 170. NDA is going to reach 170, and they also have given a breakup to some of our friends and colleagues at the end of the voting day. They say BJP will hit about 95 score. Shinde himself will be around 55 and Ajit Pawar will be 20. So they are saying 170 for sure, sounding very confident. We'll find out just
95 plus 50 वो तो 150 तो उनके खुद के आगे इन दोनों के तो फिर वो टेंशन breathe easy वाला हो गया अजीत पवार फैक्टर नहीं होगा फिर.
Number is quite fantastic because if that number actually holds up, that means that Shinde Shiv Sena would have got 56 what the Shiv Sena won last time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They replace that.
So
that number holds.
Is Milind Deora then going to be the giant killer?
First lead has come through.
It's going to the NDA. I think it's to the Shinde Sena. This is Ambegaon, Dilip Walse Patil.
दो आ गए भाई, दो आ गए. Grid पे दो आ गए, दो lead, one others and one NDA.
The second one is coming from the constituency of Ganga Khed. This is going to the RSP. I think this is the RSP faction which is with the NDA. So yeah, you have two leads now. One in okay, you now have a third lead. This is going again to the
UBT,
to the SSUBT, the Parbhani constituency. Dr. Rahul Patil is leading there. So we have three leads now. One to the NDA, one to the India Alliance, and one to others. I'm just trying to see. I think the RSP. This is the faction that's not aligned with the NDA. So
NDA, so we just see why there is a lead for Maharashtra that is being shown for the NCP in the bottom grid, while there are three leads there, and there is one lead that's being shown for the NCP. But overall, three leads have come in.
Sorry, Dilip Walse Patil is from the NCP.
Dilip Walse Patil is from the NCP.
The Ambegaon seat.
So the Ambegaon seat, so NDA one lead for the NCP, so and one lead others. So three leads that have come in. Those are the party breakups. Understand that here at the bottom of the screen you have overall NDA, that's the Mahayuti, BJP, Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde, NCP Ajit Pawar, and then you have the India Alliance here. So INDIA, the overall alliance number, you can find it here. Then you have Congress, Shiv Sena, UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar.
From Bandara, Narendra Bhondekar of the Shiv Sena, the Shinde Sena, he's leading. I think Bandara Gondia is Mr. Patole's backyard. That's where he hails from. So we now have 4 seats reporting, 2 to the NDA, 1 to the India Alliance.
So 2 to the NDA, 1 to India Alliance, 1 others, and we've just got some breaking news. Let's quickly do that as we look at the counting leads again. Posters are out by various factions ahead of the result. Eknath Shinde as CM poster in Thane. Uddhav as CM outside Matoshri. Yes, Mayuresh. We'll see if Yesha is also there. Yes, Mayuresh.
Absolutely, Anand. Behind me you can see this poster which clearly says that Kutumba Pramukh Honar Puna Mukhyamantri, which means that if you remember that Uddhav Thackeray was usually says that he is a Kutumba Pramukh, he is a family head of Maharashtra, and the poster also says that he will be made CM again. as we were discussing that somewhere Mahavikas Aghadi is confident. Sanjay Raut also said that they will win seats between 160 to 170 and form the government before 26. And this kind of poster has been already put up just 100 meters away from the Matoshri in Bandra East. And we are seeing that the party workers of all parties have basically put up.
There is a picture outside Matoshri for Uddhav Thackeray. There are pictures for Eknath Shinde in Thane. There you go. And the numbers so far are looking at for the NDA early leads. 4 leads for the NDA. Zaka.
So Dhananjay Munde is also leading from Parli. He's of course fighting with the Ajit Pawar faction. So Ajit Pawar not doing badly. Out of the 4 leads, 3 that we have are for the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP.
So numbers, 3 leads for the NCP, 1 lead for Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde, 4 for NDA, 1 for the INDI, that is Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thakeray's team that is leading, 1 other is there. To the panel here, legacy fight, 51 seats. If Eknath Shinde gets 55 seats, that conversation that we are doing, that means Uddhav Thackeray Sahab, Dhanush Baan
As I'm saying, this is a crucial survival battle for at least 3 of these parties. Let's be very honest. They will cease to exist if they do very badly. So, you know, there's a lot at stake.
So this is a political field which has been extremely fragmented. There's been a lot of opportunistic toing and froing. Ideology has gone out of the window. Convenience has come in through the door. And what this will also do is kind of settle the Hindutva question as well. You know, because Balasaheb Thackeray was the Hindu Hriday Samrat, the original one. And there are 2 factions of the Shiv Sena there. And the battle for authenticity is on. So the BJP is very much invested in the Shiv Sena battle for their own ideological reasons. I think it will also decide on who has the real Hindutva in their tower.
Well, 6 leads as we speak.
Yeah, we have 1 lead for the NCP, Sharad Pawar from the outskirts of Pune. In Pimpri, Dr. Sulakshana Shilwant is leading in the Pune seat. We have 1 more for NCP SP, that's Parner Rani Lanke of the NCP SP is leading. So right now it seems like at least the first lead for the BJP. The first lead for the BJP is again from Vidarbh, from Melghat, Keval Ram Kale of the BJP is leading. So it's running up now for the NDA, 6 to the NDA, 3 to the India Alliance. Congress has not opened its account yet. We will see how that happens and when that happens. From Akot, the VBA candidate, the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, the VBA Prakash Ambedkar's candidate is leading in 1 seat there in Vidarbh. So we have 11 seats, 6 to the NDA, 3 to the India Alliance, 2 already to the others. And Rohit was mentioning this, you know, none of the exit polls gave too much to the others. Let's see, already within the,
BJP ka second lead bhi aa gaya, 7 NDA.
All right.
That's it will get refreshed on the wall in it takes about 15 seconds. Jharkhand counting numbers have not yet started coming in. They should come in very, very soon. But 732, that's the number. Others are also now featuring on the leaderboard. Will that be a huge factor? A lot of pollsters have not given others those many numbers. Nalin, Aman.
See, Anand, 1 figure I have from the BJP, which adding on to what Rohit was saying, more women voters. BJP is saying that 53 lakh more women have voted in these elections compared to 2019. That's a huge number. In the 2019 election, about 2.53 crore women had voted at 59.26% vote. This time, 3.06 crore women voters, 65% voting percentage, a higher woman voting, 53 lakh more women, I think.
तो फिर जो फंडे आप महाराष्ट्र में लगा रहे हो वो झारखंड में जेएमएम कांग्रेस को जाना चाहिए.
Absolutely, हो सकता है,
तो उनका भी रनअवे.
So we have two Mumbai seats now reporting, 3 in fact Mumbai seats reporting. Vile Parle, BJP candidate Alvani Parag is leading there in Atul Bhatkalkar is leading from Kandivali East. Shiv Sena UBT is also opened from Kalina. Sanjay Potnis of the Shiv Sena UBT has opened his account there. So Mumbai seats are also now reporting. Out of 16, 8, 6 and 2.
Yeah, INDIA Alliance catching up. Now it is 8, 6 and 2. Neck and neck fight hoga ya dhire dhire lead kholegi Rahul Shivshankar?
You know, Lokniti actually gave 20% of the vote share, approximately that much to the others. Now that's a significant vote share. So look, I mean, and yesterday we were getting news that everyone was also speaking to the independents and all of that. So it's all happening. Let's not discount anything.
More Mumbai seats. The Mumbadevi seat, Amin Patel, he's up against Shaina NC. Amin Patel is leading in the Mumbadevi seat. And in Kolaba, as you'd expect, Rahul Narvekar, who was the speaker, he's leading in the Kolaba seat. So in Mumbai, now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats reporting. The BJP has 3, SSUBT has 1, and Congress leading in 1.
So now BJP slowly opening up the leads. 5 leads for the BJP, 4 for the NCP Ajit Pawar, 10 for the NDA, 6 for the INDIA alliance. So the leaderboard is right at the top. You can see the overall leaderboard and also the breakup of the parties. So this is Mahayuti, this is Mahavikas Agadi, and then this is Jharkhand, ladies and gentlemen. So the Jharkhand numbers have not yet started coming, but Maharashtra numbers are coming here. Maharashtra numbers are right at the top. 10, 6 and 2. Overall, the parties who is performing well, because these strike rates will matter, Rahul. Strike rates for each individual group will matter, because that will also give them the heft, bargaining power.
That's right. I mean, this is looking tight. I mean, very initial, but as the leads are sort of clocking up on both sides, aren't they? It's not as if there's just a one side, you know, taking. If 170 is on the cards, as someone was saying, then that number is not looking very positive. Let's just put it that way. But this is very early days, very early days.
One in Western Maharashtra, in a seat called Ashti. Suresh Das of the BJP is leading. NCP Ajit Pawar, like I said, again, one more seat reporting from Western Maharashtra in Shevgaon. Monica Rajiv Rajale of the BJP is leading. So in Western Maharashtra, which is of course the fight between the NCP versus NCP, BJP has opened up 2. Like I said, NCP Ajit Pawar opening up leads in about 4 constituencies already. So that's the situation as of now.
They're putting up posters for Ajit Pawar in Pune. In Thane, it is Eknath Shinde. In Mumbai, there it is Matushri. And of course, there is Devendra Fadnavis, who's sitting there at Meghdut, perhaps right now, right next to his Sagar residence. He's sitting there and he's watching what is going on.
Rohit Pawar is leading. Rohit Pawar is leading from Karjat, of course, again from the Pawar clan. So NCP SP now has 3. Including the Pimpri seat in Pune.
BJP has gone up to 6 leads, NDA 12, now it's come back, it's 11 and 7. So there is a toss-up, there is a close fight happening somewhere where the leads, as the early leads are, it's a give and go, it's quite tight.
I think it's in Vidarbha, this is in the Bandhara seat. Now the Congress candidate has taken a lead there, Pooja Thawakar.
But there's one more addition to the NDA, 7 to BJP now, Zaka. So it's going to be busy on the wall for you. So,
in Mumbai. Mumbai is reporting now from Charkop. Yogesh Sagar of the BJP is leading. Atul Bhatkalkar I mentioned, but Charkop is now the seat that is just reporting. Yogesh Sagar of the BJP is leading.
Charkop towards that Anushakti Nagar, Mankur, that region. On that side, you will have the Charkop coming in between Andheri, that region there. Rohit Chandavarkar.
One thing we can see, Anand, is there's too much competition among leaders in the Mahavikas Agadi to put up their hoardings and posters. Perhaps the flex material has become too cheap nowadays.
But Konkan and Mumbai is in a very crucial region, really, for the Mahayuti. Let's be very honest. 43 out of 75, this entire belt from Mumbai all the way down the coast, very important, because if they don't hang on to that and they start gaining in Vidarbha, it's going to cancel each other out, because they did really fantastically well last time in the Lok Sabha.
In Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate there, Parag Shah, is leading. In Dharavi, Dr. Jyoti Gaikwad of the Congress is leading. So again, Mumbai reporting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats BJP is leading in Mumbai.
Early leads show trends towards the NDA, ladies and gentlemen. To our viewers, 15, 8 and 2. What's the update at the live result hub? The results are coming in, leads are coming in thick and fast. Avantika.
Yeah, Anand, some early leads coming in right now. We're just getting to hear that Rahul Narvekar from the BJP is leading Mumbai City. Then from Bir, Dhananjay Pandit Rao Munde, NCP, Ajit Pawar. From Sholapur, Siddharam from the INC. Pune Pimpri, Dr. Sulakshana from the NCP, Sharad Pawar group. So these are just very, very early leads coming in right now. But, I'm just going to take it here. I'm just waiting. Yeah, okay. प्रशांत फ्रॉम लोकनाथ इज जॉइनिंग अस राइट नाउ. प्रशांत, एक बारी बताइए कि बहुत बड़े बड़े लीड्स आ रहे हैं. ही इज ऑन द फोन राइट नाउ बिकॉज ही इज गेटिंग अ लॉट ऑफ कॉल्स. ही इज बीइंग इनंडेटेड विद कॉल्स. रिपोर्टर्स कॉलिंग हिम अप बिकॉज द लीड्स हैव स्टार्टेड कमिंग इन नाउ वेरी स्लोली. फ्रॉम बीड, सुरेश दास ऑफ द बीजेपी. रोहित पवार, एज आई सेड, हैज बीन लीडिंग. राहुल नावरेकर फ्रॉम द बीजेपी लीडिंग एज वेल. प्रशांत, बताइए सम बिग नेम्स, सम बिग लीड्स कमिंग इन राइट नाउ. अभी इनिशियली है,
अभी तो बहुत इनिशियल है, लेकिन रोहित पवार जो है करजत जामखेड़ से वो अपने को हमें आगे दिख रहे हैं. उसके बाद में हम लोग दिख रहे हैं दिलीप वैसे पाटिल जो है वो आगे दिख रहे हैं, जो बड़ा नाम है. उसके पूना से है वो, साथ में बीड़ से धनंजय मुंडे अभी आगे दिख रहे हैं. साथ में हम देखेंगे सुनील देशमुख जो है अमरावती से, वो आगे दिख रहे हैं. बड़े नाम है ये. उसके बाद में वीआईपी अगर देखेंगे हम, वेरी वीआईपी जो है, सब जो बड़े 13 चेहरे जिनके ऊपर चर्चा चल रही है, खासकर बाला साहब थोरात जो है वो अभी आगे हमको दिख रहे हैं. और ये सब ये पहले रुझान है पोस्टल के, अभी और थोड़ा रुकना पड़ेगा और उसके बाद ही हमें पता चलेगी कि कौन आगे है और कौन पीछे।
Right. So postal ballots, early leads. Nana Patole is leading. Balasaheb Thorat is leading. Rohit Pawar is leading. If you look at the Shiv Sena head-to-head contest, those seats, those leads are not coming through. But the BJP versus Congress head-to-heads, early on leads. It looks like somewhere those places the BJP is perhaps having a better strike rate.
Interestingly, in Jalna seat, the Shinde Sena candidate there, Arjun Khotkar, is leading. Jalna, of course, important because Jarangi Patil started his whole fast and stuff from there. He's from there.
Well, the BJP has to continue its fairly decent showing in the Lok Sabha in Konkan, Mumbai and Khandesh. They have to make sure that those numbers are banked. If that starts
but we also saw a certain surge in voting in the Konkan region again.
That's right.
And one of the aspects is Rohit Nalin weighed on this, that has Eknath Shinde really put in the hard yards? Has he now become a brand on his own and tried to really rise tall in the last 6-8 months, years time?
In my view, there have been two phases to his chief ministership. In the beginning, it was Eknath Shinde con. For a while, there was a dip there. But in the last 7-8 months, there's been a major shift. A lot of that has got to do with the Mukhyamantri, the Ladki Behan Yojana, and the way he's been out there campaigning. So I think something has shifted with him. I think people are connecting to him in the last 6-7 months in a way that they did
There's
not
also a
earlier.
substantial Muslim and non-Buddhist, Dalit vote there. So we have to look at those. If those consolidate, there's been a mad scramble really for that Buddhist vote, the Buddhist Dalit vote, then there's the non-Buddhist Dalit vote, then there is the Muslim vote, we know. So this is a very interesting mosaic really of the state. And that ek hai, to safe hai, the impact of that will be felt here.
Well, Rahul Narvekar is leading from Kolaba. You're getting the key race alerts here to the left or to your right when you're watching the screen. That's where the key race alerts will come. As you're watching the screen, to your left, you will see the Jharkhand numbers. At the bottom, you would see the breakup of the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi, or the NDA and the India Alliance parties, the big parties here at the bottom. Top will give you the overall picture. NDA versus the India Alliance. What's the story? 18-13. So some catch-up happening.
Yeah,
Shaka.
Sena UBT has suddenly sort of opened up a few seats. In Khed Alandi, Babaji Kale of the SSUBT is leading. You have another seat up again in the north. In Nifad, Anil Kadam of the SSUBT is leading in that seat. Then you have another one in Marathwada, close to, in Ausa. Dinkar Mane of the SSUBT is leading. So they've opened up a few seats outside of Mumbai. You traditionally think of them as a Mumbai party, but outside of Mumbai, they're leading in 3 constituencies. Also in Pimpri Chinchwad, so in Pimpri, the Congress, the NCP SP candidate, Dr. Shilwant is leading, whereas in Chinchwad, the BJP candidate, Shankar Jagtap, is leading. So,
the one number that we need to keep looking at in the India bloc is the Congress number 4. They have contested 102 seats. If the Congress doesn't pull its weight, then there's a problem. So we just have to keep looking at that Congress number, the conversion factor of the Congress. Last election, it did fairly well by its own standards. And so it will at least want to match that conversion number. If it doesn't, there's a problem.
See, the other two is also a story. BJP, Congress, largest parties, 2 larger national parties were contesting from their own sides the most number of seats. But वो शिवसेना, NCP legacy fight है. वो भी बहुत important है कि किसको कितना मिल रहा है उधर. Yes, Nalin.
Can I say something out of syllabus?
Yeah.
This is one score we are tracking. Some of us are tracking another score. India has just taken 2 more wickets.
They taken 2 more wickets.
Hey, when people go and watch cricket
99 for 9. 79 for 9.
Nalin will keep giving you all updates, but do keep watching
Yeah,
this.
keep watching this. Don't divert the audience.
Give you cricket updates.
No, we'll give the cricket updates here, so you keep watching this only. That's what we are also trying to say. See, there is a good performance that's happening in Perth, but that was a very
also padded up.
Very sticky wicket. But Maharashtra and Jharkhand are also very sticky wickets. Tricky wickets,
Tricky, turning.
Taking cue from what Rahul was saying about Congress number, I'm a little surprised about Uddhav Thackeray's number also.
Yes.
We didn't, obviously this is very initial, these are initial stages, but all of us thought, and I also thought that Uddhav was the weakest link in the Mahavikas Aghadi, but it looks like he's neck and neck with Congress, that is 5 places he's leading. So that is a kind of a surprise.
No, but they have also put in some hard yards. Have they put in some effort? Did you see Mashal anywhere? Did you see active campaigning? See, they're registering a new political symbol. How easy or difficult is it, and how have they been able to do it in Maharashtra? Aman, Pallavi, Distula,
Well, I actually did a bit of this thing, like work on this during the Lok Sabha election, because that was the first time these symbols got an outing. And there was a door-to-door campaign, there was a familiarization campaign by both the NCP Sharad Pawar and the Shiv Sena UBT on their new symbols. Because Sharad Pawar has form on this, you see, because in 98-99 he went into elections with a new symbol, and they narrowly kind of came, behind the Congress, because a lot of their supporters said, "हाँ, आपको ही वोट दिया है, हाथ को वोट दिया है." So their clock symbol hadn't clocked, so they knew what they were getting into, and they really did.
So this ghadi, tutari, mashal, dhanush, there is clarity or confusion?
They took all steps to make sure that there was familiarization and little hooks, to remember
BJP
what
as a
symbol
party
belonged to
now
which party.
has more leads than the India Alliance put together on the
and
leaderboard
that's
right
the
now.
number,
On the
see.
leaderboard right now.
Yeah.
So,
Because, in Marathwada, suddenly the BJP has opened up a whole bunch of seats in Bhokar, where Ashok Chavan's daughter is fighting from. She's leading there. In the neighboring constituency of Mukhed, Dr. Tushar Rathod is leading. And then you have Kinvat, where Bhima Rao Ramji Keram of the BJP. So if you look at the map, suddenly in Marathwada, even in places like Jalna, the Shiv Sena, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. In Partur, which is the neighboring constituency, the BJP candidate there is leading. So you see a lot of orange
5 months
in
back
in
it bombed.
Marathwada.
I mean, the the Mahayuti bombed in Marathwada, 12 out of 46.
Ajit Pawar is doing better than Sharad
Ajit
Pawar.
Pawar is also doing very well.
And the BJP in that block, the BJP conversion, at least I don't know how many seats those are being called right now, but
the leads are out of
28. They're doing pretty well in that
Can
block.
I make a small point?
Leads
here?
are out of
An
45
important-
seats. Maharashtra has 45 seats. Yeah.
There you go.
It's very early trend right now, but in the seats where Congress had led in the 3 months ago in the Lok Sabha election, there are trends for 4 such seats available right now. All 4 of them NDA is winning at the
There
moment.
you go. So
but it's still very early.
Clearly,
the trend is saying something in the
Clearly there is a confusion. At least we can reflect that. This is not a vote for continuity immediately. Let's not jump to those
48
conclusions.
में से
but
31 NDA के पास है,
Absolutely.
19 is with the BJP. BJP has more leads from the India Alliance put together right now. So clearly it's moving one way directionally. Early on. These are early stages. Round 1 is not yet complete. I don't think it's even begun. It's 8:30 on the clock. By about 9:30, 3 rounds should get over. So the next hour, you will see more of these
BJP
leads
has
coming
to
to the
look
fore.
at a 54% plus conversion rate if it has to make an impact, and if it has to, I'm not talking about 170, I'm not talking about 200, I'm just talking about 150. That's the real target.
If their
isn't it?
projection internally, Rahul, is 95 seats out of 150 odd that they are contesting, so they clearly are looking at a far higher than 55% conversion.
No, I'm saying the least pain.
Least pain, yeah.
Yes,
On this point, Rahul, we were talking earlier in the morning about the importance of BJP Congress straight fights, right?
Yes.
What's happening there?
Yes.
12 stands are available. NDA is ahead in 9 of them at the moment.
All right. So the Chief Minister's constituency
When you say
in,
NDA, you mean
in
BJP?
Kopri, the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is leading. In the neighboring constituency in Thane, again Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading. So BJP opening up some leads in the city, in Mumbai and its outskirts. Like I said, in Vile Parle, the BJP candidate is leading. In Charkop, the BJP candidate is leading. In Kandivli East, the BJP candidate is leading. So now we have from the outskirts, from Thane, the BJP candidate, and then also from Majiwada, again the Shiv Sena Shinde candidate there leading. So Shinde is doing well in the outskirts.
नहीं,
Thane.
बराबर हो गया. देखो ना, if you look at the screens, Akash just turned around and see now Shiv Sena, both are now level on. So Eknath Shinde has come through. And go back to June 4th, when we are doing result day, your eye was on Maharashtra. The early plotting itself is very different from what we are seeing now.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the
And
NDA
can we
is
also
running
look
away
at
with
the
it.
VIP seats, because that'll give you an idea of anti-incumbency. Let's have a quick look.
We'll go to Avantika. There are 13 or 14 VIP seats which are being tracked, and we'll try and get Avantika to get us an update along with Prashant or Brajesh on the VIP seats in Maharashtra. More leads coming through.
Again, in Jalgaon, where again, I'm talking about, northern Maharashtra, where this whole onion crisis was there 3 months ago. The Shinde Sena candidate is leading from both the Jalgaon rural constituency and the Jalgaon city constituency. So I think clearly they have made up lost ground.
Mahim abhi nahi aaya. It's not plotting. Mumbai, he's opened up there. ये उठा हुआ है. Mahim has not come.
To count and वहाँ से रुझान नहीं आया. क्या चल रहा है मुंबई में?
No, we don't have the counting for
No, the
Mahim
numbers
yet.
have not come because a lot of the counting centers will start releasing data over a period of time, and that's why we are seeing the leads only out of 55 out of 288 seats. ladies and gentlemen. And this is why it's going to take some time. That's why we are saying
If
trust
the
the
PM
numbers
slogan
on the screen in front
has
of
traction
you.
on the
These
ground,
are the numbers that you can trust. 36, 17, 2, 22 leads for the BJP. Shiv Sena is at Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde, 6, NCP Sharad Pawar, 8. This is India Alliance, 17. Their India Alliance put together is less than the BJP right now.
It's beginning to fall back now.
And
it's
it's now
fall back. Yes. I mean, look, I just wanted to ask you, because you also went there, if the PM slogan is starting to get traction, you'll see it in this Mumbai coastal belt quickly. You'll begin to see that opening up.
Yes, it will.
And with her.
And with her. Like what lot is made about the BJP Congress direct fights, but I think BJP's real target is also the Shiv Sena UBT. See, Shiv Sena UBT voter is essentially the Hindu voter,
That's right.
and that is why the BJP slogan "Ek hai to safe hai." The more the strike rate of Uddhav Thackeray falls, the better you may see the BJP and the NDA do, because BJP feels that Uddhav Thackeray is going to collapse in this election because "Ek hai to safe hai" slogan is ringing true. And I think we have to keep a close watch also on Shiv Sena UBT. What is their strike rate? They're contesting a lot of seats. 85 seats.
One of the important parts is that the Shiv Sena at that time during Lok Sabha itself, Eknath Shinde had said 19% of the 20% of the Shiv Sena, core Shiv Sena voter had voted for the Dhanush Ban and for Eknath Shinde. The Shiv Sena UBT had benefited from the Congress NCP voter, and even in Mumbai they made a case out of it. Somewhere, not just the BJP, I think Eknath Shinde has done a lot of work to ensure that the core Hindutva Shiv Sena Balasaheb Thackeray voter is with him. And if Eknath Shinde wins his constituency against Kedar Dighe, then perhaps that's the biggest statement
on
also.
That point, I think it is, I just wanted to highlight the fact that in the Lok Sabha elections, the Shiv Sena UBT benefited from a massive counter mobilization of Muslims, right?
Yeah.
There was it worked totally, and the Muslim vote transferred to the Shiv Sena UBT, paradoxically.
Yes.
So, it was the original party of Hindutva. In this election, Uddhav Thackeray has spoken about 1992 and said that, and made overtures to the Muslim community again. And I think Eknath Shinde has zoomed in on that point, on the question of Hindutva.
Correct, not just Hindutva, the fact that he is towing a line totally opposite to what Balasaheb Thackeray, his own father had a position, how far the sun has shifted away.
And the larger political picture is that if this trend holds, then the project that Narendra Modi and Amit Shah had started in 2014 to replace Shiv Sena as the predominant Hindutva party in Maharashtra, then you may be seeing the next stage in that.
If Dhanush Ban sort out ho gaya, legacy sort out ho gaya, and there is no family Thackeray thing. Rahul, just coming to you after going straight across to Avantika. 40-19, lead has opened up. Yes, Avantika, key states, key races. Yes, update.
Absolutely. Eknath Shinde is leading right now, Anand, and this place is buzzing here. The phones are constantly ringing. बताइए प्रशांत जी, आप बड़े-बड़े leads के बारे में बता रहे थे, अभी some big names.
अभी तक 63 जगहों से लीडिंग आगे आई है, जानकारी मिली है.
नाना पटोले भी लीड कर रहे हैं.
नाना पटोले लीड कर रहे हैं, एकनाथ शिंदे लीड कर रहे हैं, रोहित पवार लीड कर रहे हैं, साथ में आदित्य ठाकरे भी लीड कर रहे हैं अभी.
फडणवीस, देवेंद्र फडणवीस का कोई अपडेट है?
अभी देवेंद्र फडणवीस का जानकारी आई नहीं है, थोड़ी से देर में उनकी भी जानकारी आ जाएगी.
And Anand, I just want to tell you that I don't know which numbers are being showing by which channel, but Jharkhand still we don't have the numbers. I've been checking constantly. Everyone is monitoring it here. Brijesh ji, just very quickly, ki Jharkhand mein what's happening? Why the numbers are not coming in yet?
Look, in Jharkhand, the process of counting of the votes has just got started because the process is slow at each and every center. For example, look at Hazaribagh. They have opened their strong room just a few minutes back. So it is only expected after 10 to 15 minutes to get the first trend. So that's why in Jharkhand we have no figures, because whatever the authentic information we'll get, we'll show to our viewers.
Absolutely. Immediately then, Anand, we'll just get those numbers.
We'll take the screenshots of any of the channels putting numbers for Jharkhand. The strong rooms are only opening now. Another 10 minutes. That's why it is 000 in Jharkhand. Wherever the numbers are coming in, the calls are coming in. You can hear the calls buzzing, ringing at the Maharashtra hub where Avantika is at the live result hub. This is live result hub verified numbers, ladies and gentlemen. They are right, and that's why trust these numbers. 44 leads to the NDA, 18 to the INDIA Alliance, 3 others. Let's go across to Yesha Kotak joining us from a very, very important point where there is a poster. What does that poster say, Yesha?
Anand, I'll take you right through what the poster in fact says. This is at Thane. This in fact is the place, Wagle Estate in Kishan Nagar. This is in fact one of the places which is known to be stronghold of Eknath Shinde, particularly because Eknath Shinde has his roots from here. His first shakha is from here. In fact, you know, when he was just a Karyakarta, one of his first houses is right here. So even on the day of Diwali, we had seen how Shrikant Shinde had visited this place. And before filing the nomination, Eknath Shinde had visited this very residence of his, taken blessings of people at Kishan Nagar Pakli Estate before he could file his nomination. And now we see right here, there's a poster which says Sahib Punha Mukhyamantri Honar, which clearly means that Eknath Shinde will become the Chief Minister again. Anand, over yes. And Anand, over the last couple of days, we've seen how there has been a constant poster where it all started before the elections, where Devendra Fadnavis' poster was put up by Karta Singh. He should be the Chief Ministerial face. On him having asked him this question, he had laughed out. In fact, when Ravi Raja was joining BJP, when this question was asked to him, he said this should go uncensored. We'll answer this question later. When Amit Shah was asked this question, he said we'll discuss about this after the elections. In fact, even Ajit Pawar had said that the discussion, the answer to this will be after elections.
Yes.
However, we saw this poster for Ajit Pawar becoming Chief Minister at Pune and Baramati yesterday, and today it is Eknath Shinde's poster.
Everybody is making their post. There are supporters who will come out and put these posters, and there is a certain level of posturing with these posters. But the fact is that it is the Sangathan which has to decide this based on where the numbers settle. If somebody is at a critical point where their 15 seats or 20 seats are going to influence the result and who's going to be in power, obviously they'll have the bargaining power. But if that is not the case, then the person with the highest strike rate or perhaps the single largest party will stake claim. We'll have to wait and watch. Right now, the BJP is the single largest party. Look at NCP Sharad Pawar and look at NCP Ajit Pawar. Look at the difference. 11 and 4.
NCP Ajit Pawar is doing pretty well, not just in Western Maharashtra. Look at the Pune seats. In the Pimpri seat, we were talking about the SP candidate was leading earlier. Now, the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate is leading. In Hadapsar, which is again outskirts of Pune, the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate is leading. Even in a place like Vidarbha, which is not their sort of backyard, which is not their region, in a constituency called Tumsar, it's the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate who's leading. So Ajit Pawar has managed to wrest back whatever he lost. He had only one Lok Sabha MP out of 4 that they contested in Wai. Lakshman Rao Jadhav Patil of the NCP Ajit Pawar is leading. Then you have, of course, Dilip Valse Patil, who is leading from Ambegaon. So even, Western Maharashtra, you would expect, but even in a place like Nanded, for example, one seat, Loha, it's the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate who's leading. In Nanded city itself, the Nanded South seat, the Congress candidate is leading. The Nanded city seat, the North seat, the Shiv Sena Shinde candidate is leading. BJP's got a lot of openings in Nanded.
Congress is now building up leads, gotten into double digits, 10 now. So where are they plotting?
Vidarbha is slowly opening up. You have one Congress lead in Savner. You have 2 in the Bhandara and the neighbouring constituency of Sakoli, which is Nana Patoli's constituency. So in Vidarbha, as it's slowly opening up, Vidarbha will report a little later than than Western Maharashtra. You are seeing some pickups for the Congress, but right now it's going almost at a ratio of 2:1.
Yeah, or more than 2:1, 43-21 as of now. Yes.
Saying, interesting trend. The CNN News 18 tracker is showing that in Maratha dominant seats, out of these 44 seats of NDA, 22 are seats which are Maratha dominant. NDA is leading 15 of those.
Well, yeah, in fact, if you look at the Marathwada region, Nanded, Latur, Beed, that belt, it's the BJP that's doing well. You see much more saffron here than you see blue.
So vote transfer is happening.
Yeah, and 2 important blocks. 2 important blocks we talked about. Maratha and Marathwada and Vidarbha.
So that's one point. That's one point. The second point I want to make it that in Dalit seats, again the NDA is leading 6 to 2.
That's an important number.
Now if you combine these two, these were the 2 vote banks that the BJP lost 3 months ago.
They sank them. Yes, absolutely. So, and if the conversion is happening, that's good news initially for the BJP, I think, and for the NDA. That's an important marker. That's a very important marker. But look, let's keep our eyes focused on Vidarbha. That race is the one that holds the key. Marathwada, I think, is giving this initial lead to the BJP. It's giving the lead to, I suppose, the Shiv Sena also there. So that's where you're seeing these leads coming from. Vidarbha is absolutely a dark area, so to speak, right now. We don't know what's happening, and that could change.
Hardly about 5 or 6 seats that are reporting from Vidarbha, and there it's sort of evenly split.
Election-wise, I think Vidarbha election, before the BJP manifesto was released, there was still a lot of anger against the BJP amongst the cotton and the soybean farmers, because obviously the MSP issue was very big. But once the BJP manifesto got released, when these promises were announced for both cotton farmers and soybean farmers, and don't forget, BJP has promised a full loan waiver in Maharashtra. this is a state, Maharashtra, where after I think many state elections, and correct me Sula if I'm wrong, BJP has promised a full loan waiver. BJP doesn't really do that.
They don't go in for that.
They don't go in for that. In fact, Congress has promised a loan waiver only till rupees 3 lakh. BJP has promised a comprehensive loan waiver. So I think this is a factor BJP feels will swing with her for it, and when the leads start coming,
well,
we
if
may
you look at it,
reflect that.
fourth of the seats showing leads, out of which the NDA has won an overwhelming proportion. Now, if this continues, every quarter you build, and if this is the conversion rate, it's looking good right now initially. I don't know if it will hold for the rest of the state.
And BJP as a party has more than the India Alliance put together. That's again bragging rights.
The big problem with Ajit Pawar, even in the general election, had been that there was no vote conversion. There was actually a lot of resentment in the NDA bloc, the RSS also, about him, that he basically personified everything that the BJP had been fighting against in Maharashtra, and to co-opt him had been a very, very uneasy fit. This time around, I was told that every seat they had a coordination committee that they had set up. They said we can't have what happened during the general elections happen anymore. Whatever votes are there for the NDA as it is, Mahayuti as it is, it has to go to the candidate.
This time the RSS was there.
Yes.
And can I say
compared to the 4th of June?
Can I say some of that seems to be reflecting in two interesting trends. We've been talking about Vidarbha. Vidarbha at the moment is neck and neck between NDA and India, but Marathwada, the NDA is sweeping at the moment. If this trend holds, it's 16-6 at the Marathwada.
That's exactly what the map is showing.
That's the heart of the Maratha agitation.
The magic wall is showing the same thing. Look, if you look at it, Marathwada is going.
In fact, even NCP Ajit Pawar is doing well in Marathwada, which is sort of counterintuitive.
Actually,
if you think
BJP very tactically did not fight as many seats as it used
in
to in
Marathwada.
Marathwada. It gave away a lot of seats to Eknath Shinde and some to NCP Ajit Pawar.
Ajit Pawar, so kept the fight regional
Yes.
there. Yes.
Almost half the seats are being contested by Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde in Marathwada.
So they were very tactical about it. They said if there is anger against us,
what
but
do
not
you
against
make of
our
that?
allies,
I mean, this
let's
whole
get
even
those
in
seats.
Jalna, you have the Shinde Sena candidate who's leading.
Eknath Shinde being a
That's
Maratha
right. It's clearly, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar's credit. I did not think Ajit Pawar would do so well. I mean, he's gone into double figures already in the initial trends. General impression was that there would be a sympathy factor for Sharad Pawar and the Maratha vote would go against NDA. But that seems to have not worked. That theory has not really worked.
Or is it the state versus centre funda? Lok Sabha election, Supriya Sule will get the numbers. State election,
that's exactly
it is Ajit Pawar and Ajit
that's
Dada.
exactly what I felt on the ground. I mean, Ajit Pawar was going booth to booth, and Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar, after they cast their vote by 9 o'clock, they drove away to Pune. These were the optics which strike people. It seemed like they've given up the fight. I saw that kind of resignation in them. Whereas Ajit Pawar was on foot and he cast his vote bang at 7 a.m. when it opens, and then he went on to every booth in Baramati.
But if Ajit Pawar does well, I don't know how comfortable NDA will be at the end of the day, because if Ajit Pawar gets a lot of numbers, then maybe
there is no comfort and discomfort.
I don't think. Look, if you get to form the government, you can take a lot of indignities in your stride.
No, and not just that.
And Ajit Pawar wins a lot.
And not just that. In this case, all three of them have shown to be very strong leaders and powerful administrators. In fact, the Mahayuti can say that three people who are good administrators or who have been able to show they can work with the Sangathan or with their respective Sangathans, and they can also organize themselves. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Dada Pawar. So if they have worked the last 18 months, there's no reason why they won't. It's just that the overall numbers, if it settles at 170, then Ajit Pawar will not be playing truant, and there is no thing about he will leave and go and the whole Sarkar will fall. Eknath Shinde plus BJP can be 150 and they'll be comfortable.
Exactly.
But that is with the assurance that Eknath Shinde will not have second thoughts.
Anand, for the last few years, what we have seen in Maharashtra with all these scamming and policemen being put in jail and arrests and all sorts of raids and things, is that the cost of losing power is extremely high in that state. So it's not like the old collegial state that even if you're out of power, your work gets done and hey, hail fellow, well met. We are meeting at the assembly, very nice. All
this
of
will
that.
be a continuance of the current
power
administration.
is very high. Nobody is going to damage. 50
for the NDA, 50 leads for the NDA out of 80. 50 leads, 5 out of 8 seats right now is being won by the NDA out of the leads early on. And it's about 8:45 on the clock, 45 minutes since some of the counting centers opened, or let's say half an hour since the counting centers started releasing the numbers and early leads. It's 50 leads for the NDA, and more than half of those leads are being contributed by the BJP. 26 leads, 9 for the Shinde Shiv Sena, 3 more than the Shiv Sena UBT, 13 leads for Ajit Pawar's NCP. That is about 6 more than Sharad Pawar's NCP. Zaka, this is significant.
Yeah, Nagpur also, there are 2 seats now reporting. Nagpur North, the Congress candidate there, Dr. Nitin Raut is leading. Nagpur Central, Praveen Datke of the BJP is leading. But I think the big picture, at least 45 minutes in, is that in Marathwada, where the BJP was expected to do badly because of the Maratha agitation, they're doing extremely well. It's not just the BJP, it's in fact even Ajit Pawar's party, which is doing extremely well in places like Beed, Latur, etc. Let's try and see how this progresses as we progress through the day. Early days yet, but it seems like out of the 80 odd seats that are reporting, the NDA is significantly ahead.
Konkan and Vidarbh still not plotting too much.
Konkan, just a few seats. Let's just look at the seats. Ratnagiri, you have the Shinde Sena candidate there leading. Aditi Tatkare is leading in her seat in Srivardhan. She's of course NCP Ajit Pawar. In Alibag, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. So 3-4 seats reporting in the Konkan belt, not too much.
And if you just begin to look at this map, you can see the central swath, which is, Marathwada, little bit of western Maharashtra now beginning to show a lot more saffron. We haven't got much coming in from Vidarbh actually, but this central belt, and if you even go up to the north, you'll see.
Yeah, that's exactly what's there on the wall. The other thing is that Eknath Shinde has touched double figures. So 10 seats also for Eknath Shinde. Rohit, that's also significant.
To add to that, Rahul
okay, first lead from Jharkhand. Just quickly, first lead coming in from Jharkhand. हमने कहा था 10 मिनट में आएगा, 10 मिनट में आया, and it is Champai Soren. Champai Soren is the key race alert. Champai Soren is now leading from Saraikela. Champai Soren, the former chief minister of Jharkhand, who then quit camps, quit the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, joined the BJP, and Champai Soren is the first lead that's coming in, and that's in favor of the NDA. Will this trend hold? It's early days, 81 seats, must only 1 lead that's plotting in Jharkhand. We'll get to Jharkhand the moment we have about 6-7 leads on Jharkhand. Keep an eye on this column, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jharkhand. To our viewers, this is the Mahayuti versus Maha Agadi. So this is where you have the Maha Agadi, the entire India alliance, and this is where you have the Mahayuti, that is the NDA. Avantika joining us with more details from the live result hub. 52 leads for the NDA now out of 84 leads projected. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, Anand, the first lead coming in, Champai Soren leading. Brijesh ji is here. Brijesh ji. All right, so I'll just go to him because we have another channel who is speaking. But the first one from Champai Soren, interesting one coming in. And, we are just now waiting. So we'll be getting all those names from Maharashtra. And now the action has shifted to Jharkhand. Champai Soren leading. That's the first one that we've got.
जी पहला रुझान आया सरायकेला से, जहां पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री चंपई सोरेन आगे चल रहे हैं. इस बार वो बीजेपी के टिकट पर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं. इससे पहले इसी सीट पर ये उनकी परंपरागत सीट रही है. इससे पहले वो जेएमएम के सीट पर जेएमएम के टिकट पर लड़ते रहे हैं.
3 लीड आ गए हैं झारखंड से,
जो है चुनाव चिन्ह बदल दिया. जी एक लातेहार से आया है. वहाँ पर जो शिक्षा मंत्री हैं जेएमएम के टिकट पर बैद्यनाथ राम लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन वो पीछे चल रहे हैं. बीजेपी के जो उम्मीदवार हैं प्रकाश राम लातेहार से आगे चल रहे हैं. ये एससी के लिए रिजर्व सीट है. और एक और तीसरा रुझान आया मनिका से, वहाँ भी बीजेपी आगे चल रही है, कांग्रेस वहाँ पे पीछे है. जी ये 3 रुझान फिलहाल आया.
So 3 leads there coming in, and Champai Soren leading. That's an interesting one. Someone who just made a switch to the BJP
former chief minister
recently.
is now leading after switching camps. The former minister in the Hemant Soren government is actually trailing to the BJP candidate. And a third one again, where in Latehar, where you have the BJP leading and trouncing the Congress candidate
there are quite
there.
a few seats that are going away from the Congress. I'm seeing this list, and maybe you can just sort of give us more granular data, Nalin, because I'm seeing a bit of a transfer here, seat transfers away from the Congress to the
you're talking Maharashtra. Maharashtra.
Yes,
so back to
Maharashtra. Yes.
So at the moment, I want to add to this to something else you were asking Rahul earlier.
Yeah.
How many? One indicator of incumbency or anti-incumbency is ministers, right?
Yeah.
At the moment, we have trends for 11 ministers. All of them are leading.
So that's
at this point in time.
So all 11 ministers, sitting ministers in the Maharashtra government of the Mahayuti, they are leading. That's what Nalin is saying. And interesting, more numbers being plotted. 51 leads for the NDA, 89 now being plotted. Yes.
All right. So again, the big story, the big picture seems to be that the BJP, of course, is the one party that's present everywhere in all regions of Maharashtra. They have a lead in Vidarbha. They're filling up the map in Marathwada in places like Nanded, Latur, etc. Konkan, we're not getting as much, but there it's either Saffron or it's Shinde Sena. Or one candidate, Aditi Tatkare of the NCP, Ajit Pawar, is leading there. Mumbai seats, about a dozen odd seats are reporting. Again, the BJP doing very well there. The BJP has, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 leads out of the seats that are reporting so far. Shinde Sena opening its account in the outskirts in Thane as well as the neighbouring constituency. But the big picture seems to be that the NDA is running away with it. 90 seats reporting, 53 to the NDA, 34 to the India Alliance.
Interesting in these head-to-head fights also, Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde versus Shiv Sena UBT, NCP Ajit Pawar versus NCP Sharad Pawar.
All right. Shiv Sena Shinde versus Shiv Sena UBT, 5-4. So it's really neck and neck as far as the two Senas are concerned. Just quickly run through the NCP Ajit Pawar versus NCP Sharad Pawar. There it's NDA 11, India 6. So clearly in the battle of the Pawars, at least as of now, 45 minutes in, 50 minutes in, Ajit Pawar seems to be racing ahead.
So switcheroos is what we should be focusing on. Let's try to get the...
So on the switcheroos, Congress, out of the seats that Congress was leading in assembly segments 3 months ago in the Lok Sabha election, trends are in for 17. NDA is leading in 8 of them, in the India Alliance in 8. So it's neck and neck. So which means that 50% of the seats that the Congress was winning, we had won a few months ago. It's kind of losing this time. As of this moment.
As of this moment. Eknath Shinde is leading from Kopri Panchpakadi. He's up against Kedar Dige. Eknath Shinde says that it was Anand Dige who actually brought him into the party, and a mere auto rickshaw driver, and from there he became an active Shiv Sainik and started working for the Shiv Sena. And if you go back from a place of ignominy, no respect being given, no due being given, to a place where today, from who is Eknath Shinde to saying, is it going to be Eknath Shinde again? That's the transition that's happened for this leader.
I have a point to add, gentlemen, that
yes, it is 94 leads, 56 to the NDA, 28 to the BJP, India Alliance 34, with the Congress also now in double digits, 13 leads for the Congress, 11 leads for the NCP Sharad Pawar, Shiv Sena UBT, the weakest link right now in
that
them.
Number of 56 of NDA and 28 of BJP, there are two big trends in that. One is that out of the seats that the Congress was winning 3 months ago, BJP is winning 50% of them. But the seats that BJP was leading in 3 months ago, the NDA is sweeping those seats.
Sweeping those seats. So they have only consolidated their leads, and they're also pinching seats away from the Congress. Yes, Avantika.
I just want to quickly go to Brijesh Ji because this is very important, Anand, and before anyone comes in, Brijesh Ji has some very important information just to talk about Jharkhand and the importance of the BJP taking that initial lead in those 3 seats. Brijesh Ji.
Avantika, it's very, very important because if you look at our screen, there is lead available for 3 seats in Jharkhand, and this is the same which is already reflected in our software. So it's basically authentic representation of the data. But the first and foremost, the important thing is from Kolhan region, because you would look at the Saraikela seat. From Saraikela, Champai Soren is leading in the first round. And Champai Soren is a veteran of ZMM, recently shifted to BJP. Yes. Now he is a BJP leader from the Kolhan region. Last time, during the last assembly election, BJP was unable to get a single seat from the Kolhan region. For the first time, if you look at this, the first trend is coming, it's in the favor of BJP. Champai Soren, obviously, he has shifted his vote from JMM to BJP. That's very important testing. We have to see that is Champai effect is going to turn more and more seats towards the BJP. Exactly. Then it will be very, very positive development for BJP.
Yeah. Back to the studio, Anand.
Right, just populating some of the northern Maharashtra seats. Again, this is where the BJP really needs to run up the numbers, and it is. In Shirpur, the BJP candidate there is leading. In Chalisgaon, again, the BJP candidate is leading. Again, I go back to, what happened 3 months ago, this whole onion crisis, Lasangao, etc., where the BJP lost big. This time, the BJP seems to be making a comeback. Again, in the Marathwada belt, whether it is in Beed, Latur, Nanded, particularly in Nanded district, they have been running up the leads. In Bhokar, for example, Ashok Chavan's daughter is leading in Bhokar. You have the seat of Deglur, where again a BJP candidate is leading. In Mukhed, the BJP candidate is leading. So BJP running up the numbers here in Marathwada, where it was not expected. Now Vidarbha, some more seats are reporting. Dhamangao Railway, BJP candidate leading. Yavatmal, the BJP candidate leading. In Karanja, again BJP candidate leading. So Vidarbha is now slowly beginning to report. We have more information from Katol, where again the BJP candidate is leading. In the seat of Umred, again the BJP candidate is leading. So Vidarbha is now slowly beginning to report numbers, and you're seeing the NDA number going up. So it's running at 2:1, 64 to the NDA and 32 to the India Alliance.
If I may add to what the point Zaka is making about Vidarbha, we mapped about 31 seats on which had farmer distress. NDA is leading in 18 of those at the moment.
18.
And that number is telling, and that's why you're seeing that lead open up in Vidarbha.
Yeah, so clearly, the whether it's the soybean issue or the cotton issue, BJP seems to have made amends from 3 months ago, and that's why you're seeing a lot more orange here in the Vidarbha belt. Of course, Vidarbha is a must-win, both for the BJP and for the Congress. There are 36 direct fights. Let's take a look at also the direct fights between Congress and BJP across the state. 75 direct fights. Right now, it's 13 to the BJP, 8 to the Congress.
Things opening up. Actually, that's the 6th of,
4-2 in Jharkhand also.
almost.
Jharkhand is also
Yes.
opening up 6 leads. NDA 68 overall, running away. 107 out of 288 leads that are being plotted. BJP has 33 leads. Shiv Sena in the Mahayuti has 16 leads. NCP, Ajit Pawar has 17 leads. Now, even in the legacy fights early on, the head-to-head fights, BJP versus Congress strike rates, if you want to see how they will turn out, and also the head-to-head fights between how much they are converting, the strike rates that they will yield, and that will obviously lead into the bragging rights. Clearly, the Shiv Sena and the NCP within the Mahayuti seem to be stealing a march early on. We're still not reporting half of the 288 numbers. When it comes to about 145 leads, we'll see. But clearly, the NDA inching faster towards the 100 mark, and they've opened up that gap. Rohit Chandavarkar, what does this imply? Could this directionally show perhaps a runaway win for the NDA?
It looks like the NDA is doing much better than the Mahavikas Aghadi. That is very clear. And like we said some time back, about an hour back, this is what they expected, and this is what they saw on the ground when voting ended on the polling day. And usually, Anand, we know that the politicians, they are very active on the ground, and their karyakartas, their activists are there in every pocket all over the state, and they are usually aware of what has happened. What's inside the ballot box is known much better by politicians than any other pollsters or any other people. And we could see that in their body language last 2 days. We could see, like we said on the polling day, end of that day, Eknath Shinde's confidence and what his team was telling us. So it looks like, I don't know what number they're going to reach finally, but it looks like they were quite confident and sure about
you look at
what
it,
is happening.
Rohit, the head-to-head fights between the two Senas, we have 13 seats that are reporting. There are 51 direct fights between Shiv Sena, Shinde faction and Shiv Sena UBT faction. Out of the 13 seats, Shinde Sena is leading in 10 and Uddhav Sena only in 3. So I think that gives you a story. Let's also look at the straight fights between the two NCPs. There again, Ajit Pawar is certainly doing better than what he was doing in the Lok Sabha election. There again, it's Ajit Pawar leading in 12 and Sharad Pawar leading only in 6 out of the 38. 20 are reporting out of 38, of which Ajit Pawar is almost twice the leads than Sharad Pawar's party. So both the legacies as they were, 1 hour into counting, it seems like Shinde Sena is definitely having the upper hand in the straight fights with UBT Sena, and also in the fight between the two Pawars, Ajit Pawar is doing much better than Sharad Pawar.
Is there a way to...
The early leads, I think the early leads are in a way similar to the BJP's assessment as well as the exit polls, that the Shiv Sena UBT is collapsing. So far, you can see just 6 leads from Shiv Sena UBT, a party that's contesting over 85 seats, and the BJP Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde dominating the the NDA camp. Also, even NCP is doing well, but I think this matches with the BJP assessment that BJP
in fact, Sena, Uddhav Thackeray is leading only in 1 seat in Mumbai. Can you imagine? Wow. 1 seat out of 36, they're leading only in 1 seat in Mumbai.
And they are at the expense of the BJP. It's a BJP which is surprisingly doing well in Mumbai and Thane, and that is the reason I think Shiv Sena UBT is collapsing.
So at the party level, you are seeing the factions that broke away, which are kind of which are ahead.
Doing better,
at the social matrix level, the three social groups that moved away from BJP. Marathas, Dalits. In the Maratha regions, BJP is winning very clearly at the moment, at this point. In the Dalit seats, it's neck and neck, but with NDA slightly ahead of Dhaka, we can bring them up on the magic wall. And in the Kunbi seats, OBC factor, NDA is well ahead. So which was the part of the BJP matrix this time, right? To build an OBC coalition around
Rahul Gandhi's whole, the caste survey, the
Yes,
Maratha
exactly
reservation,
what I was
none
gonna
of that. If you go by these figures, seem to have worked. I mean, Marathwada, I began by saying Manoj Jarange Patil, I don't think at the assembly level is going to be a potent factor. You know, so we were talking about this, Anand. Congress is called a dynastic party, but the fight for legacy was actually between the NCP and the Shiv Sena. But for Congress, it was very important to do well because सबसे ज़्यादा आवाज़ तो उन्होंने उठाया, मतलब शोर उन्होंने मचाया कि हमारा CM होना चाहिए. Like till yesterday, Nana Patole had to be told by Rahul Gandhi that calm down. You know, we are going to take a call on becoming the CM if we get the numbers, and we'll take a call over here. And let's be like a good alliance. Let's show that alliance ka maryada.
It's like if you go back to
But Anand, the question of the caste census now comes into the fore. You know,
he wanted,
now dead
Nana
in the
Patole
water?
wanted him to be
Is it going to be
projected
raised
as
again in another, like Bihar elections next year? Is it going to be raised? Because Bihar elections, it won't be a factor. That state has already done a caste census for whatever it's worth. So is this question now over?
Along with the other, the fact is this was an election where the Congress could perhaps have consolidated what it had, its performance in Lok Sabha 2024, where the Congress perhaps had the best strike rate and the best performance. A number 3 party in the Mahavikas Aghadi, which was relegated to the backbenches with 2019, it was a swing of fortunes, and that reaction that was a spontaneous reaction that came from Ritesh Deshmukh, saying finally the Congress is back, it's not done. After the 2019 results in Maharashtra, 2024 results in Maharashtra, Lok Sabha 2024, he campaigned actively, he came out to the fore and campaigned for thinking the Congress's resurgence is happening. Here the Congress resurgence is not happening, and that itself is a testament that despite having strong regional leadership and also national leadership, you've not been able to capitalize on your Lok Sabha advantage, what the Congress
in Vidarbha, which is of course the biggest region, it is running away for the NDA. 17 leads to the NDA, a bulk of it with the BJP. The BJP is leading in 13, NCP Ajit Pawar in 2, RYSP in 1, Shinde Sena in 1. And if you look at the breakup for the India Alliance, leading only in 9 out of 62. The Congress is leading in 7, the Sena UBT only in 2. So in Vidarbha, which is the most critical region, the NDA is 17, the India Alliance only 9 seats.
Now this performance of the Congress party, how would you then analyze? Would you not agree if you were to plot the Lok Sabha numbers and the Congress, how it was performing then, the number of the advantage that it had, compared to its performance now, if you look at the leads, 131, 288, 15 leads for the Congress party. You expect them to do better, especially because in 75 seats they're going head to head with the BJP.
Seats, 32 are reporting the NDA has a huge lead, 21 to the BJP, only 9 to the Congress. In those 75 seats, which are head to head, 36 of them are in Vidarbha. It's a big lead for the BJP, 21 to the BJP, only 9 seats to the Congress.
So 89 leads for the NDA out of 132. Look at that strike rate. And if they continue to maintain this strike rate across the 288 seats as the leads start coming in and start consolidating, will that be significant? Bengal, update coming through. Wayanad bypoll, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra taking a huge lead. Bengal bypolls, the Trinamool Congress leading in all the 6 seats. Many states fait accompli. UP, BJP leading 6 of the 9 seats. As the exit pollsters had predicted, it was going to be a 6-3 or a 7-2 performance, and it seems to be directionally maintaining those trends. But compared to, and the larger trends in Jharkhand is 7-2 out of 9 leads out of 81. NDA is leading in 7 of those. Do you want to quickly look at Jharkhand and what the story in Jharkhand so far is, where the BJP is making gains?
The BJP is winning across. It's winning in eastern Jharkhand. Champai Soren, we mentioned, that was the first lead from Saraikala. He's leading there. In Nirsa, the BJP candidate is leading. In Bari, which is in northern Jharkhand, where the BJP has always had a problem, the tribal belt, the BJP candidate there leading. In Latehar, which is again tribal belt, it's a reserve constituency. There you have the BJP candidate leading. So BJP doing better in the tribal belt than what they've done historically, certainly more than what they've done in the last election. 2 leads to the JMM in Kunti. Ram Surya Munda of the JMM is leading, and in the neighboring constituency in Torpa also the JMM candidate there is leading. So it's 7-2 in Jharkhand.
Well, but Jharkhand is still early days. We have to say it could be just the postal ballots being counted, because a lot of the counting centers opened only at around 8:30, 8:40, and we started reporting the first numbers only around 8:45 a.m. from Jharkhand. Although Maharashtra started sending in the leads by about 8:25 this morning, ladies and gentlemen. So there is a difference there to our viewers. Let's go straight across. Let's go straight across to Avantika joining us with more. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, Anand, yeah, 7-2, that's what it's looking here in Jharkhand. There, BJP is leading in Dharmad, in Palamu, from Paki. But let me just take a look at the numbers here. Just tell us the leads which have come in right now.
हाँ, एनडीए या 8 सीटों पे आ गए, इंडिया 2 सीटों पे आ गए, जो अभी आया है। झरिया सीट है, वहाँ रागिनी सिंह आ गए हैं, वो बीजेपी की हैं। पांकी से कुशवाहा शशिभूषण मेहता, वो भी बीजेपी के आगे हैं। डाल्टनगंज से आलोक चौरसिया, वो बीजेपी के आगे हैं। निरसा सीट से अपर्णा सेन गुप्ता, बीजेपी, वो भी आगे हैं। बरही से मनोज यादव, बीजेपी, वो भी आगे हैं। और खूंटी और तोरपा, ये 2 सीटें हैं जहाँ जेएमएम आ गए हैं। तोरपा से
बीजेपी की काफी लीड हो गई है।
जी
निश्चित
हाँ,
है, मगर फिर भी अभी
हाँ
बीजेपी की लीड चल रही है।
जी, एक और अभी आ गया रुझान, सिमडेगा, वहाँ भी बीजेपी आ गई है, जबकि कांग्रेस की सीट रही है, लेकिन इस बार देख रही है बीजेपी अभी आगे चल रही है फिलहाल, जो आगे अभी आया है हमारे पास। और एक सरायकेला चंपई सोरेन अभी भी अपनी लीड बनाए हुए हैं। लातेहार से प्रकाश राम आ गए हैं, वहाँ से शिक्षा मंत्री जो है जेएमएम के बैजनाथ राम लड़ रहे हैं, वो पीछे चल रहे हैं लातेहार से। मनिका से भी बीजेपी आगे है, मतलब 9 सीट पे अभी आगे है बीजेपी, और सिर्फ 2 सीट है जहाँ जेएमएम आगे।
जी, ऑलराइट, सो दैट्स द अपडेट आनंद, एंड चंपई सोरेन स्टिल होल्डिंग ऑन टू हिज लीड.
Champai Soren still holding on to his lead, nearing up 100 leads for the NDA. 99 leads for the NDA. Palakkad bypoll early trend giving the BJP a slender lead, even as Priyanka Vadra takes a runaway lead in Wayanad. So those bypolls important. There are 48 bypolls across the country that are also taking place, even as the counting is underway for Maharashtra and Jharkhand. We'll get you those updates. 9 in Uttar Pradesh, 6 in Bengal, where Trinamool Congress is leading in all the 6. Priyanka Vadra taking a big lead in the Wayanad bypoll. BJP has a slender lead in Palakkad. UP bypolls, BJP leading 6 out of 9. This will again give bragging rights to Yogi Adityanath. Chetan Bhagat, Rashid Kidwai with us. So these 6 or these 9 bypolls in UP are also important.
Above 100.
Okay, 101. NDA 101 leads. Where are bulk of the leads coming in Jharkhand? Then we go across.
Getting in northern Maharashtra, in Dhule, for example, and Devendra Fadnavis cites Dhule. Both in Dhule city and Dhule rural, the BJP candidates are leading. The Shinde Sena candidates are leading in Malegaon. Both the inner seat and the outer seat, both the seats, the Shinde candidates are leading. So clearly, this whole Ek hai to safe hai and Hindus vote is united. This was a point that Devendra Fadnavis made. He used the example of Dhule, and it's now coming to bear itself in Malegaon, where he said the one assembly seat sort of overtook 4 other assembly constituencies. Now, BJP is leading in all the seats in Dhule, and the Shinde Sena candidates are leading in both the Malegaon
So
seats.
very quickly, some more updates coming through. I don't know if we've actually touched upon these. UP bypoll.
Yeah, 6 out of 9.
6 out of 9.
It's on the screen.
Yeah,
it's on the screen.
And of course, Uttarakhand. Kedarnath, BJP leading. So that's an important
BJP is leading.
That's
UP 6 out of 9. Chetan Bhagat, Rashid Kidwai, welcome. Good to have you in the studios.
Well, yeah.
Your thoughts?
I mean, should we go home?
no, it's too early.
It's too early?
It's too early, man.
You think it's too early?
It's
I think it's
very
going to be the biggest sweep today. Very big election. Some parties' existential crisis. We don't know if we need some of these parties after this, really.
If you look at the bottom grid, Chetan, Shiv Sena, it's Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi. Let's talk about Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde and Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray. 26 and 6 in the leads. These parties, those strike rates, will this now permanently decide who's got the legacy? Same case with Ajit Pawar, NCP 24 and vis-a-vis Sharad Pawar, NCP 11. Or will there be a difference there because ye local election, this was a local election and that's Supriya Sule center?
I mean, it's very simple. I mean, you don't need 2 Shiv Senas. There can only be one. And if both are saying we are the real one, we are the real one, the people have decided. Now, you can discuss till kingdom come whether it's a good decision or bad decision, are the people thinking right or not thinking right, that's for us experts to waste our time on. But the people have decided that this is the one they are going with, and so we don't need the other one. Do we need the other one? What are they?
I mean, just on that point, that's an important point he's made. What was said about Shinde? Money power broke with money power. He bought these people. That debate will be settled tonight.
You know, Sena UBT is leading just in 5 seats.
Exactly.
Can you
that money factor,
now 4.
the money factor will go out of the window. Then it will be about allegiance and who, of course, is more credible out of the two. And that's the result.
Exactly,
So
50% of the leads, Rashidji, just bringing your attention to the numbers, 144 out of 288. BJP has touched the 50 number. BJP is leading in 50 seats on its own. The INDI alliance is 35 seats. So the BJP is 15 seats as a party itself more than the INDI alliance in terms of leads right now.
If it has to get 95, that means out of 288, I'm just saying, it has to have 32% conversion rate, which is where it is right now. If you look at the total number of seats, 146, it's on 51. That means it's overperforming. It's outperforming even the 32% number.
And the NDA conversion, 105 out of 146 already. Rashid Kitwal.
So I think, Anand, nothing has worked for the FVA. In this case, they failed to build a narrative. If there was a narrative of katenge, batenge, ek hai to safe hai, that has obviously seems to have worked very well.
नहीं सर बटेंगे कटेंगे सर कटेंगे बटेंगे नहीं है
या
बहुत फर्क होता है
कटेंगे बटेंगे तो उल्टी
there is a difference there, that's why.
So I think the BJP or Mahayuti were able to build a very powerful narrative and there was no counter narrative. I think MVA kept harping on this thing that what happened in Lok Sabha, it will reflect in Assembly, etc. And you know, a lot of it is about poll strategy also, and the poll strategist Sunil Kanugolu was there for, there were a lot of complaints, remember, during Haryana, but Congress take no note of it, and the same thing happened. So it's also partly wrong selection of candidates, talking points, etc.
You know, sir, I'll be very honest with you. The subaltern, it's the time of the subaltern. Whichever way you look at it, this is a renunciation of elite politics, okay, and it's global. This phenomena is global, and you're going to see this develop even in our country over a period of time.
You just want to read through the bypolls, Rahul, that's the update. Karnataka, NDA leading 2 out of 3 seats. That's
a big one.
And Uttarakhand, early trend gives BJP the lead. You mentioned Kedarnath. Uttar Pradesh, 6 out of 9 is with the BJP. Trinamool Congress. Palakkad, BJP leads 6 out of 9. Palakkad, the UDF has now snatched the lead from the BJP. Priyanka Vadra taking a huge lead, so she will be more or less sitting right next to her brother in the winter session of Parliament in Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi, the LOP there. Bengal, Trinamool Congress leading in all 6 bypoll, where the BJP said that the Trinamool has used everything possible to ensure that they take
even
these
Priyanka's entry into Lok Sabha may for the Gandhi family might be a monumental thing, but on the back of the safest seat in India, presumably for the Congress party, will not give her bragging rights. This will only, once again, in the public's imagination, cement the Congress with a particular vote bank.
Rahul,
the Congress is losing out there.
Rahul, that's your outlook. Many
no, it's not mine. It was actually, even A.K. Antony said this, even after the 2024
electoral politics now, his son has joined BJP. What I'm saying is, congressmen today, they are saying, Priyanka Gandhi aayi hai, nayi roshni lai hai. What do you say to that mindset?
Sir,
Roshni is certainly not happening in Maharashtra. There doesn't seem to be much Roshni in Maharashtra.
On the Maharashtra number, there's some new data in. The Election Commission first data on vote shares and the numbers, and it tells us why the BJP is so ahead. BJP is at 21.3% vote share, early trends right now. The Shiv Sena is at 11.8% and the NCP is at 23.2%. So between these 3 parties, the NDA alliance has got a vast majority.
Yeah.
The UBT, let me just check where the UBT numbers is. Shiv Sena UBT is at 10%.
10%, okay. So that vote share of the Shiv Sena UBT, is it similar to the Eknath Shinde Sena? Or
no, that's 11.
That's 11.
So 11%. But we have to see, is the UBT getting core Shiv Senics?
That's right.
Or is it a vote transfer from the Congress NCP that's helping Shiv Sena UBT? And where is Eknath Shinde?
The UBT is doing very badly. The UBT is leading only in 4 seats. And like I said, only in 1 Mumbai seat. Can you imagine that the Shiv Sena, which was the party of Mumbai, you know, it established itself in Mumbai, is leading only in 1 seat, which is the Vile Parle seat. Other than that, the 3 other seats where the Sena UBT is leading is outside of Mumbai. There's 1 seat in Vidarbha. This is the seat
and
of
actually,
Vani.
Zach, we don't even know the quality of the lead in that particular seat.
This could very well change.
Could
very well change. So I think so far, you know, an hour and 15 minutes into counting, the biggest gainer seems to be the Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar and of course the BJP. And the biggest loser certainly seems to be the Sena UBT.
Also the Congress party. One may say that because Ajit Pawar is benefiting from the state and centre perception within the Pawar family, but look at the Congress party and their performance. This is the rocket, and somebody who's rocketing up all the way, bang. It's the NDA inching fast towards the halfway number or magic number of 145.
How many rounds?
That's
how many
the
rounds?
numbers.
Because
we'll get a check on how many rounds. We're coming up to 9:15, so we should be at least into the second or third round of counting. We'll get Avantika to get us those details.
Change. We saw that with Haryana. We saw that with Haryana.
117 leads, but in this case, it looks like settling. It seems it is going to settle. There's not going to be a big upswing or this way or the other. Avantika, how many rounds of counting? Let's go across to the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
3 rounds in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand. Brajeshji, how many rounds done? I think it's only the 1 round only. Ek bari. Brajeshji, how many rounds done? First round only, na? First round in Jharkhand, Anand.
Now, but quickly ask him on Jharkhand, 13 to the NDA. Is it going to buck the trend? Is this going to hold? Because that means that the BJP is wresting Jharkhand from JMM Congress.
Well, it certainly looks like, at least from now, it's the first round still, but we're seeing a massive lead for the BJP. Brajeshji, you were talking about Jharia and how important Jharia is. It was last time to the Congress, and you're seeing that change happening right now.
Jharia is very, very important. It is part of Dhanbad, and Jharia is known globally as the coal hub because most of the collieries are located in Jharia. So last time this seat was with the Congress, and this time at least the initial trends, it's showing that BJP is leading there, and both contestants, they are from the same family, both are female, and basically they are Devrani and Jethani. So it's a very interesting contest there.
Okay, he's finding it interesting because of the Devrani-Jethani contest. But interestingly, yes, the BJP is taking a massive lead in the first round, Anand. Champai Soren is still holding on to his lead. Hemant Soren is also leading right now.
Right, 13 and 8, interesting picture that's been put
we'll
out.
We'll have to look at the tribal.
Hemant Soren, where the whole family is giving each other nice tail malish while he is playing with the dogs.
He was talking about Latehar. The northern Jharkhand is the tribal belt. This is something that the BJP has always traditionally found hard to penetrate into. But I think the interesting thing is the gains. Out of the 13 leads, 4 of these seats were either with the Congress or the JMM in the last election, and 4 seats the JMM or the Congress have lost to the BJP. So I think that's the critical factor to keep an eye out for.
And a pan-Jharkhand lead for the BJP, not just one particular region?
It's it's spread across. It's both in the western part as well as in the eastern part. The BJP is, like I said, leading in 13, 4 gains from the previous
That's
election.
important. That's an important
21 leads of Jharkhand, 13 to the NDA. Is it 2-0 this time around? And if it is 2-0, if these trends hold, what does that imply? Rohit Chandravarkar and also Nalin Mehta. Then we'll take it across.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is, there was some discussion about whether the MVA narrative worked or whether the MVA had a good enough narrative and all of that. I think this is more of NDA's victory, not really INDI alliance's loss. And I attribute that victory mainly to, the recent schemes that they announced. Whoever thought of bringing this Ladli Bahan Yojana of Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra, and my information is it was the BJP which thought of it. The credit seems to be going to Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister because it is known as Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana. And he aggressively, campaigned. Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar also, went around the state, held countless rallies saying, we are doing this for our sisters, we are doing this for you. And I think it can be attributed, this win can be attributed mainly to those schemes for women and farmers. Anand.
Well, 122 leads for the NDA out of 163, BJP 64. Before we take the conversation forward, quickly just want to see some interesting seats. Worli leads, Mangkhurd leads, are they plotting? Nawab Malik?
No, not yet. Let's go from south. Kolaba, Rahul Narvekar is leading. In Mumbai Devi, Amin Patel is leading. In
so Shahnaaz is trailing there.
Yeah, in Dharavi, Dr. Gaikwad is leading. In Kalina, which is the only seat, like I said, in Mumbai, where the Sena UBT is leading. In the neighbouring seat of Vileparle, the BJP is leading. In Ghatkopar East, the BJP is leading. And in the outskirts again, Goregaon, BJP leading. In Charkop, BJP leading. Even in Thane, as you would expect. In fact, in Thane, all seats, it's within the NDA. In Majiwada, the Shinde Sena is leading. In Kotpuri, of course, the Chief Minister is leading. In Thane city seat, Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading. Even in Mumbra, which is Jitendra Awad's seat, There, the Ajit Pawar NCP candidate is leading right now.
So there is a Sion and there is also Sionville, which is Worli. That is Sionville, S-C-I-O-N, Will. What is happening in Sionville, I want to know.
It's started plotting.
Oh, wow.
That's why Worli and Mankhurd, because of the Nawab Malik factor.
the suspense in Sionville.
It's not plotting yet.
Amit Thackeray, you know, Raj Thackeray's son, even Mahim.
Amit Thackeray,
Yeah, it's a
Mahim is also not
Sena
plotting
versus
yet.
Sena
Mahim
fight.
also not plotting yet.
At this point, so there is a elections are fought on both on party politics and micro level management, and you've already talked about that. But at the social level, at the social matrix level, there's a clear story emerging at this point. If you look at Maratha dominant seats, NDA is ahead 38-12. That's where they had lost support base 3 months ago. If you look at Kunbi dominated seats, OBCs, 13-3. And so they're sweeping those seats. Women dominated seats, seats where women voters are more, NDA is sweeping those seats. Seats where Dalits are more, NDA is sweeping those seats. And that is significant because of 3 months ago you had the narrative of Constitution Khatre mein hai. And that is exactly what the Dalit voters turned BJP on.
Taking some credit for that.
Very interestingly,
if you have a vote percentage difference of 10% or so, that is bound to happen. It will cut across all segments. So there is no great, science in saying that, the OBCs are voting and Dalits are voting.
Can you also look at
the kind of micromanagement that was done to get this on side was big. Because they got into poll mode right after the results came out. And Kiren Rijiju, in fact, did more than 200 meetings.
Yeah, but he did them as a Buddhist.
Yeah, but among the Mahars, Mahar community, but also among the Matang community.
Is where he took his.
Bhupendra Yadav did some, again, hundreds of meetings with these 55 Dalit subcastes, and spoke to each and every community to say that what is your issue. Clearly, reservations are not ending. So why don't you just take it out of your mind that this is something that is going to happen?
has also been
they
able
actually
to bring
worked
out
quite
on the
hard
RSS
in
point,
micromanaging this election.
To add to what Nistula is saying on micromanagement and the work that they did on the ground and the RSS point, there's a new data point I want to throw here. We've had the discourse of बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, then we have had एक है तो safe है. Muslim dominated seats, NDA is sweeping at the moment.
That's right.
13-6.
So there's a complete polarization.
And that's polarization
really
and counter polarization.
That's the long and short of it, actually.
No, sir. I mean, now you see, now somebody is going to turn around and say, please have your coffee. Because the Muslim vote doesn't impact too much of Maharashtra, someone will say. But I believe that in setting the narrative, it has had a massive impact, an overwhelming impact, and perhaps you're right, sir.
Thackeray's seat in Mahim, it is the Sena UBT candidate who is leading there right now.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So Mahim has started plotting, and then that's where the rail engine and Amit Thackeray, the Thackeray legacy, Thackeray versus Thackeray. Will Raj Thackeray's son Amit Thackeray rest that seat? Will he get the support of the Mahayuti there? Will that happen? Because
so can we start?
Because the MNS is contesting 70 seats. It is fighting, and a lot of them against the BJP also in Maharashtra. Yes, Jharkhand 15-8-1. So BJP and the NDA opening up lead even in Jharkhand. Yes,
So
back to Maharashtra.
can we make some 4 or 5? I'm not saying conclusions, but flag 4 or 5 things now, which we can perhaps look at. So the Mahars, it seems, are voting for the NDA right now because it appears that the welfareism, the schemes, etc., are beginning to kick in.
The first point that you make, let's just see if it's reflecting on the wall.
Dalit seats. Out of the 20 seats that are reserved constituencies, 15 of them the NDA is leading. If you want to break that and see which of those parties, 7 BJP, 5 to Ajit Pawar and 4 to Shinde Sena out of the 20 seats.
That's a big number.
So first part is the Mahar, second place.
Let's look at the OBC vote now. OBC. Many people said that was going to be fluid, but I believe that there might be a consolidation happening now behind the NDA even there. Can we have a look?
So that's what Nalin said specifically, the Kunbis,
OBCs. There are 58 of them, 47 to the NDA and only 10 to the India Alliance. These are OBC dominant seats.
So that fear factor is wearing off.
BJP 18, Shinde Sena 18, NCP Ajit Pawar 10.
So let's look at these women-dominated seats because many people said that scheme, the targeted scheme, and remember, it's not just one woman in a household. There could be 2 or 3 women in a household that might be getting
Who
that
could be
money.
the beneficiaries?
And when you think about economics, these homes tend to earn about 12,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees a month. And if, 4,000 or 5,000 rupees are coming in, it's a massive, it's like a bumper.
So I think going back to what happened 3 months ago, and Rohit, you can weigh in on this, this whole triple M factor, Maratha, Mahar and Muslim coming together, which is what, dislodged the NDA in the Lok Sabha, that seems to have now reversed. At least there is evidence to show Marathas have come back to the NDA, and certainly a section of the Mahars have also come back to the NDA.
And the other point, straight fights, BJP versus Congress. I know that some people say that there are other fights, but the main fights, the two engines of the two sides, last time it was 38-52.
Yeah, it's 34 and 10.
34-10.
46 seats that we have reports for. 46 direct fights, Congress, BJP. BJP leading in 34, Congress only in 10.
So we have half the number.
That's about a 70%
reported.
strike rate?
Exactly, that's a 70% strike rate.
So if the BJP maintains a 70% strike rate, then the Congress is not the challenger.
Now imagine the national narrative, how it's going to be changing immediately, sir. National narrative. Congress once again proving not to have much of an impact against the BJP.
And Rahul, it's not just about the Congress party, it's the
Sir,
whole India.
mat milaiye, sir. No, why
not? If it is a statement of fact, why would I?
No, so I have to ask you, is this a reflection? Is this a reflection on Rahul Gandhi?
Absolutely, in a way it is, and it's also a very poor reflection on the entire India alliance. India alliance will collapse because the defeat in Jharkhand, likely defeat in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra, Mamata Banerjee is already unhappy, she pulled herself out, Aam Aadmi Party is nowhere in picture. So it becomes,
Yeah, I think people have rejected a couple of factors. People have rejected an alliance of convenience. Someone
there's a convenience alliance.
Someone needs to explain what is Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena doing with Congress and NCP together. Someone please explain this. People are asking this. Please explain what is this for? How will Balasaheb Thackeray have reacted wherever his God bless his soul?
Chetan, there are 51 seats where it's Sena versus Sena. We have 25 reporting. 20 are with the Shinde Sena.
Yeah, because that kind of makes sense. This is that original Shiv Sena. Why? Not because of the symbol, but because the original Shiv Sena would ally with the BJP. I mean, where else would they ideologically ally?
Thackeray is a king without kingdom now.
So, and then the second thing, I've seen people give their sympathy once, but you're not entitled to it for life. Even the Congress in 1984 got 400 seats, it never got that many.
NDA breaches the magic number. NDA breaches the magic number, 145 in terms of leads, 184 leads, 145 with the NDA. That's the magic number. They've hit it among the leads and projections for the first time. 145, 144, halfway mark is 144, majority number is 145. The NDA is already there. Yes, Chetan, please complete. Sir.
Yeah, so, there was a certain sense of betrayal that the party was snatched away from Uddhav. And I think in the Lok Sabha elections, there was some sympathy once. But sympathy is emotional and emotions are fleeting. They go away. And after that, if CM Shinde has proved himself, then he will get the vote.
It's a phenomenal turnaround from 3 months ago, by the way.
The other thing is people love the slogan, people love the scheme. People love the Ek Hai Safe Hai, people love the Ladli Bahan Yojana. They just love it. I mean, if they do. And I think there was some anger in the Lok Sabha elections against the BJP, etc. It's been expressed now. It's like sometimes you have a fight at home, but people are still like, okay, but this is still our party. They are not doing everything right.
What's happening in the Swara Bhaskar, that particular seat where a husband is contesting? That's an interesting. I want to know. I want to see what
Anushakti Nagar is versus Sana Malik.
Yes.
So it is Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik, against Fahad there, and there is going to be drama. Anushakti Nagar and Mankhurd both are not reporting at the moment. But even as the NDA gets to the halfway mark and beyond it in terms of leads, 147 already. It's beyond it, 147 out of 187. Let's go to the live result hub with an update on Jharkhand, where it's becoming neck and neck. 15-14 out of 32 leads. NDA and the INDIA alliance 16-14 now. Yes, Avantika.
It is so close, Anand, in Jharkhand. I mean, we're seeing the numbers coming in from Maharashtra, 147, Mahayuti really taking the lead there. But in Jharkhand, it's neck and neck. Bataiye, Nilesh, who all are leading, trailing?
जी अभी जो बहुत टफ फाइट है, 17 सीटों पे एनडीए आगे है, 15 सीटों पे इंडिया आगे है। झारखंड विधानसभा के जो अध्यक्ष हैं वो पीछे चल रहे हैं। नाला विधानसभा से वो चुनाव लड़े रविंद्रनाथ महतो, उनके मुकाबले जो बीजेपी के हैं वो आगे चल रहे हैं। जमशेदपुर ईस्ट से जो रघुवर दास है, उनकी जो बहू लड़ रही है पूर्णिमा साहू बीजेपी की, वो अभी आगे चल रही है, जो ओडिशा के राज्यपाल हैं। जामताड़ा से मंत्री इरफान अंसारी वो कांग्रेस के वो आगे हैं। रामगढ़ से सुनीता चौधरी आगे हैं। पाकी से देवेंद्र सिंह आगे हैं, चतरा से रश्मि प्रकाश आगे हैं, जो आरजेडी की एकमात्र सीट है। वो पिछली बार मंत्री सत्यानंद भोक्ता वहाँ से लड़े थे, इस बार उनकी बहू लड़ रही है, वो आगे चल रही हैं।
काफी क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट है ब्रिजेश जी। It's 16-18 in Jharkhand. It's so close. I mean, NDA is right now leading just by 2, but then again the numbers are changing. Why do you think this is happening? Exit polls had predicted it to be a very close contest.
Yeah, it was expected too, because if you look at the caste and class combination of Jharkhand, JMM has a very strong base in the tribal areas, plus they have the minority voters. While the BJP tried this time to snatch as much tribal votes as possible, plus this whole polarization, if you remember the major coinage of the BJP in the Jharkhand Assembly elections, the question of Mati, Roti and Beti. So I think that is working at least in trends, because last time JMM was in a very good position. The BJP total tally was 25, but if you look at the current trends, out of 38, NDA is 18. So it's a very interesting contest, and it is on the expected lines.
Yes, and now it's 18 all right now.
18 all, so neck and neck fight in Jharkhand. We'll come back to the live result hub in a bit. Quickly telling you this update: Uttar Pradesh by polls 7-2 in favor of the BJP. It's a BJP versus SP fight directly. Will this also mean a shift in the narrative that was set post Lok Sabha, that Yogi's position is weaker and that there is a change in fortunes? And Akhilesh Yadav said Delhi deputy dono aapke khilaf hai. That's what he said in Hindi, where he said that Delhi and the deputy CM are working against Yogi Adityanath. His stock is coming crashing down. He was the one who first said batenge to katenge, ek hai to nek hai, and the PM then improved it to say ek hai to safe hai. Yogi is campaigned actively in Haryana, he campaigned actively in Maharashtra, campaigned actively in Jharkhand, and in his own bastion 9 seats. This could have shifted, changed the narrative. Rahul, with the panelists, what does this mean then for Yogi Adityanath, for UP narrative, etc.?
Very important. It's a very important comeback by Yogi Adityanath. A lot of people were asking from within the BJP questions of him. He's been given a free run in this particular election. He's also, of course, remember, the lead mascot for the BJP in other states. The BJP retaining some of its strengths in this key heartland state. Remember, Uttar Pradesh goes to polls in a year and a half. So this is not something that one should discount. And this is where the BJP, whoever gets Uttar Pradesh in today's day and age, wins, stays pretty much invincible, retains its core. I mean, I don't know. How do you look at it?
This bipole has a larger implication for within the BJP than for the government headed by Yogi Adityanath. That government is safe with or without these numbers, that wasn't going to go away. Many of these seats were held by the SP. They have now shifted to the BJP. If these trends hold, that would mean a bit of a reversal from the general elections of 2024. If you remember, there was a national executive meet held in Lucknow where very strong emotions were expressed. First by Yogi Adityanath saying that, this is a difficult situation and atyant self-confidence, आत्मविश्वास में कभी गलतियां हो जाती हैं. That was like kind of a pinprick to some colleagues within. And some of his colleagues then stepped up and said that it is the organization which is important for the government. The government does not make the organization. So there was this kind of a push and pull happening. With these bipoles, there was a lot riding on Yogi Adityanath and his consolidation of his position after what we saw in the Lok Sabha elections.
Chetan Bhagat, quickly.
What Mr. Lai is saying is also that, it positions Mr. Yogi Adityanath once again as a contender, as a sort of, post Narendra Modi era, a kind of, prime ministerial aspirant, prime ministerial candidate. So this consolidates his position. Imagine third time if he wins, as Rahul was saying, in 2027, 3-time Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister will always be a very powerful person for a prime ministerial post.
Chetan Bhagat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Yogi never really went away. I mean, there were some talks right after the Lok Sabha election results, as people always try to play some power politics. But he's very much like the moment, like a few by-elections and people are like calling him PM candidate. I mean, that's his power, right? I mean, and it's just one MP seat equivalent, it's okay. It's not so
Let
relevant.
me tell you, if his star starts rising too quickly, too rapidly,
Yeah,
there'll
so
be
it's
other
a-
people in the BJP that will be not very happy. So you know,
Basically,
what
these
Nisarga
are
said, that it's
this
internal.
has implications for the party rather than the
Yeah,
government.
it's a
is what
double-edged
I would
sword.
Yeah, it's quite deja vu-ish because between the 2009 to 2014 timeline, it was a similar sentiment with PM Narendra Modi. With Narendra Modi, there were many within the BJP who didn't want his stock to go up because they were saying they'll be uncomfortable. And if 2027 success happens, 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, obviously it was very important. So there are a lot of similarities in the way pulled out of nowhere, worked in the Sangathan, not core BJP, not core RSS. But I'm just saying there are people who will talk that. And there are others who say that he's the BJP star campaigner. He's the poster boy of Hindutva right now. As far as the BJP is, and he's very hard on his line. He's steadfast on that line.
Anand, who will have problems?
He's steadfast on that line.
And the Batenge Katenge came from him first.
Yeah.
Batenge Katenge came from him first.
Yeah,
which was-
batenge to katenge, and he said ek hai to nek hai. That's what his thing is. You saw what happened in the elections. This is what will happen if you allow your votes to splinter.
Record as a campaigner. I would still hold Prime Minister Modi as the only person in this country who has the power to shift more than 2% of the vote on the basis of his campaign.
But many would also argue.
I would still go with that.
The difference with Yogi is, see, Narendra Modi has his brand Modi, right? Yogi is a more right-wing brand than Narendra Modi, right?
Correct.
Number one. Number two, while Narendra Modi still goes across the aisle and still gets voters across the aisle, Yogi is still more appeals more to the right wing. However, Yogi has the ability to galvanize the BJP cadre in a way that others can't, and that is his real utility.
And that's
so in Maharashtra, for example, he may not have an impact on the ground,
So
but he
I
galvanizes
have
the
a
cadre.
theory on this, and I wrote an article for Open. I said that about 4 months back, when Yogi Adityanath came out with this slogan, which was sort of very rancorous, as many people sort of described it then, I thought this was an attempt by the BJP to rally its BJP vote base through Yogi Adityanath, leaving the Prime Minister to do what he does.
I'm sorry for spoiling the party here, but I don't think this contest is over yet. India Alliance has gone up to 46. NDA is at 146. A lot of seats now are reporting in Vidarbha. It's getting a little more closer. Sena UBT was leading only in 4, now it's leading in 13. NCP Ajit Pawar is leading in 14. I think there's some ways to go, folks.
Oh yeah,
there's some ways to go.
I mean, I've been saying from the day one that a large number of BJP people who I spoke with overnight yesterday were telling me that 150 is the number they're looking at. This runaway 170, I don't know where it's coming from.
But there is a nearly 99 seat lead that has been opened up. There's a 99 seat that's been opened.
It did in Haryana.
I'm not saying
it did in Haryana. Haryana went up to 70. I remember that.
Not saying that it can change, but it's we are reporting nearly 200 seats. It's early times.
48 now.
But slowly there is a catch up, and the numbers that are diminishing are of the Shiv Sena and the NCP there. That's where the toss-up's happening.
I'm not sure where that is, but I don't think this contest is over yet.
Look at the BJP number. That's at 80. And that will give the BJP a lot of heart. I don't know about the other two. Remember,
because
everyone is
inching closer to their
here.
target of about 95 seats.
Remember, everyone is transferable. So if the BJP gets 95, it'll be the person around
the
which
interesting
the
story
next
is
government will
Jharkhand,
form.
where the India Alliance has taken a 4-seat lead now, 23 to 19, 24 to 19 now. They had gone up 2018, it was 2020, and now it is 24 to 19. So
Also,
Jharkhand is
the other
pretty
significant
interesting.
thing is, remember 10 minutes back when we checked in, it was -4 for the India Alliance. So right now, they are on track to winning all the seats that they won last time around. So they've net not got any losses. The NDA has added one less
only
to the
Access
others.
My India, Zach, only Access My India had shown. In fact, they had shown a
bigger
53 seats.
bigger
53
win,
seats was the absolute number that Access My India projected for JMM Congress.
So that's,
they said what is working for the NDA in Maharashtra will work for the JMM Congress in Jharkhand.
200 seats reporting in Maharashtra, 147 to the NDA, that's above the halfway mark, 48 to the India Alliance. Some more seats reporting in Mumbai. Let's take a look. From the outskirts, you have in Bhayandar the NC candidate leading, of course in Ovala the Shinde candidate leading, in Kopri the Chief Minister is leading, in Thane Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading, now Mumbara, which is Jitendra Rawat's seat, he's leading there, in Airoli again the BJP candidate is leading. Let's look at some of the Mumbai city seats. I think we have one more Sena UBT lead that's coming through. I'm just trying to check which, I think this is Bandra East if I'm not mistaken.
So this is where they reside. Matushri is Bandra East. So if let's have a look. It will plot in a bit. Mahim has not yet started reporting. Anushakti Nagar is not reporting yet. Amit Thakre is trailing in Mahim. So Mahim is reporting. Amit Thakre is trailing in Mahim. Anushakti Nagar, Mankhurd, interesting seats. Worli, Milind Devra versus Aditya Thakre. That's not reporting yet. That's not reporting yet. But overall, 148. So this is 4 more than the halfway mark. Majority number is 145. The NDA right now in pole position with respect to the number of leads. 203 out of 288 are reporting already. 148 for the NDA, 82 leads for the BJP. Eknath Shinde's Dhanush Ban, the Shiv Sena, leading in 36. NCP Ajit Pawar leading in 28. Clearly far greater than the UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar in terms of leads. Congress leading in 21. INDIA Alliance not yet at the 50 number but slowly inching up. Is this going to change? Is this going to change, or will these leads hold? 150. NDA touches 150 out of 203 leads. So leads more consolidating. We should have at least 5 rounds of counting. We'll go across to Avantika to get a sense of Maharashtra. How many rounds of counting already in Maharashtra? 150 and 49. So clearly 3 times more than what the India Alliance has, the NDA holds in Maharashtra. Is it a runaway victory? Will Pradeep Gupta's outer liar number of 200 be within reach for the NDA? We'll have to wait and watch. These are still leads. Yes, Avantika, how many rounds?
153 rounds. 3 rounds have been complete, but in some places the first round has now finished. So there's still early leads. But some of the big names, बताइए प्रशांत जी, some of the big names. What about Milind Devra? What about Shaina NC? उनके बारे में कुछ अभी?
मिलिंद देवरा अभी पीछे है, शाइना एनसी पीछे है, मिलिंद देवरा आदित्य ठाकरे के साथ में उनके खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं। वो आदित्य ठाकरे अभी डी पे है दूसरे राउंड पे। शाइना एनसी का दूसरा राउंड चल रहा है, वहाँ शाइना एनसी भी पीछे है। वहाँ से जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहे हैं।
अमीन
साथ
पटेल
में बाला साहब थोराट जो है वो पीछे चल रहे हैं संगमनेर से, जो पूर्व मंत्री भी है। उसके बाद में रोहित पवार आगे चल रहे हैं। इस तरह से अभी धीरे धीरे
अनुशक्ति नगर कुछ अपडेट है?
जो भी चेहरा है वो चेंज हो रहा है। हो सकता है महायुति और महाविकास आघाड़ी दोनों में जोरदार टक्कर हो सके।
बड़े बड़े नाम है, एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, ऑल दोस नेम्स दे
सब लोग आगे, सब देवेंद्र फडणवीस नागपुर पश्चिम से आगे है। उसके बाद में खासकर देखा जाए कुपरी पाचपाकड़ी से एकनाथ शिंदे आगे है, वो भी लीडिंग में है सब लोग VIPs।
Any update on Mankhurd and Mankhurd and Anushakti?
और इसके साथ में VIP देखेंगे। रायगढ़ से भरत गोगावने आगे है। उसके बाद में स्नेहल जगताप आगे है, रोहित पाटिल आगे है, संजय काका पाटिल आगे है, गुंजनमन नवाटे आगे। ये सारे VIP लिस्ट है। माहिम का अभी अपडेट नहीं आया है, अभी नहीं आया। अभी आएगा तो हम आपको बता देंगे।
बिल्कुल।
Mahim, Mankhurd, Anushakti Nagar not yet come.
Not yet.
Worli, Aditya Thakre is leading in Worli. That's the update. Shaina NC trailing in Mumba Devi. Amin Patel is leading in Mumba Devi at the moment. Over in Jharkhand, it's 29-24. So the JMM Congress combined, the India Alliance opening up a 5-seat lead already with the NDA. 2 seats with the others. Is it going to be dead heat, or will the India Alliance open up a bigger lead? 55 out of the 81 seats are reporting in Jharkhand. 153 for the NDA in Maharashtra. 207 out of the 288 seats are reporting. The BJP inching in onto the 90 number. Will it breach 100? Will it get closer to its 2019 score? That's important, interesting. There is a huddle and a hustle going on here in the studio. Nistula Hebar, Nalin Mehta, what's the conversation going on?
So Nalin was asking me if Mahayuti manages to win and BJP manages to turn around what happened in June, who would you give the credit to? So I was just basically going through the hard graft that the BJP did organizationally. And you know, the biggest thing that was weighing on the party was the Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai issue, not just in terms of electoral numbers, but in terms of also the Hindutva project. The Hindutva projects will stand on its own politically and electorally only if the marginalized and the subalterns are with them. And if this Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai cleavage comes in between, then it's, you know, over, because you can't have a Hindutva project with just the upper caste. That is what they had since independence, and it never worked. So that was something that they really worked hard on, and it was really gamed in a proper way. There were the Mahars that were spoken to, the Matangs, and the other 55 other subcastes. You know, these are very small, like communities, but everybody was talked to. So even if they were not going to vote for you, there was not this feeling of anger or anxiety with which they go and vote for your opposition. So all of that was sought to be curtailed.
So they went, Kiran Rijiju, Bhupendra Yadav were all tasked to address these issues?
Yes, absolutely. And the RSS was spoken to, saying that, look, this is the 100th year of the foundation of the RSS. Maharashtra is the home of the RSS. Nagpur is the headquarters of the RSS. So do you want a government built by a party which is not of the ideological family? Think about it. So very early on, the Joint General Secretary Atul Limaye was put in charge of coordination. Even with Ajit Pawar's party, they couldn't have any central sort of a thing in Bombay. Nobody listened to them. So for every seat, they had a committee with people from Ajit Pawar's party, local BJP guys and the local Shakha workers. And then they coordinated to go out and work together. They said, okay, even if you're not going to win, there has to be some vote transfer. It cannot be like June 2024.
In my view, the big difference between June 2024 and now is, in June 2024, BJP entered these states, Maharashtra and UP, where also we are seeing important by-elections, with the arrogance of a champion who thought who couldn't be defeated. Right? So they said it doesn't matter. They were unprepared. They were taken by surprise by Samvidhan Khatre mein. This time they've come in and fought the ground game in a way that
they took the right lessons from
they took the right lessons and they've done a course correction.
Yes.
So the one point that we need to now look at is seat conversions. What's happening actually in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand? Who's moving whom? What's moving? And what about the firewall seats? Because it's very critical that we begin now at this point to look at that basically so that we can project.
Just the Bombay seats, couple of new seats are reporting. Bandra West, Ashish Shelar, who is the Mumbai president of the BJP, he is leading in Bandra West. Bandra East is not reporting yet. That's where Zishan Siddiqui is fighting. Amit Thackeray is trailing. This is in the seat of Mahim. We have further south, Kolaba, of course, Rahul Narvekar is leading in Mumra Devi. Amin Patel is leading. He's, of course, Shaina NC is trailing in that seat. Couple of more Sena UBTs. Bhandup West. Ramesh Kurkankar is leading in Bhandup West, and also the neighbouring seat, the Sena UBT is leading. But in Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate there is leading.
Zaka and Mahim, Amit Thackeray is trailing, but who is leading? Sada Sarvankar or the UBT?
The Sena UBT candidate is leading. Dr. Mahesh Sawant of the
That's the home of Sema Bhavan and Balasaheb Memorial.
But what about firewall seats? Are they being breached, and on which side are they being breached? Is it an equal sort of breach? That means there is equal transference, or is there now overwhelming in those contests between the BJP and the Congress? The BJP retaining those numbers that we saw
in the 75 seats that are the direct contest, 61 are reporting. BJP is leading in 42 and Congress only in 18. So this is the situation as of
between
right
the two Senas?
Between the two Senas, yeah, we have that. Between the Sena Shinde and the Sena UBT, 30 of those seats are reporting out of 51, 18 to the Shinde Sena and 10 to the Sena UBT.
So there also the Eknath Shinde is winning the conversation.
Clearly. And that's also true for NCP.
Yeah, we just look at the NCP.
Is that NCP versus NCP
That's
again.
a big one.
Yeah, NCP versus NCP, and Ajit Pawar really, 20-8 out of the 29 seats that are reporting, 20 direct fights. Ajit Pawar's candidates are leading.
So
only
are these
8.
mostly in the bastion?
So this is largely around Western Maharashtra, but Ajit Pawar has also got a couple of pickups in Vidarbha, which you would imagine is not his sort of stronghold.
So this is very interesting because this tells us that perhaps Sharad Pawar's hold now over the future of the NCP movement, whatever you want to define it as, is perhaps weakening. That's the real takeaway.
Just to cover one thing, the NDA, the INDIA alliance clawing a bit into the Maharashtra numbers. It's inched up from about 40 to about 59. It was 60 just a second ago. It's 150 for the NDA. It went up to about 153, 154. It's come down to 150. Here, Jharkhand, clearly this seems to be running right down to the wire. 60 out of 81 leads. NDA is 25. India Alliance is at clearly 33. So they have an 8-seat lead.
So where are all these seats being reported from? Are they mostly from the south, mostly from the north?
It's Pan Jharkhand. It's Pan Jharkhand numbers are.
Here in the northern part of the state, it seems to be a mix between the BJP and the JMM. Of course, the BJP opening some of its account here. In the western part of the state, the BJP has significant inroads there. And of course, the south, which has always been the JMM stronghold. But bulk of the seats that the JMM is winning happen to be here in the south in the Dumka
But
belt.
the individual contributors, state not
individual contributors to the India alliance. Let's see, JMM leading in 17, Congress leading in 10. But importantly, this is the figure to keep out. Congress has lost 4 from last time around, and JMM is down 3 from last time.
This is interesting. The RJD
has picked up 3, and the CPI-ML has also picked up 2. So RJD and CPI-ML are helping that India number go up to 35.
There was disappointment with the Congress and the campaign it ran.
Yeah. In fact, even JMM was upset with the Congress that Rahul Gandhi was not.
Sir, you were saying something.
Rahul, I'm saying if you have a leadership, you have a face, you have a talking point, and in alliance it works. So in Jharkhand, if these numbers hold true, then again the India alliance story will have. So in Maharashtra, there was no face, there was no talking point, there was no narrative. So all this thing fundamentally is a internal.
No, there was definitely a face, Rashid bhai. Uddhav Thackeray had been crowing from the rooftop saying, declare me as chief minister. But nobody declared him chief minister.
Absolutely. So
they had a face.
So that is what I'm saying, Zaka. That was a tactical error. They should go, whether they win or lose, they should have gone with a face.
You have Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray and Nana Patole. And you're saying 3 big faces there, 3 faces here?
No.
Rohit has a point to make.
Cannot be a face discussion will happen. Rahul, face discussion will happen tonight. 5 years back, you and I were sitting together.
Yeah.
We have also changed parties. We were sitting at a different channel. Okay. And BJP was winning. I have a very interesting math here. By the evening, if India Alliance realizes, okay, half the term for Mr. Shinde as CM, half the term for Mr. Ajit Pawar as CM, come over. It happened in 2019.
Chetan, it's just 10 o'clock in the morning, man. Please. I can't imagine. I really don't want to go there.
Chetan is only having coffee.
I'm only having coffee and I'm telling you. So the Mumbai hotels, they must check the locks, the safety, CCTVs of all Mumbai hotels. Please.
But Chetan, I have to ask you a question. वो तो alliance of convenience है. आपका क्या alliance?
हम तो जहाँ राहुल जाता है.
Rahul का alliance.
There are many Rahuls. There's a lot of confusion. Even the PM said, "Kaun Rahul?" So I think there's one Rahul here, one Rahul somewhere else, one Rahul.
And one Rahul you wrote about.
So many Rahuls. So
I think I want to make a point about CM face. You know, the CM face thing is a typical media thing. I don't think the parties are comfortable announcing that. And that is because once you announce one name, you have other alliance partners not too much interested in, contesting or campaigning and all those things. And there are internal bickerings or problems that creep up. I think on the NDA side also, I mean, Rashid Bhai said it was a mistake by MVA that they did not announce the CM face. I don't agree with that because on the NDA side also there was no CM face. I mean, obviously they said we are fighting
No, but there's an incumbent chief minister. You fight on his face.
They said they will fight under the leadership of Eknath Shinde because he's CM, but they also made it clear that after the polls, if they win, they are not sure who's going to be the CM. Obviously, my guess is it's going to be Devendra Fadnavis if BJP gets 160, these kinds
but
of
the
numbers.
India alliance is inching up to 70. Jharkhand a 10-seat gap has been opened up by the India alliance. JMM, Congress, RJD plus. So this India alliance has opened up a 10-seat gap. We still haven't reporting all the seats in Jharkhand. 64 out of 81.
The question I want to ask is that in Haryana, just a month ago, while there was no officially declared candidate for the Congress, but it was assumed by a lot of people, and certainly a lot of people on the ground were saying that Huda will be the CM, right? They were almost behaving like he'd already become the CM. But that didn't work.
That was also this Shelja was there and she was also a contender. So what I'm saying is, I was saying in the context of Jharkhand, that in Jharkhand there was a very clear established leadership of Hemant Soren. There was a talking point that, Adivasi is not getting, and that him being framed in that ED case, etc. So there was that entire narrative was there. In Maharashtra, there was no narrative. And that is what it is.
Well, let me also tell you that in Karnataka, the bypoll is there. It's interesting because you have a BJP and you have a JDS in the lead there. On 2 of the seats. That's right.
From Channapatna, I think he's in the lead.
And this happens on the back again of a very polarized campaign also in Karnataka. So it's interesting because the theme was pretty much
so it's 144.75, folks. It's 144.75. It's come back to the halfway mark of 144. It went up to 150 plus. So that's why I'm saying I don't think this race is over yet. So I think there's ways to go there.
To the point I was making.
Uddhav Thackeray, his party is doing not badly in
Yeah.
the sense of
Not at all. But come back to the point I made at the very beginning. The people that I was speaking with are not giving the Mahayuti more
runaway.
than 150. Let's say that the 170 is not happening. 150s are more realistic number, and 150 is a victory.
So hotels,
It's good enough.
60 seats, 63 seats are not yet being reported.
That's right. It's not been
63
reported.
seats are not yet
Big
being
caveat.
reported, and the NDA is sitting at the halfway number. In
So
terms
where
of
are these
leads.
63 seats? Which
Yeah.
where are they?
It's across regions.
It's
Rahul. A
across
lot from
regions.
Konkan, which of course is the BJP
Is the
stronghold.
BJP
Shinde
and
Sena
Shiv
stronghold.
Sena.
A lot of
Hotels
them
in-
from Konkan
Yeah.
are not reporting.
Anand,
A lot of them from northern Maharashtra are also not reporting.
hotels in Bangalore can have still have a booking.
No,
But
not
I
just
just want
hotels
to
in
say,
Bangalore. Chartered
let's
flight
have a look
operators
at Vidarbha a little closer. Let's go to Vidarbha
Because
and let's have a
yesterday you
look
say,
at
you know,
Vidarbha
Ajit Pawar-
closer. How many seats have actually changed in Vidarbha? Because see, that's the region where it's reporting quite a few saffron
Yeah,
seats.
so out of 62 seats, 54 are reporting. NDA has a healthy lead, 33, and the India Alliance only 21. But
So
let's
last
see.
time in Vidarbha it was 20 out of 62 for the Mahayuti, and MVA was 42. So that number is reversing there.
Yeah.
So
Vidarbha is reversing.
and
As of now-
Marathwada
So it's 33-21 out
33,
of the
21. So that
54
number is
seats that are
reversing,
reporting.
and we still have a number of seats that haven't been called. Now
Yes.
let's
We
look
have
at
about 8 more
Marathwada.
seats. 8 more
Let's have a
seats.
look at Marathwada. I'm just very
All right,
keen
just
on
quickly to Marathwada as well. Yeah, 46 seats. I don't think all of them are reporting yet.
Yes.
42 out of 46 are reporting. NDA 26, India Alliance 16.
So that's more than double of the last. I'm talking about last time, and I'm talking about is Lok Sabha. So 12 out of 46 the Mahayuti had. Now it appears in Marathwada they're more
They've
than
got
double
26.
their numbers.
They've got more than
Make it simple.
Yeah.
This Chacha Bhatija, they have about 50 seats. If they have 50 seats, they will do what they would want to do.
You mean to say they are transferable?
Obviously, even if somebody is
If
140,
both the Pawars have 50 seats, you
Even if
think
you
they will
No,
merge?
here is the case, sir. Here is what will happen. Neither Eknath Shinde nor Ajit Pawar are going anywhere if those numbers are comfortably above 150 because their legacy is settled, their ownership of their parties is settled, and they're going to sit tight there because their administration is settled. कोई किधर भी बुला ले वो कहीं नहीं जाने वाला
नहीं
है.
पता है हम
Absolutely.
उस
कोई
दिन भी हम
किधर भी
राहुल और
बुला रहे हो,
हमने
कहीं-
लंच का प्लान बनाया था 2019 में
that's true.
कि आज लंच पे खत्म है लंच पे जाएंगे एंड ही स्टेड द होल वीकेंड इन द स्टूडियो
All right,
रिमेंबर 5 AM गवर्नमेंट
Let's go across to Avantika, live result up. Yes. Absolutely.
Anand, just a quick update. Other than Hemant Soren, who's leading, everyone else is trailing. Champai Soren, who was leading since the morning, now is trailing. His son Babulal Soren is also trailing. Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, she's trailing as well. Political greenhorn, she led such an impressive campaign. There was a lot of expectations from him. But you know, still in Jharkhand, it's very close. BJP is leading in 25 seats, JMM in 23 seats. Nilesh, just give me a quick update. What's it looking like?
जी अभी के जो रुझान है बीजेपी 25 सीटों पर आगे है, जेएमएम 23 सीटों पर आगे है। सबसे चौंकाने वाला है कि हेमंत सोरेन की जो पत्नी है कल्पना सोरेन गांडे, वो पीछे चल रही हैं। हेमंत सोरेन के जो छोटे भाई हैं बसंत सोरेन दुमका से, वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं। सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन है जो आगे चल रहे हैं। उसके अलावा जो चंपई सोरेन है वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं। उनके बेटे बाबूलाल सोरेन घाटशिला से लड़ रहे हैं, वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं। पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अर्जुन मुंडा, उनकी वाइफ है मीरा मुंडा, वो पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही हैं पोटका से, वो आगे चल रही हैं। उसके अलावा जो ओडिशा के राज्यपाल हैं रघुवर दास, उनकी बहू पूर्णिमा साहू पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही है जमशेदपुर पूर्वी से, वो आगे चल रही है। जी आरजेडी जो है सो 4 सीटों पे आगे चल रही है, कांग्रेस 10 सीटों पे आगे चल रही है। उसमें से एक सीट वो भी है चतरा, जहां पर एकमात्र वही सीट है जहां लालू यादव चुनाव प्रचार के लिए आए थे। सुभाष यादव वहां के कैंडिडेट हैं, वो आगे चल रहे हैं चतरा से।
And Anand, that's an important point. RJD taking a lead in those 4 seats, at least for now.
All right, I just want to come back to the Mumbai seats. Some more seats are reporting. Like I said, Bandra West, Ashish Shelar is leading there. But in the neighbouring constituency of Andheri West, Ashok Jadhav of the Congress is leading. In the next seat of Versova, and this is interesting, Rahul, you might want to talk about this. Haroon Khan, Muslim candidate from the Sena UBT, is leading in that constituency. Shinde Sena is leading in Andheri East. In Bhandup West, the SSUBT candidate is leading. In Vikhroli, again the SSUBT candidate is leading. In Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate is leading. In Chembur, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. In Shivdi, the Sena UBT candidate is leading. Now we have for Mahim, where Sena UBT candidate is leading. Let's take a look at this one. Malabar Hill, Ali Rahim Sheikh, independent candidate. He seems to be leading in Malabar Hill. Worli is not reporting yet, but
Worli, Mankhurd, Anushakti Nagar not reporting yet. Mankhurd will be
So
Nawab
let's be
Malik.
very-
That
let's be
story.
very clear.
Abu Azmi's seat also we should have a look at Shivaji Nagar and also Anushakti Nagar where it is Fahad versus Sana Malik.
Yes.
Yes.
Very interesting. If you look at the numbers now at the bottom of the screen, the Sena UBT and the Shiv Sena official, I mean, you know, they're now, there's a tight contest there. It's not exactly the runaway that Shinde was expecting. And the NCPs also are tight. So
let's take a look at the Sena versus Sena.
Yeah.
38 out of 51 are reporting. It's 20 to the
it's,
Shinde Sena, 17 to the SSUBT.
It's a neck and neck there.
And I'll quickly check on the two NCPs as well. NCP versus NCP, Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar. Again, 38 seats where they are fighting against each other. There, I think
difference.
Ajit Pawar seems to be having
which is
the
surprising
edge.
because in the Lok Sabha, it was actually the NCP SP
Yes.
that did fantastically well.
They had an
for-
80% strike rate.
That's right,
Correct.
80%
But,
strike
but
rate.
there is a theory with respect to the NCP that when it comes to Lok Sabha, it will be Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. When it comes to Vidhan Sabha, it will be Ajit Dada Pawar. Now, does that hold and is Ajit Pawar actually milking that to claim legacy rights going forward? We have to wait and watch. The other thing to our viewers, some will inflate, some will deflate across other channels. Eventually, this is the template. So stay here. These are the numbers you can trust. These are the numbers that are coming from the counting centers, and that's why there won't be any runaway numbers. The leads across all television screens eventually will settle here. Now let's try and look at the numbers at this point. The halfway number is just plotting on above us, and clearly with nearly 46 seats to be plotted or to be even reported so far, we have the NDA with 152. Does that not signal a runaway victory by a huge margin? Yes, the India Alliance is playing catch up. It's inching up into the 90s, slowly inching up to the 90s at 86. But this is a big win. 152 with still 46 seats or 43 seats to be reported is a big one, and these numbers will only consolidate unless there is a huge shift that happens, tectonic, which actually reverses the numbers over the course of the next hour. By the time we get into round 7, round 8 of counting, leads should start settling in. There will be some close contests, and we'll get into those close contests also. But as of now, the NDA is in pole position to rest, to stay on. It's a pro-incumbency mandate. That's what it looks like.
Incumbency is an important point that you're underlining. And look at that number of the BJP at 87. Did we expect?
Rahul, just below that breaking ticker, it said Mankhurd, Nawab Malik is trailing. So Mankhurd is reporting Nawab Malik is trailing right now.
That is an important one. It's an important marker in the larger fight because, as you know, he was left pretty much on his own. But look at this BJP number, 87. And if this holds, and the BJP is expecting at 95, okay? If that number goes up, and by some dint of fate, the Shiv Sena starts pulling up its socks, I'll tell you, this could be a runaway election.
95 and 55, Rahul,
That's right.
that means these two themselves have 150 seats.
Absolutely.
So
They don't need anyone else.
there is, Ajit Pawar is not going anywhere.
He's not going
Whatever Ajit Pawar gets is a bonus. Those 26 seats are a bonus. Then the BJP or the NDA is at 175 and they're comfortable. Nobody's going anywhere then.
And that number for the BJP is a very big number because remember, they've contested about 153 seats, isn't it?
157 if I remember.
152. 152. I just want to go back to the
150 plus seats.
Yeah.
But look at that conversion ratio.
Yeah.
That is astounding.
No, so in the ministers who are contesting, we have 27. There are 28 ministers, 27 of them who are reporting, the seats that are reporting. 20 of them are leading, 6 of them are trailing. I'll be interested to see which are the 6 who are trailing.
Anand made the point pro-incumbency. That's a reflection of it.
Yeah.
The other thing is that the last time around the BJP won 104. If they come to 95, 104 with 4 parties in the fray, 95 with 6 parties in the fray, it also shows that the BJP is not only emerging as the single largest party, it's becoming a pan-Maharashtra party.
It also tells you that Modi still retains overwhelming support amongst a large part of the vote.
The brand Modi conversation.
It didn't work when he was himself
Sir,
on a big ticket.
people can play on fears, and someone did make the point that fear actually
Then don't say this.
resonant.
That
No,
Mr.
I
Modi,
mean, if people
whenever
are-
he's there,
if
he's-
people are
when he was
cooking
his
up
own
stories-
election,
Can I
make a
he
point
could not
here?
get the majority in Maharashtra.
Very humbly,
May I make a point
very
here?
humbly,
Sir,
this
please.
time around, sir, the NDA's campaign was not on how many seats they will win.
Yeah.
400 par was the wrong strategy because that showed arrogance, and within the team, it also brought in complacency. This time around, what they are saying is, ek hai to safe hai. There is a fear factor there that if we don't fight together, if we don't come out, and if we don't work unitedly, we will be demolished. We'll be gone. And that's what worked. There was no talking about how many seats we want to win. Nobody is saying how many seats they want to win. They are saying we need to work together and we need to be together. That shift in the narrative. Had this been the story in Lok Sabha where they said we have to win for a better Bharat, we have to do well rather than saying 400 par, perhaps nature of the campaign would have been different. Yeah.
I want to make a deeper sociological point here. In Maharashtra politics, there have been two major phases as far as BJP is concerned. So, irrespective of which the elections come and go, right? It depends a lot on what you do on the local level and so on. Look at the last 40 years since 1980 when BJP was formed. 1980, BJP gets 14 seats. 85, 16, 1990, 42, 1995, 65, 1999, 56, 2004, 54, and 2009, 46, which was their lowest. In 2014, they get 122. 2019 they get 106, and now if they're getting around 90, that means for 3 consecutive elections they'll be the single largest
Also,
party.
2014 election, they fought on their own.
Yeah, exactly.
fought all
For
the
3
seats
consecutive
on their
elections, they'll be the
without
largest party, and they've been in power for the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
So that tells you a major subterranean shift
The
in
only
Maharashtra
problem
politics.
right now,
Long-term.
I'll hand it back to you. The only problem right now for the NDA alliance is the Shiv Sena's conversion rate. The NCP actually doing quite well.
Correct.
On the conversion rate. Yes, Anand.
No,
please.
I was just saying that the BJP individually is more than the India alliance 2 hours into counting.
Yes.
5 rounds of counting, the BJP still remains larger than the India alliance put together in Maharashtra. It's a big statement.
Absolutely. But you see, Anand, see, there is a bit of a
डायरेक्ट
paradox.
फाइट्स में देखिए 35-31 है ओवरऑल. अगर आप देखें 51 डायरेक्ट फाइट्स हैं, ओवरऑल स्कोर 35-31 है बिटवीन एकनाथ शिंदे एंड शिवसेना.
Which is very actually
UBT.
politically speaking is very sort of intriguing, because here are 2 political parties, NCP and Shiv Sena. They got split. There are 2 formations, and both are getting 50% of of seats. Now this is something which is statistically it can be said, but politically it is very difficult to explain.
It's just basically people saying, okay,
34 more leads to come. 34 more leads to come. The NDA is now above 161 leads. So this is going one way. This seems to be going one way.
Knockout, and I think it also tells the BJP they don't really need the Shiv Sena and NCP in the future. I mean, why do you need this? If BJP would have contested all the seats, they would have won a majority. They don't need this.
Maharashtra, at least for...
I mean, think about it. Why do I need these allies? What are they bringing?
No, I
to the
think
table?
this is
least
gonna
for
have
2 or 3 more.
implications for the chief ministerial
Yeah,
appointment.
पूरी game change हो रही
Who
है.
is going to be chief minister? I
I'm
think
not
BJP
advising,
will
I'm
push
just saying.
for its own chief minister to take over now, and that's going to have
the sum
bit of
of
an issue.
the vote share, till the time the BJP gets to a 35-36% vote share on its own in Maharashtra, it cannot think about fighting Maharashtra on its own.
No, but it has not contested all the seats, so you're not going to get
No,
the...
it contested in 2014 and they got 122 seats.
Yeah, so this is doing better than that, for sure, because they've contested half the seats. And they're like 94 and some like...
No, but alliances don't work that way.
I'm not advising, I'm thinking, I'm stepping into their shoes.
Alliances don't work that way. There is a vote transfer that happens.
But you would also give credit to Chetan that there are many within the BJP, including someone like Devendra Fadnavis, who believe that the BJP should have fought 2019 on its own on all the seats, rather than having a pre-poll alliance with the Shiv Sena.
See, these parties are not like the TMC. Shinde Shiv Sena, if you can call it whatever you call it, he cannot take on the BJP or fight yet. I mean, he's proven something, he's been accepted, but only as an ally of the BJP. Can he ever take on the BJP, for example, like TMC can? He cannot. It's not. Why do people of Maharashtra need this?
The sum of all 5 parties is greater than the BJP right now. And till that situation prevails for the BJP itself, it will have to test one election cycle, maybe two 2 cycles from now, but they will eventually have to test the fact that whether can they fight on its own, on their own. Right now, that doesn't seem to be, it's not mature enough for BJP. But that's what many others in the BJP feel, that they're not ready yet.
Net 2 takeaways already beginning to form. That is that yes, the BJP is now definitely becoming the single pole around which Maharashtra politics is going to revolve. Now, whether it has come on the back of a split or not, that's an immaterial thing. The Shiv Sena, Shinde Sena has a little bit of work to do, but amazing that it has withstood the UBT, the entire branding of the Thackeray clan. That is an amazing recovery.
Yes.
This is not now down to money power, so that goes out of the equation. And Ajit Pawar is the future of the party. He is going to claim the legacy of the Pawars, and I think that is establishing the 3 big takeaways.
Check the straight fight Sena versus Sena. 40 out of 51 are reporting, so 11 more seats are yet to report. Shiv Sena is, UBT Sena is leading in 20, and Shinde Sena is leading in 18. So now the UBT Sena.
How close are these leads? Can we get a sense of that, Zach?
It keeps changing. It keeps changing, Rahul.
But
So
are these marginal leads, or are they big leads which are not going to change, because a lot could then therefore.
Again, in the NCP versus NCP fight, there I think Ajit Pawar seems to be holding steady. And the fact that he has opened up leads, for example, in the Konkan belt, he's leading. In Pune, 3 seats he's leading. He's got a couple of seats in Vidarbha as well. 4 seats in Marathwada. So I think the spread is beyond his traditional turf of Western Maharashtra.
And he has really
and 1 seat in Mumbai, by the way, in the outskirts of Mumbai.
Well, there you go. And he's worked his socks off. People are saying that he really has got into the weeds of it. But I'm looking at the leads, the margins, because remember, the vote banks that they're fighting for are pretty much the same. So we need to have a look round by round. How strong are the leads on either sides of the Shiv Sena? How strong are the leads on either side of the NCP fences? That'll be really interesting to see, because it could come down to a margin of 3, 5, 10,000 votes at the max. Yeah, Jharkhand is on the screen, 27-45. That looks like a runaway right now for the India Bloc. It's obvious that the tribal vote hasn't really shifted in that manner.
So if you look at the map, for example, in all regions, in the south, in the west, and in the east, BJP has some pockets in the east, but the JMM seems to be sort of winning seats in all regions, in all 3 regions of Jharkhand. Like I said, the important figure to watch out is this one, which means that they've picked up 2 seats from last time. The BJP has also picked up 1, the NDA has picked up 1, but 3 seats the others have lost. So it's above the halfway mark now. 42 is the halfway mark. They are at 46. Again, can things change? Let's see how it settles. But right now it seems like the India Alliance, the JMM Congress Alliance.
Right after the general elections, that the cardinal mistake that the NDA did was the arrest of Hemant Soren. Because among tribal society, tribals are extremely marginalized communities, and the state is an oppressor. All right. So, and the most powerful form of the oppressive state is the police. So you have a chief minister who's come out from the tribal community being hauled off to prison. That had a very, very negative impact, and Kalpana Soren has actually emerged as a very strong campaigner. She's done pretty well.
I want to add a complexity to the Jharkhand discussion, which is this, that absolutely agree with you, Nistula, and it's clearly the India Alliance is ahead. But you look at the vote share numbers, and that tells you a different story. BJP is by far the single largest party in Jharkhand right now by vote share, 31.2%. JMM is 19.8%, and the Congress is 14.9%. So if you add these two, BJP is still pretty much the same. But that's telling you that the BJP is more spread around. Is more spread around, but these guys are more concentrated.
The larger question is
the larger say that the vote share business is a loser's argument, because it's the one who wins. See, look at the BJP. The BJP, like we keep blaming the Congress and MVA for not having a kind of powerful narrative in Maharashtra. Similarly, look at Jharkhand. What did BJP do? BJP got a former chief minister.
That's the point I wanted to make.
That kind of move boomerang. You look at you have a whole Ghuspatia narrative, the Rohingyas and Bangladeshis and all that, whereas Jharkhand does not even have international boundary. So, these were the tactical mistakes by BJP also.
It's nice that you're the simple thing.
It's not nice, it's a statement of fact.
No. What I'm trying to say is that the way you're trying to stitch the story is beautiful. What's happened is, in Maharashtra, if Ladki Behan has worked, the same way Meri Maiya has worked in Jharkhand. if Maratha, the Samvidhan badal gayi, this fear factor has gone away. In Jharkhand, the Adivasi Asmita, the fact that there will not be an Adivasi chief minister and an Adivasi was put in jail, this narrative has worked for the JMM cause. These two factors, one of the factors is very common.
And
the Ladki Bahan.
Worli is now reporting. Worli is reporting, and I can report to you that Aditya Thackeray there is leading in Worli against Milind Deora. But early days yet. There are
just coming back to
the
Jharkhand.
BJP has just crossed its projected 95
there
as Rohit Chandrakar 96. Yeah.
Just a very quick point that I want to build on that Anand was making. We shouldn't just write off the BJP in Jharkhand. Let's have a look at actually the tribal vote. Has it actually increased its presence in the tribal seats? Has it increased its vote share in those tribal seats?
Vote share is a loser's argument.
No, it's not about that, sir. It tells you that it's not as if, the tribals have completely rejected the arguments of the BJP.
In the tribal seats in Jharkhand, 26 are reporting. India Alliance is leading in 22. NDA leading only in 4, but gains of 2.
The gains of 2.
And that tribal seats also, if you were to break it down, the JMM will be leading in more.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, Rahul, similar to how more women have voted in Maharashtra, Jharkhand has seen an unprecedented upsurge in the women vote, where the BJP says it is coming, but clearly it's the benefit, it's the Meri Maiya
and they didn't have a tribal leader.
Again, if you look at the more women in Jharkhand, 22 to the India Alliance,
there you go. That's
and
the
5 to the NDA.
So also the BJP needs to find its own tribal leader to project that sort of comes up through the ranks rather than this business.
No, Babulal Marandi was appointed that the Pradesh BJP chief soon after 2014 elections. And he's been there, 2019 elections, he's been there for a while. But the perception is that because you brought Raghubar Das and you put an Adivasi CM in jail, so you will not actually back the Adivasi. This Adivasi Asmita is something which Pradeep Gupta was very confident. That's the reason why he gave 53 to JMM Congress and said this is not going to work.
That's what we just spoke about actually. And in fact, right after the election, there was a general hunt for a scapegoat within the BJP. Ki kiska idea tha to
bring this guy.
Yeah, to clap Hemant Soren.
But they were very confident. They got Champai Soren, who became a chief minister in place of.
No, when you start hunting for a scapegoat, you know that something has bombed.
And Isla, one thing very interesting that what Anand was saying about women voters, Shivraj Singh Chauhan was a point. I mean, he was the kind of person.
Exactly. So it's the same Ladli Bahan, what worked in Madhya Pradesh, Ladki Bahan is working in Maharashtra, and Meri Maiya is working in Jharkhand.
In charge of Jharkhand.
Yeah, every woman in India is soon getting money.
But the scheme was brought by the Mukhyamantri, and whoever delivers the benefit first gets the advantage. That's what it's showing.
We all have women in the house.
Result hub, Chetan, and to our guests in studio, going across to the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, Anand, absolutely. And I was hearing you, Anand, I think I second on that. If Ladki Bahan worked for the Mahayuti and the BJP in the state of Maharashtra, it's clear that Maiya Samman Yojana and also the Adivasi Asmita has really worked for the Jharkhand, at least with the numbers that we're seeing right now. Brijesh ji, bataiye, what's your assessment of the numbers that we're seeing in Jharkhand?
I think if you compare it from Maharashtra, then I believe that at both places the original scheme has given the benefit to the ruling party. For example, in Jharkhand, the scheme particularly for the ladies, it was launched by the Hemant Soren government. It got an improvisation from the BJP, but then again Hemant Soren government, it increased the amount just before the...
But only he is leading, otherwise all the other Sorens, they're trailing, most of them.
Yeah, it's in the family, but if you look at the overall figure, then it's a very impressive figure for the India Alliance. They are at 50 in the trends, and if you look at the NDA is at 24. Last time BJP itself, it won 25 seats. So if you compare the 2019 with this current 2024 assembly elections counting, then obviously India Alliance is in a very impressive position as far as the current trends.
Rahul Shankar also raised a very important point about the BJP trying to make its impact amongst the tribals. Do you see that has worked? Have they been able to do that?
If you look at the current figures of 25 in Jharkhand, where the NDA is leading, then in the tribal strongholds, for example, if you look at the Kolhan, for example, Champai Soren, he is trailing, but for unfortunately, in few seats, if you look at the both Jamshedpur seats, BJP is in the leading position. Same way, the Meera Munda, the wife of the Arjun Munda, she is also in the lead condition. So there is a certain change in the some of the areas like Kolan, where last time BJP was unsuccessful in getting even a single seat. But this time there is some early trends which is showing positive. But in other areas, obviously, the dominance of the JMM is still there. It looks like in the current trends.
All right, Anand. So, Anand, Brijesh, thank you so much. Anand, BJP has made those inroads, but the JMM pretty much dominant in the state of Jharkhand.
Right, I just want to come back to Maharashtra once again and look at the Mumbai seats. Many seats now are reporting. We talked about Worli, where Aditya Thackeray is leading in the neighbouring seat of Shivdi. SSUBT candidate is leading in Dharavi. Dr. Jyoti Gaikwad is leading in Bandra West. The Ashish Shelar is leading there. In Andheri West, the Congress candidate Ashok Jadhav is leading. In Vile Parle, the BJP candidate is leading. In Andheri East, Murji Patel, Kaka from the Shinde Sena is leading. In Chandivli, again, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. So, if you were to look at just the Mumbai seats alone, the 36 seats, in fact, we have 50 seats, Mumbai Thane, 29 to the NDA, 49 seats, 29 to the NDA, 19 to the India Alliance. So that is just the Mumbai Thane belt. And if you were to look at the Sena versus Sena as essentially a Mumbai fight, I think it's going neck and neck. Just take a look at the Sena versus Sena fights to see if we have some indications there. 51 seats, they are fighting against each other. Look at that, 20-20. 42 seats are reporting, 20-20. And also quickly check the Congress versus BJP straight fight, 75 of them. I think 70 odd are reporting there. 72 out of 75 are reporting there. The BJP is running away. It's 45 to the BJP, only 25 to the Congress.
It's a single-handed obliteration, it looks like, by the BJP of the India Alliance. This is one party. I mean, it's like Sehwag batting in Maharashtra.
In fact, the BJP is just one short of 100 now.
This is just a remarkable turnaround of fortunes. I mean, look at from where the BJP has come to in 5 months in Maharashtra. Yeah. And this will go down as an epic comeback, actually. Epic comeback. This is built not just on, your bravery or whatever you want to call it. This is built on serious mobilization of various different stratas of society. This is going to be one of those rainbow coalitions that the BJP stitched together. Unfortunately for it, the Muslim vote hasn't come through. It's got polarized in the other direction. But Rohit Chandrakar, what do you make of it?
I think it is a combination of the schemes that were rolled out and also the Hindutva narrative that was brought in the last phase of the campaigning. And that happened because I think Devendra Fadnavis and his team kept saying that in the Lok Sabha polls, the difference between the Mahavikas Aghadi or the India Alliance and BJP-led alliance was just 0.6% votes. And for him, it was a very serious thing that he lost place like Dhule or other places just because of certain community going away from BJP over the Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai narrative.
BJP is hit 100. BJP is hit 100. 268, 20 seats, 20 leads have not yet been declared. 20 leads from seats have not yet come in Maharashtra and the BJP is hit 100. Rohit, please complete. Yeah.
So this time what the BJP decided was to galvanize the Karyakartas, the activists, and make sure that the Panna Pramukhs and others come out, which they didn't perhaps during the Lok Sabha polls because they were a little complacent in the ab tak 400 par narrative. They got a bit complacent. So this time the Hindutva narrative was brought in the last 15 days of the campaigning, plus the schemes like the Ladki Bahin Yojana and the Kisan Yojana, the giving of electricity to farmers' pumps. All that seems to have worked together and we've got these results.
With 20 more seats to be even start reporting, the BJP, the NDA has crossed the prediction of most of the pollsters. It has even crossed the prediction of the NDA itself. That's what's happening. It's touching the 180 number and it is going through the fact that somewhere Axis My India and Pradeep Gupta will be saying, I told you so.
On both states.
On both states.
On
both
states.
Jharkhand and with Maharashtra, they may be turning around and saying that.
We should try and
it's a
connect
little
with
forlorn behind Mayuresh at Matoshri, but first we'll go to Arunima at Jharkhand. She's there at the counting center. Arunima, two factors which you spoke about. Record number of women coming out to vote, and they seem to have voted in favor of the incumbent. And Maiya Samman seems to be working for the JMM Congress with, they are leading in 50 out of 79 reporting.
Yes, Anand, so from the counting center, I decided to move to the political party headquarters to get a sense of what was happening. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, even though as per the Election Commission website, they are leading in 28, their ally Congress has 12, which makes it 40. RJD has 6, which makes it 46. So they are already through over the halfway mark. But even then, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha office just has one Pravakta sitting there, waiting and watching before any kind of celebration begins. Same at the Chief Minister's residence also, there is no celebration yet. At the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, there is more chehel pehel. So one of their leaders have just come in, so the media is taking the sound bites from them. There is a brave face that is being put up by the BJP so far. What they are pointing out is that only 4 rounds of counting has happened, and we should wait and watch. But you're absolutely right. The Mahila factor, which perhaps worked for the BJP in Maharashtra, went completely the other way here in Jharkhand. The analysis seemed to be the Maiya Samman Yojana and the 4 installments that reached the bank accounts of women voters. That seemed to have worked in favor of Hemant Soren. He also, it seems, has managed to play the sympathy card very well, telling his tribal voters that I was sent to jail not because I was corrupt, but because I was a tribal, and this government at the center is anti-tribal.
Correct.
So that, they claim, the JMM claims, that narrative has worked.
True. Now, before we go across to Maharashtra, Mumbai and Thane, just a quick update, ladies and gentlemen, to our viewers. Quick update to our viewers. The fact is that Jharkhand started reporting only around 8:45. And it's only 3 or 4 rounds in Jharkhand, and some of them are reporting lesser. We'll try and get an update from Avantika, how many rounds in Jharkhand, and there is a reason why, and how many total rounds. We are given to understand it will be about 15 rounds. Will it be close? Because these numbers could go up and down, despite the fact that the India Alliance has taken a runaway lead. It's nearly twice. But if you see, the NDA is catching up. In the last 2.5 minutes that we have spoken with Arunima, these numbers have changed and fluctuated. So will there be more fluctuations, and will it be a closer race than it is being shown? Or will these leads consolidate as we get into round 8 or 9? We have to wait and watch. And how many are really tight fights? Margin of victory is less than, margin of lead is less than 500 or 1,000 votes, because that makes a huge difference when it comes to assembly elections. So we'll have to see that. And Mumbai.
Seats in Mumbai that are reporting since you asked. Sana Malik is leading in Anushakti Nagar. She's fighting on an NCP Ajit Pawar ticket. And in the neighboring constituency where her father is fighting in Mankhurd, Nawab Malik seems to be trailing.
Sana Malik.
I believe Abu Azmi is leading in that constituency of Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar.
Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar is Abu Azmi. Nawab Malik is fighting from the same constituency.
Yes.
So they are up against each other. Nawab Malik is trailing, but his daughter Sana Malik is leading against Fawad.
I mean, I have to say that Swara Bhaskar's speech that went viral was quite the speech. I mean, to put it politically correctly,
what does it
mean?
Rahul, you cannot be politically correct.
if we talk about incitement, if you talk about trying to, rouse passions, then she was sailing very close to the wind there.
If Fahad leads, then we'll get back to this conversation, Rahul.
Yeah.
Right now, let's get to this conversation on the grid.
No, but
Eknath Shinde 42,
I wanted to say one thing on
Uddhav Thackeray 30. Is the legacy conversation settled? BJP 107 out of 276 reporting, 12 seats not yet reporting.
No, I wanted to say something about what Arunima spoke about. She said that there's not much excitement at the JMM office or even at the BJP office. BJP also trying to put a brave face, but JMM also taking it very, because Jharkhand has a history of very heavy goings on when it comes to government formation, you know. So I mean, I'm old enough to remember, you know, Governor Sipte Razi and what all happened, and you know, Mr. Pramod Mahajan, you know, saying that, you know, Congress is like Hanuman, you know, to rescue another man's wife, they've, you know, set fire to their own tail, you know, and all of those kind of things. We've seen all of those, you know, bags of money and things like that.
But let me tell you one thing.
Everybody's waiting. If they get an incontrovertibly high number, beyond the majority mark, then there will be celebration.
The whole story would be if it is 37, 38 and 41, 42, if it's close. But if this, see, NDA is picking up, it's catching up.
In Maharashtra, there's a crazy landslide, and I'll tell you one thing, that you are seeing now the Shiv Sena pulling ahead of the UBT, the so-called mother organization. And I'll tell you, UBT might have a survival problem. You could, after the election, have a complete defection. And maybe it's Uddhav and his son who will be stuck in Matoshri, and everyone else would have gone, decamped.
So out of the 51 direct fights, 47 are reporting. Shinde Sena is leading in 26 and the UBT Sena is leading in 20.
Yeah, well,
we want to quickly check the NCP versus NCP fight as well.
Give it some time.
1 second. NCP versus NCP, if I can pull up that number. Yeah, there again, 36 out of 38 seats, 36 are reporting. There, Ajit Pawar is doing phenomenally well. 24 to Ajit Pawar and only 10 to Sharad Pawar NCP.
Okay.
Sharad Pawar, the big leader.
Just going to the reporters. Payal, yes, Payal, Mayuresh and Yesha with us. Yes, Payal.
Yes, I'm at the BJP headquarters. It's still early time over here, even though the numbers are very clear. But it's good. The leaders are going to come here only around 11 o'clock because I'm sure most of them are contesting elections, Anand, and they'll be more busy in their own counting centers. But not really a surprise as far as the BJP karyakartas, as far as the BJP workers are concerned, because they were very buoyant with the multiple factors. They were buoyant because of the kind of work that has been done by the government of the day. They were buoyant because, you know, the kind of support base and the mass base that they've been able to have. And Devendra Fadnavis, you know, Anand comes out again as one of the biggest stars that the BJP could have, you know, hoped for, and he speaks at a time when the BJP needed it the most as well, because multiple people had written him off, multiple people had cast aspersions on his future, given the fact that the Lok Sabha results weren't the way BJP really wanted as well. So that's something which they, of course, will be speaking about, and Vidarbha, the region that he comes from, is going to be extremely important. And not to forget that 72 rallies was what Nitin Gadkari did in the assembly elections. 8 he addressed through video conferencing. Those two leaders, of course, come from the same region, that is the Vidarbha region, and they're very hopeful that, you know, the trends will continue, and they're very hopeful that, you know, and you know, the happiest over here, and I was talking to a lot of ground reports, Anand, the happiest are the reporters on ground who don't have to go to any resort or don't have to stand outside any hotels. The conversation that was happening over here is that यहाँ पे टाउन में बीजेपी को सूट करेगा क्योंकि यहाँ पे होटल्स ठीक है, अगर उधर सबर्ब्स की तरफ गए तो उधर बहुत शिवसेना का इम्पैक्ट है, तो और चौकसी रखना पड़ेगी. So that's the kind of conversation that people have been having, but for one, everybody seems to be happy, at least on this side.
Resort politics may not have to resort to resort politics is what you're saying, Payal, but phenomenal victory this. Yes, nobody can take credit away from Devendra Fadnavis, Nitin Gadkari, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and the entire team that's come together post 4th of June to work together. Very able leaders and able administrators. Keep an eye on Jharkhand even as we talk Maharashtra to our viewers, because the numbers are changing there. As the rounds increase, there may be a shift, and that could perhaps change the story in Jharkhand. Mayuresh, quite forlorn behind you at Matoshri.
Exactly, Anand, I'll just show the visuals. There is complete silence outside Matoshri. Hardly few media people over here or journalists from the TV are here, because the trends which are coming are really not good, or we can say in favor of Shiv Sena UBT. The official website shows on 19 places they are leading. And this was not basically expected, the Shiv Sena was not expecting this. So certainly it is a kind of a disappointment from Shiv Sena UBT, who was hoping to come back to the power. As we show early in the morning, the way posters were put outside the Matoshri, just 100 meters away from the Matoshri. But as of now, it's 10:30. Not a single karyakarta, not a single leader which has come to Matoshri. And usually this is not the scenario if Shiv Sena is leading on good numbers or having a good number. So 19 seats, leading on 19 seats. Certainly it's a big disappointment for Shiv Sena as compared to the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde camp who are leading on the 56 seats.
Well, I'm reminded of Kishore Kumar's song which says, "Ye kya hua, kaise hua, kab hua, kyun hua." and will they eventually say chodo ye na socho. Yesha Kotak is in Thane. 287 out of 288 seats reporting. Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, the Dhanush Ban, leading in 48 compared to Ubata's 30. Big statement for Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely, Anand, and this was something that he had spoken about time and again, saying that the voter base was with him, the voter share was with him, and he always claimed that he is the one who has that legacy. Now let's recollect that when both the parties, be it the UBT or the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, for that matter NCP and the NCP of Sharad Pawar, they had both claimed it's an ideological battle. Particularly here for Eknath Shinde, it was more of an ideological battle because he was pitted against Kedar Dege. The fact that Eknath Shinde claimed he had legacy of Anand Dege and that of Balasaheb Thackeray as well. Now here, with the kind of lead that he has, he's making a strong statement for UBT, particularly because here it clearly shows that he has a legacy of Dege, despite the fact that Dege's nephew is with Shiv Sena UBT. And on the other hand, here with the kind of voters that have supported the Shiv Sena, that's of Eknath Shinde. Again, a statement is made that he is the one who carries the legacy of the Shiv Sena. But yes, as of now, of course, there's no celebration outside the CM's bungalow. Because
they will all wait.
They will all wait. A late riser, he begin his day late. Yes.
No, they will all wait, and they will all come out together. It will all happen. They will all come out together. It will be coordinated with respect to the NDA. Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Dada Pawar will all be coming out at their respective constituencies or wherever they are, and they will come out and speak together, and they will try and speak in one voice. That's what is expected, even as the NDA is inching towards the 200 mark. 287 out of 288 seats are reporting. Nalin Mehta, your point. Yeah.
Firstly, Amit Malviya just tweeted just a BJP comment on the Shiv Sena saying, as things stand now, Uddhav Thackeray faction stands at number 6 among the 6 parties contesting in Maharashtra. From being in the pole position in partnership with the BJP, this is where an inflated ego and abusive mindset has taken Uddhav Thackeray's party and politics too.
Now, this point about this being some sort of a scrappy election that was going to go nukkad to nukkad, I'm sorry, that's gone out of the window.
It's gone.
This is an absolute affirmation for the BJP in Maharashtra. They won on their symbol, the power of what they claim was their vote.
And finally, also an ideological
Can I
election
ask you
at
a
the
question
base
now?
of it.
Can I ask you a question, a larger question? Is Mr. Shinde going to be CM or is it going to be now BJP CM? I think if you look at that number...
we will get to that. Eknath Shinde will make a strong point, depends upon what the BJP wants.
Jalandhar Patil, gone. Look at the reputations that are biting the dust. He's talking about, because obviously there's a bit of a needle there, but Thackeray surname in the doldrums. Pawar Senior, who I always have thought, and please forgive me Rohit ji, I've always thought was an overinflated leader.
Sanjay Raut is speaking. He said we don't accept this.
बाद में बात करेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेंगे? पैसा तो ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं। आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सी है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि आपने राज्य को, जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है। इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है।
जो नतीजे आ रहे वो महाविकास आघाड़ी को कबूल है
नहीं।
तो आगे की क्या भूमिका रहेगी महाविकास?
नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। मैं मानता हूं जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। जनता को भी, ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है। मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूं और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है? आप अपने मन को पूछे, आप पत्रकार है, आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या? ये अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है, इसके ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है। चलिए, थैंक यू।
Now, it is the Rajya ki Janta, the people of the state, who have actually cast their ballot, and that's where these numbers are coming from. Classic election denial coming from Sanjay Raut.
Shocking. This is shocking.
The only thing that was left to say was the EVMs are to blame.
No,
I'm glad he didn't say that.
Are they going to
Frankly,
storm? Are they going to storm that Mantralaya? As she's saying. I mean, this is ridiculous.
No,
And
on the one hand,
he's saying something more than the EVM. He's saying the entire election legitimacy is
उसके कहीं दो ही ना रह जाए.
No, he's on the one hand saying पानी की तरह पैसा बहाया. That means he's questioning the integrity of the voter. Then he says the voter cannot vote like this. He's questioning the EVMs. I don't accept this result. Well, you may not.
They
want to
weren't
accept,
saying
but
this
that's the
3 months
result.
ago when they did well in the Lok Sabha
It's
election.
not yet the result, but that's the direction.
This is going to be the template. Opposition, all opposition are going to say this. You look at Akhilesh Yadav, who is already on record to say that election commission and the UP by-polls were rigged. And that is sooner or later, Mr. Jairam Ramesh will also come up.
Elections in Jharkhand was not rigged.
Just Sanjay Raut.
Bengal was not rigged. Priyanka Gandhi's election was not rigged. I mean, come on.
No, Priyanka Vadra is leading by more than 60,000 votes. So that is all right.
1.5 lakhs.
Now 2.5 lakhs.
No, 1.5.
1.5. Trinamool Congress is taking all the 6 by-polls in Bengal. And also, there is 2 and 3 in Karnataka with respect to the seats. And there is 6 and 3 with respect to UP. So there are votes which are going to the other side also, but overall this is the score. Sanjay Raut said, Eknath Shinde ko 60 seatein kaise mil sakti? That's what he said. 60.
That means that
our numbers are right now saying 48, but he's saying 60.
He's saying 60.
No, but that's called entitlement. And that is an entitlement that, Shiv Sena belongs, and if the Thackeray is with us, then the votes are with us, then the seats must come to us. And I don't think people like that anymore.
The BJP Chetan Bhagat, as we see, is far more. Is nearly 28 more than the NDA alliance put together.
Yes.
And the NCP Sharad Pawar is the smallest, is the least. It's just 23.
But if the allies of BJP,
And
if they were
independents and others are more than what Mr. Sharad Pawar's party has got.
Independent and others
and
are more.
if the Shiv Sena and NCP could have been kept by their original owners or CEOs or whatever you can call them, they would have won the election. Think about it. If Shinde's, all those MLAs were still with them, if NCP had not split, it would still have been their mandate. But they couldn't keep their parties together. I mean that.
No, but if they had not split, they would have been on this side. They would not have been on the
and what's going to
Mahavikas
happen
Aghadi. They would have been in the
and
Maha
what will happen now?
And the numbers would have been different.
All the UBT workers will get demotivated and they will move to that other side.
But I must say, you said, in our Take 3 program, that when you were there on the ground, you sensed that there was this massive surge for the Mahayuti.
Yes, there was. There was. See, the surge was from the fact that Eknath Shinde had a certain level of equity that he's built on ground, and there is this messaging which every voter wants, that they want a quote unquote zameen se juda hua vyakti, a chai wala and an auto wala. That's what it is. And clearly, somewhere the BJP needs to understand this messaging also, that it's not arrogance, it's humility. It's always remembering where you are from. The people always want to see that the Pradhan Mantri, no matter how tall a leader he is globally, no matter how respected he is globally, should never forget and should always tell the voter that I grew from amongst you. I was selling tea at the Vadnagar chai station and I made dreams of the impossible possible. The same story with Eknath Shinde. Working tirelessly, auto rickshaw driver, worked hard, won his respect, and he's proved, and he's worked with a team. But out of all of this, the work that Devendra Fadnavis along with the RSS have done on ground, Rahul, is phenomenal.
And should we be surprised?
It's phenomenal.
Because didn't we see in 2019 the BJP sort of veering towards the pole position it did in fact? So
yeah, it was the single largest party. It had 105, I think.
So I mean, why is the Shiv Sena suddenly, the UBT coming out and saying, kabhi socha tha, kabhi ho sakta tha?
See, it's their denial and they will cry because they've not got they neither have got the bat nor have they got batting, and they are being asked to sit out as the 12th
So if there has been so much of a consolidation of votes of different types, now this is a question that one should ask. Do you think BJP will lay claim to that Chief Minister's post, Rohit ji?
I think they will. I think they will. It was only some kind of an arrangement that they took the back seat last time when they made Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. And look, the plan for BJP is to come back in control, completely in control, even as they took the back seat last time. they were controlling many things.
So
that
could it
we
also
know.
happen that Mr. Shinde just joins the BJP with all his
I don't think so. I
MLAs?
don't
No.
think so. I
The
don't think so.
Dhanush Ban
Shinde
is
will-
very important.
Shinde will retain his
Yeah.
identity, his election symbol, because very important point all of us have to understand.
Yeah.
Within 4 months or 5 months, there's
Local
going to be the
elections.
all-important Mumbai
BMC
Municipal
election.
Corporation
Yes.
and 25 other municipal
No, but
corporation
Rohit,
elections happening
if
in
Mr.
Maharashtra,
Shinde is not,
which are very crucial.
if Mr. Shinde is not made CM, then why would he stick with the BJP? I mean, that's his
Where would
only.
he go?
No, see.
Well, if he's not made CM, then why would he stick with the BJP?
He would want to be the chief minister. Any leader wants
Of
to
course,
be the chief minister.
especially once you've already been.
But the next best choice, if you are not able to get it, the next best choice
But
is to
why
become
would-
deputy chief minister. and
So,
be the
so you'll see a
deputy
role
minister.
reversal,
Yeah,
Fadnavis
there-
becoming chief
there
minister
could be.
and,
I think
Shinde
But
becoming
one
deputy chief
thing we
minister.
have to understand that between Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Dada Pawar, the Mahayuti has 3 very, very strong, hard-working, able administrators who have shown that despite having certain differences, they can work together and they can iron out. There is not a tussle of who controls which bureaucracy, etc., which was seen when the Mahavikas Aghadi was there, where the NCP, Congress and the Ubata were busy transferring their bureaucrats because they wanted the control, etc. The other thing is the larger question, along with who becomes the CM, is the economy question. Maharashtra was on the cusp of becoming the first 1 trillion economy in our country, and it was going to set the benchmark. What does this do to the Viksit Bharat story? What does this do to the BJP and the NDA, the central government's plans with respect to the Vadhavan port, with respect to the bullet train, with respect to connecting the defense corridors, with respect to connecting all the industrial hubs to the ports, and thereby with the India Middle East economic corridor? There's a huge
just,
big map which is now going to unfold.
Just one point, Anand. I think all the economic policies will continue. Dharavi redevelopment
Yes.
will continue. All the Vadhavan port and other things will continue, and that's a big, positive signal for markets or anybody else. I don't think the BJP, if they are close to 100, and that's what we can now see, if they're going to have 100 MLAs in the House, there's no way they'll give away the chief minister's position to alliance partner this time. There's no way about that. I mean, I'm sure that it will be a BJP chief minister
But
sitting
Rohit,
in chief minister's seat.
Rohit,
this time.
that would be little unfair to Mr. Eknath Shinde, because after all, he is a man, a captain. A captain may not have scored a century, but he has led, the alliance to victory and, executed all those plans, or that Ladli Behna Yojana, etc. All those things. How do you deny him that? BJP would sound very, cruel in that.
True.
And if there is a municipal elections in Mumbai, it's going to create more
But
problems.
Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray will not be part of Mahavikas Aghadi. And Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar may come, but Ajit Pawar plus Sharad Pawar does not add up to 145.
See,
So
within the BJP,
So,
there was
it's going to be
there
settled
was
there.
outside of the BJP, there was a lot of talk about how Devendra Fadnavis had become a kind of a hate figure because of the Maratha agitation, him being a Brahmin and this Peshwai narrative that was set. But within the BJP, there was a lot of push for him. And if you travel to the elections, the BJP posters had him very prominently along with Prime Minister Narendra
Yes.
Modi. So that signaling kept on going on through the election, that he's our guy and we are not giving up on him, So if after
let's
they get
let's also not forget that
ASC,
he is the one guy who lasted full 5 years. And there was a huge transformation in Maharashtra that happened. The internal politics aside, he may have also set certain challengers within the BJP, put them in place, etc.
and
But
also
he was in pole position to be the chief minister again had Uddhav Thackeray not
This is
walked
very
out.
similar to the national level where the BJP is in a NDA alliance. There are 2 allies. If you want the answer to that question, the number would be BJP plus NCP, where they end up. If that is above the majority, Mr. Shinde will not be treated as nicely as he would have liked. And if BJP, I think so. And
the Maratha factor is still a big.
it is still there.
No,
But if the
I was
BJP
just
needs
plotting
only
that on the
one,
wall.
if the
On the
BJP
Maratha
needs only
seats,
one ally, then there is a BJP CM.
On
See,
the Maratha
I
seats,
see one of the contenders,
Raj-
either Mr. Eknath Shinde or Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, making it to the union cabinet. That is going
possible.
to be a
Okay,
But
that's
on
possible.
the Maratha seats, about the 89 seats, the NDA has got 65. The India Alliance only 20. And
You cannot
break up,
alienate.
break up that. BJP has 34, Shinde Sena has 15, NCP has 14. And this is
can't alienate the
Marathwada,
Marathas.
Western Maharashtra, Northern Maharashtra. So this whole Jarange Patil factor has been completely negated in this election.
Pallavi was right there where she
Can I
said
just
that
make
the
a
Jarange
point?
Patil factor is
Can I make a point here?
Yeah, of course.
To add to the on the leaderboard of the social matrices election, Zaka just made the important point on the Maratha vote. Look at 5 other categories. OBC vote in the Kunbi areas, NDA is ahead 23-7. In the seats where women are more than men, NDA is ahead 27-13. In the seats which are Dalit dominant, 19-10. In the seats where there are direct BJP Congress contests, NDA is ahead, BJP is ahead 49-23. And in the seats where the Congress was ahead in the Lok Sabha election, the count right now is 34-27 in favor of the BJP. So on every single
I just want to
yardstick,
make one small point. I think this verdict in Maharashtra, to sum it up.
BJP has gone on another tangent also. News just
Okay,
coming
we'll
in.
just, there's big breaking news coming in. Obviously, that was bound to happen because, why? And that leads on to the point. That's because the Congress did not run a positive campaign. And I think voters are beginning to now, at least at the state level, worry about parties that are not giving them a vision. Look at the vision that the Congress offered, that all your jobs are going to Gujarat. Modani is ruling Maharashtra. Everything is going to Gujarat. The Marathi Manus is losing out. This is a consistent thread. Muslims are losing out. And of course, the Marathas are nowhere. This is what was said. Today, that divisive campaign.
See, Congress, Soros can't help Congress and Rahul with respect to Maharashtra. So did Soros help Congress and Rahul in Jharkhand? You know, sometimes this hyperbole from the BJP also needs to be questioned. Fact is, what worked for the JMM and Congress in Jharkhand or did not work for the BJP? Clearly, it is domestic politics. To a certain extent, international narratives, you may say that there is a Soros.
It must be some...
Because they know they have to say this because they've won and Parliament is going to open and you know this entire session is going to be about what. So they are just preparing.
About what?
Adani.
About all this Soros and who this.
But what has happened to Aurangabad?
Last time I checked, the 3 seats, all 3 are with the India Alliance.
So what about
Sena
some of the
UBT leading
big
in 2 and
clashes?
Congress leading in 1.
What about some of the big clashes, the Worli clash,
So
it'll be really
Worli, last I
unfortunate.
checked, Aditya Thackeray was leading, yes. Aditya Thackeray is still leading in Worli.
Look, here it is. The Congress is saying it's a EVM's victory.
In the neighbouring constituency of Mahim, it is again the Sena UBT candidate Mahesh Sawant who is leading there. So if you look at the Bombay seat,
Rashid bhai, you were absolutely right. You said that EVMs were going to be blamed.
Mumbai and Thane, 54 seats. The NDA is ahead in 32 and the India Alliance only in 21. So clearly, even in the Bombay fights...
No, Mumbai Thane, you have to, one has to give Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena there the credit for this performance along with the BJP. And somewhere the BJP and Eknath Shinde seem to have are working together. In the Lok Sabha, it was seen that there was friction. And it also looks at, if you look at the Ajit Pawar story, that this combination seems to have worked even for Ajit Pawar.
But you know, are we taking away a little bit from the Fadnavis factor, from the RSS factor? This, after all, yes, of course there's a knock-on that has come from Mr. Shinde. But clearly, if the BJP is now coursing towards the 120 mark, I suppose the BJP will feel entitled to say that this is as much as a victory of our own making, as it is obviously of the shoulders that were lent to our charge.
So
by
Amit Malviya is the
our
one
partners.
taking the jibe, or the Soros jibe.
Yeah, well, I think Amit Malviya, they might be stretching the point, but you know, the fact is that the BJP itself, I mean, is today teetering on the verge of, you know, probably forming this government with some others.
No,
they don't
the
even
other
need
thing
some
is,
of-
look at this, can't
you
be
know.
fair with EVMs. Congress is saying with respect to Maharashtra. So the EVMs are fair in Jharkhand.
I know, I mean, this is
Or-
bizarre. This is again that kind of, you know, politics where, I don't know, they hold on to the constitution, but they seem to not believe in it in spirit and letter. I mean, you cannot sound like anarchists by suggesting this. What is the aim?
And this cannot be a story only when you lose.
Exactly.
And it's everything is fair when you win. What are your thoughts on this, Nistula,
I
Chaitanya?
have always held that it's a very, very unfortunate sort of a situation, a comment to make. I don't hold water with it. It's been examined. The Supreme Court has pronounced on it. And when are we going to move on? And although the people of this country, I have seen that the Bechara factor works very well. People do give you sympathy and emotion and do support you if they feel that your back is to the wall, but they do want somebody who will be there, who's a fighter, you know. And if you're constantly saying that, you know, हमारे तो औजार ही खराब है, मैं बैट लेके मैं घर जा रहा हूँ because you gave me out, that doesn't work then beyond a point. And they say, okay, you sit in one corner and we will give the vote to
Then
whoever
there should
we
be
feel
election
like
denial with Jharkhand also. If the
Sure,
Congress
sure.
is in denial or the India Alliance is in denial with Maharashtra, they should deny the Jharkhand elections also, Chetan.
Yeah, I think this rhetoric is fine, but the Congress needs, they had a momentum after the Lok Sabha election. They had made some gains. We had a Rahul Gandhi who had come with more gusto, and people rightly so said, let's see some more data points. And the data points were this: Haryana, Maharashtra and Jharkhand. They won Jharkhand, fine. But at the same time, Maharashtra is 3 times bigger, far more prominent, far more important to national politics, and they really need to sit down and figure out. On the exit polls day also, Rahul, I told you, Maharashtra has too many parties.
That's right.
6 parties. People have voted for something that seems a little stable. It doesn't look like the other grouping could have put it all together. And it could be as simple as that, and not the EVMs. It could be something that you were not doing right, and you did it right in Jharkhand. So we are not against you.
I mean, you didn't have a positive agenda. You constantly blathered on and on about the deficiencies and the divisions, and you played a divisive hand.
Yeah.
Look at the BJP's rainbow coalition in Maharashtra.
And there is no wave. There is no wave for Rahul or Congress. There are some maybe issues with the BJP. People are willing to.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Zach. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Farmer.
In Haryana, the Jats and the other OBCs voted for the dominant party, the BJP. In Maharashtra, the Marathas and the OBCs seem to be voting for.
No, this whole thing about farmer distress, since Nistula asked, there are about 58 constituencies, 37 NDA, only 21 to the India Alliance.
So when this soya-bean bonus was announced, I spoke to some backroom people of the Congress, and they kept saying that, you know, we wanted this announcement to come a little early on in the campaign, so that at least people would get to know that this is what our promise is. They announced it like some 3-4 days before polling day. So how does that help?
Of the 37, BJP is leading in 22.
Wow.
NDA just 3 short of 200 now. NDA 3 short of 200, BJP at 110. News from UP bypolls, BJP has surged to a lead in Moradabad. That's supposed to be the SP bastion. It's Moradabad. I'm just going to check how many leads out of the 9, who's leading who. Is it 6-3 and 7-2? We'll get an update on that. In Palakkad, it's a very, very close fight. News is that the lead is only about 600 odd votes in Palakkad. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra surging ahead in Wayanad by a few lakh votes there. 7-2 in Uttar Pradesh. 7-2 for the NDA,
at
BJP plus.
3.75 lakhs. She needs to at least equal her brother.
That's a good point.
No, that's a good point. I mean, you know,
where have those votes gone?
Come on, where have those votes gone?
Rahul, comparison is a thief of joy.
अरे देखिए सर,
joy, you can feel joyful, but if you are not going to
मोदी
see.
साहब जीते अपनी सीट वाराणसी विद रिड्यूस मार्जिन, तो आप लोगों ने उसको इतना बड़ा स्टोरी बना दिया, फ्रंट पेज न्यूज. अब मैं कह रहा हूं कि प्रियंका गांधी, why hasn't she won as many votes as her brother? You are saying now.
No, wait till the end. But I'm saying, you know, I was saying something which is very fundamental. That, you know, comparison is a thief of joy.
No, but what does this mean in Kerala? 1-1-1.
Yeah, let's also, you know, go to the other bypolls as well. Let's go to our reporters.
ये तो एकदम Chinese confusion.
Now you become like saying victory and defeat doesn't matter.
Shaina NC is with us. Mumba Devi.
We are all dead.
Shaina NC, first up, maybe a little premature, but so far the trends indicate congratulations are in order for the NDA, for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. As of now, 111 leads for the BJP. What's happening in Mumba Devi? Since the start, we've been seeing that Amin Patel has been leading. You've been trailing in Mumba Devi.
No, that is not factually correct. As we speak, let me please correct you, Anand, that that is not the case. I have been monitoring it completely. We are neck to neck in Mumba Devi, and in Mumba Devi, we will create history because it is a constituency that has 140,000 Muslims, 1 lakh Hindus, and the fact that the Ladki Behan Yojana of the Chief Minister has reached 40,000 homes, of which 15,000 are Muslim women. I'm very, very confident that in the days to come, we will work collectively to ensure that this neglected constituency where there has been no development and is probably
as per
the
EC
most
website right
backward.
now, Shaina ji, you are trailing by 800 votes, but the smile on your face and your glowing shows that
Because I know what
there is
is
some
going
other
to-
information that you have. So share it with us.
No, I know that the Muslim seats is where we are trailing, but where the Hindu seats are going to now be opened, I'm sure that we will make it. And we will make it because on ground, the popularity of the Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar is known to me. I have been campaigning in this constituency for over a month. And as I said, 15 years, there has been no development. So I see the love and the encouragement that the people of Maharashtra and Mumbai Devi and Mumbai are giving. And that is why I feel that this kind of a landslide victory for the Mahayuti only shows that the popularity of the Prime Minister, the work of all three on ground is something that we have to appreciate and encourage in the days to come as a role model to set for a Viksit Bharat and a Viksit Maharashtra.
So, Shaina, and see, you're always shining and you're always smiling. There's no doubt about that. But I just want to ask you this. Many people said that this was one of those elections which was very tough to call. It was going into the wire. It was a sort of man-to-man, man-to-woman contest. What is transformed in the last 4 months, 5 months, that has made this a election really about one symbol, and that is the lotus?
I'll tell you what it is. Honestly, whatever I saw on ground is people are not interested in false narratives and just these unnecessary comments. Look at my election. It started by calling me imported mal, item, bakri, all these kind of adjectives. People are not interested in all of this. They want to know what work you have come to do and what is your vision plan. Today is the politics of performance, and the Honorable Prime Minister has proven that across the country, that if you perform, you will succeed. If you don't, you will perish. If you look at the kind of work style of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, it has worked phenomenally well for the state for the past 2.5 years. Projects which were in the doldrums have all realized, whether it is a Jandhan, Mudra Banking, Ujjwala, all on ground, which is what has been done by the center. But if you look at the state, whether it's a Ladki Behna Yojana for this women, if it is an internship scheme or an apprenticeship scheme for the youngsters, whether it is pensions for the senior citizens, whether it's MSP and ensuring that, people have their livelihood intact. It has all been worked on very conscientiously. Now, if you look at the refinery, you look at the Dharavi project, the bullet trains, all the opposition has done is just stop.
If
That
these
is not
numbers
on.
hold,
We are
if these
here to deliver.
If these numbers hold, the BJP would have at least 20 more seats, if not more, 25 more seats than the India Alliance combined, the Mahavikas Aghadi combined. So will the Kursi combo change, or will it be the same?
Anand, I'm not getting into any speculation here. I have come as a candidate. I'm very, very keen to work for my Mumbai city. And what the leadership decides, what the Mahayuti Netritva decides, is obviously something that we will all adhere to. But for those who are only sitting on commentary, my limited piece of advice is that we've spent the whole election only on false narratives and pseudo-secular vote bank politics. I think it's important for all of us to accept and understand that this government is here to stay, and this is not just a hat trick for Maharashtra. This is a hat trick which in the days to come will be a case study on good governance.
Well, all the best to you. Once
Thank
the
you.
results settle towards the evening, we look forward to you joining us, and then officially we'll congratulate you. All the best. All the best.
Thanks.
Now, Payal Mehta is with us. Yes, Payal, even as Prime Minister is going to be at the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. this evening. Yes, Payal.
I'm joined by Madhavi Nayak, who is the State General Secretary. This election, Anand, has been largely about the contribution of women, and she's definitely wearing a very wide smile as well. Yes. Is this election which has been the Ladki Behna versus all?
It is not only about Ladki Behna, but all the other schemes which were really in favor of the women here in Maharashtra. So, Ladki Behna was just a cherry on the cake, you can say.
You know, not everybody gave you these kind of numbers that you really got. You know, as a person who's worked in the organization, as a person who's worked in the unit, were you guys confident, and what gave you that kind of confidence that you'll get these numbers?
See, basically we were very confident about it because as an organization we had a very collective and organized efforts. Besides that, we knew about the mandate and the confidence people had about BJP and the Mahayuti. So we were quite confident when we were working down, when we were in the people, we could get that positive vibe from the crowd itself. So that was enough for us to be confident.
You think that this was an election where you could actually tell?
Payal, continue the conversation. We'll
election
play it
like
out
where
later.
everybody wants
But
to know.
I'm going to pull away from you for now. There is this victory lap that's been planned for the at the BJP headquarters this evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. So by 7, he should be there. Generally, there is a half-hour buffer that is given for the Karyakartas to assemble, and then the PM arrives. But big victory lap that will be planned. Will Jharkhand be forgotten, or will Maharashtra be the story? Zaka, how is it plotting right now in Maharashtra?
All right, so it's 288, all 288 seats are reporting. 197 is what the NDA is at, just 3 short of 200. 145, of course, is the halfway mark. If you were to break up how much the BJP has 111, the Shinde Sena has 48, and the NCP has 33. Remember, the BJP was fighting on 152 seats. 111 out of 152 is a strike rate in excess of 75%. Now, coming back to what Rahul Shivshankar was saying, in the Lok Sabha election, the BJP won 9 out of 28 that it fought at a strike rate of less than 30%. From 30%, they've gone to 75% in a matter of 4 or 5 months. Look at the regions. They've won in Vidarbha in a big way. In fact, the Congress, out of the 13 MPs that it had, 9 out of those 13 MPs were from Vidarbha. It is the BJP that is running away with the leads. In Marathwada, people were talking about Jarangi Patil, the Maratha quota and so on. Again, big wins for the BJP in Marathwada. Even in northern Maharashtra, where you have Nashik and, Nandurbar, that belt, the onion belt, there again, the BJP and the Shinde Sena running up significant numbers. And of course, in the urban pockets of Mumbai, Thane, Konkan, where the BJP and the Sena have traditionally done well, again, they've got massive leads in all of those regions. So the BJP doing well across the state. Just a quick check of where it all went wrong as far as the India Alliance is concerned. I'm just going to quickly go back to Maharashtra for the India Alliance. Just 82 right now. Where are those leads? The Congress has a bunch of seats in Vidarbha, but not anywhere close to what they had back in the Lok Sabha election. Much fewer seats for Sharad Chandra Pawar's NCP SP here in Western Maharashtra. Very few compared to what they had, even what they had 5 years ago. I think NCP had more than 50 5 years ago. The Sena UBT also significantly falling. They had 55 last time, down to just 29. And look at Mumbai. Mumbai, which used to be their stronghold, the city where they based their politics on, very few seats to the Sena UBT. Even the Congress, it contested 102 seats. 102 seats and just 25 leading, which means a strike rate of less than 25%. So clearly, things have gone badly for the India Alliance.
The Congress party is the weakest in that, it's the weakest link. 102 seats they were contesting, they're leading only in 25, and they have performed poorer and worse than the Shiv Sena UBT and the NCP SP. With respect to Uttar Pradesh, it is 7-2. Again, a big statement there. That will also be a narrative changer. Nalin Mehta, Rohit, if you look at this story, what is going to happen if you were to look ahead, not just into the crucial polls, municipal commission polls, etc. in Maharashtra, but also the winter session of Parliament. Rohit, Nalin, thereafter.
I think the municipal polls of Mumbai are very important. It's a 50,000 crore turnover organization, and it holds large area, which is financial capital of the country. Very important for the BJP to kind of get its mayor elected. There's been a fight last few years between Shiv Sena and BJP, that is Uddhav Thackeray's party and BJP inside the Mumbai Municipal Corporation also. But remember, 25 or 24 other municipal corporations all over Maharashtra are going to polling next year, that is by April or so. And all over Maharashtra, these are the units that constitute the assembly segments or assembly constituencies finally. So BJP is going to keenly fight these elections, and they are going to have Eknath Shinde as their partner. That is for sure. Whether Ajit Pawar also participates at that level is a question that will be open, because there might be friendly fights in western Maharashtra or whatever. Overall in Maharashtra, I think we are going to have a BJP-led government. I can see that the Chief Minister's position will be held by the BJP for sure. And perhaps Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar will come as
200. 200. NDA hits the 200 mark. 288 leads. NDA hits the 200 mark. 200 par. 200 par. This is the number, the upward number that Pradeep Gupta of Access My India had predicted, that the NDA could touch 200. That's happened. He also said that the INDA alliance will get 53. They're already at 50. These numbers are oscillating a bit, so we have to keep watching these numbers. But this is 200 par for the NDA. Historic. Sanjay Raut said, how can they win 200? How is it possible? Although he said that Eknath Shinde is getting 60 seats, it's 48. Now, the Election Commission allowed Ladki Bahin